Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you a early morning live stream because something happened and it just didn't make sense. And again, documentation purposes, right? So quite a few of you guys, and again, this is in the normal format, so we're not going to have a lot of people here, right? Um, so this video here that you're able to see, well, at least the image, the still image of the video. This is a video I put up around the 8th from what was basically stated, the information that I was able to get from the platforms and everything in a sense. Yo, what's up, Ty? What is up? Yeah, I'm up. The only reason I'm doing this live stream is because something very weird, took place. Right. So what inevitably took place, right, is the fact that the video that you see here, and again, y'all already saw this video because it was already uploaded. Right. What is up, Pink? What is up? What is up? And I noticed I went back and because y'all know that I use WeVideo, right? Because I've given y'all I talked about WeVideo for a very long time. You said start early. Yeah, only because of this. Only because of what took place, because it's the strangest thing that I've ever seen happen in my life. Yo, 88, what is up? What is up? So what took place was that this video, and y'all already saw this on around like the 8th, right? Y'all saw the full video, and in the part that I circled, the whole video is 27 minutes, 8 seconds, right? Cool, fine, no problem. It's already uploaded, it's already done. This is that and the third. What's up, Shauna? And what inevitably ended up happening is that when I woke up, because I was going to wake up and I was going to do what I normally do is, start doing videos and start recording. I noticed that looking at the back of We Video, it was like, hey, your video was last modified, August 20th, right? So before I basically uploaded directly to YouTube, I use, two different things to edit and to put the videos together. I could just use one, but I'm just stuck in my ways and I'm used to doing things how I normally do it, right? So I'm like, that's a little bit weird because as y'all can clearly see, you can look at the videos in front of you, right? You got the woman exits the car with the baseball bat, put that up there yesterday. The one about the AI, I put that up yesterday. I forgot what the one in the middle, the empty one was. I don't even know what that was. The other two videos about the young guy who was with the girl and she wanted him to take her back, right? So we see all of these videos directly in order. The one that is not in order is the one about the Haitians. And the specific part about that video is the information that I gave you about those families. Out of all of the video that magically could have been edited or could have disappeared, the part that is not there that I know I uploaded specifically here because I use CapCut, right? And I sit up there and mess with the audio and make sure that that's fine and dandy, put everything directly in order, and then once I do that, I place it directly to WeVideo, and then from there, I put it directly to YouTube. But for whatever reason, something that was already finished was just now edited today. And again, like I said, I didn't sit up there and do that because there's no reason for me to go back and edit the video once it's already done and finished. It's already been uploaded days ago. It makes no sense for me to do that unless I'm going to, do I guess either private the original one and then re-upload this one. But again, it doesn't make any sense because everything was fine and dandy. I already checked, already looked, everything was finalized. It was completely cool. So I'm like, all right, that's weird. I'm like, I didn't go through and edit it. So I'm like, let me just go into the next picture, right? So we can clearly see. So now let me show y'all, right? Originally, the one that's already uploaded is 27 minutes and 8 seconds. So when I go to the back of WeVideo, right? This is what the back of the video basically looks like. This is the same one. This is just, the what's the name, right? So 18 minutes and whatever. Wait, what is that? Let me see. I'm sorry. 7. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the front. It's 18 minutes and some seconds, right? So we can clearly see that to the bottom. We can clearly see that to the left side of the screen, right? So then we go directly to this part, which is YouTube. Wait, maybe I might have had the wrong clip. I might have uploaded that one. I had it in certain order. Anyways, early morning, my bad. So we go to the next part here, right? Same one, Haitians got smoke for Black Americans, right? For whatever reason, again, everything is completely fine and dandy. YouTube in, right? YouTube in here. YouTube in here, we video part here. So then, as stated, made copies so I could check both. So the original is directly to the other side because remember, you got everything listed and stated as such, right? So the original is directly to the left. And you can clearly see the other video that was uploaded during either during that week or during that day, right? So we go directly to both of the images here, right? So the original, which you can clearly see to the right, and again, it says last modified August 20th, 2026, right? Original to the right, the copy I made so I could check it. Because normally how it works is like, hey, if you make a copy of whatever original data that is directly there, it's going to act as or show as whatever the original states, and it's going to be directly in that state. If you've done it for video games or photos, what have you, nothing changed, right? The only thing that may change is possibly the date due to the fact that it's a copy, but other than that, pretty much nothing else will change, right? So we got both of the images right there. So I go directly in, and this is what, just in case you never use WeVideo, this is what WeVideo in a sense looks like, right? So we can clearly see the videos that are directly here, right? So let me see. We got the intro directly to the bottom left. Can I even zoom that in? The other video up top that should have been the video with the Haitians with the ankle monitor, if I'm correct. And then that was the news story. And then you have the image here dealing directly with um, what I would normally say after. The part that's missing is specifically dealing with the Haitian families, because that was the part after the videos. If anybody remembers, after the videos, I specifically gave you guys several of the quote unquote alleged. Let me just put alleged directly out there, just to cover all bases. Shouldn't have to sit up there and do it, but it seems like you got to sit up there and do it at this moment in time. The alleged families that sit up there and run Haiti, right? So I gave you several names along with their pictures that you're able to sit up there and see. Again, the part that's missing is that information. The other thing, again, which is odd, is the fact that going directly in there, there is nothing directly on the bar, which doesn't make any type of sense. The only way that the bar would even show up like this is like, all right, I'm just now putting together the video and now I'm doing X, Y, and Z. But it doesn't make any sense for it to look like that if I already finalized the video on this platform, right? Using this program, and then I uploaded it directly to YouTube. So automatically everything should be directly on that bar, but it's not, because it was quote unquote edited, which again to me makes no sense, because if I already finalized it back on the 8th, there would be no reason for me to go back and modify it because I'm not putting it anywhere else, right? There would be no reason for me to go back and modify it and then decide to re-upload it somewhere else. I would just upload the original copy that I already have, right? So then we go over to, this is what CapCut, this is just a little slice of the little CapCut area where they host and have the videos. You got the little cloud symbol directly there. You got the Walmart video that I gave you guys. I don't know what the black video was, but then you got the two videos here dealing with, again, the TPS and Haitians. This was also inserted directly into the what's the name. So I went back and I checked, and I'm like, okay, so the first one, I'm sorry, the second one that you see, which is the 0808 number 2, right? The 53M 9 minutes and 42 seconds, right? That is the part dealing with the video of the Haitians having that back and forth with Black Americans talking about them on TikTok, right? And you heard the 3 women basically, saying whatnot or whatever about Black Americans. The one before that, which is the 08083, right? The 343.8M, 17 minutes and 22 seconds. That was the combination of both the rebuttal that I had for the Haitian women on top of the information dealing with the families there. right? So again, this was the greatest part about having information in two places, because you know yourself what it is that you did. And I specifically remember recording this stuff due to the fact that I had to do so many retakes. I had to do so many retakes trying to get the family's, name right, or at least close to pronunciations. All of that took a minute. I hated doing it. This is why I would rather, allow like AI or computers basically to, say it for me, because I get stuff wrong all the time, right? Pronunciation wise. But again, we have the proof that the stuff is directly there. But again, and we also have the proof that it's here, that it's already been uploaded. But when it deals with we video, for whatever reason, it was edited and that information is in a sense gone, which again makes no type of sense to me. Right. So then we open that, we go from, that image, and then we go over here. And this is what CapCut, if anybody knows what CapCut is, you can clearly state it. And it also states that it was auto saved 7/22, right? Or I guess is that the month? That it should have been around like during the month, and not like the hours, I would want to say, right? But anyways, we can clearly see the information that is directly there. You see the pictures of the family. You see one of the music clip that I have directly up there. I have also other information that I had directly that I snapshotted from I think it might have been from ChatGPT, or maybe online. There's another audio file and then some other things directly up there. But then when you look at the bottom, you can clearly see the full thing directly up here. That nice slice that you see directly in the middle with the pictures of the families, that information is the information that's missing when it deals with We Video. Because I went back and I listened to it, and I'm like, where's the information deal with the family? It was like it was specifically just like it's gone. And the only thing that's left is me basically, speaking about, everything else, or maybe some things touching directly on the family. But it's not all of the information that I went through and listed that anybody could sit up there and look up. And that's the craziest part. So it's not like, I was, doing some hearsay type of information. It was information that anybody could readily access and look up if they wanted to look up if you just type in Haitian families, right? Rich or elite or wealthy Haitian families, you will get articles, you will get news stories about the people that I mentioned. You will get a list of names as well. Like I said, allegedly, like I said before, all of that for me is crazy. And the reason that I wanted to sit up there and bring it up is because on this platform, I sat up there and showed y'all before, um, how no matter what you decide to state, how much you make sure that it's as accurate as possible, or whatnot, or whatever, somehow, some way, that there's going to be a problem or an issue, right? Either you'll just happen to get shadow banned, videos will be taken directly off of the platform. Like I said, we saw what happened during the pandemic, right? That's clear cut right there, live in 4K. Everybody was able to see what was going on during the pandemic, and how content creators were basically getting treated, or how there were a lot of threats being made, if you decide to make certain types of videos. And now we're in 2026, and magically none of that stuff happened. It didn't exist. People just magically, forgot directly about it. Even going to the extent of being directly on this platform here, and I showcased to y'all multiple times, because some of y'all would complain and be like, yo, Seji, like, what happened? Like, I had my comment was up here and I don't see it, like it got deleted or whatnot or whatever. And I sat up there and went directly into it. I'm like, okay, well, let me sit up there and see what's happening. Look through the back end, didn't see your comment. And then I'm like, okay, well, let me try to make some comments underneath, whatever videos, and let me see what happens. And I recorded. Gave y'all a video where I screenshot, I recorded the screen of me multiple times, putting a comment on my own comment section, and then it was deleted by YouTube multiple times. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. I'm like, yo, I'm the person of the channel. Why is my comment even getting deleted? I'm not even saying anything crazy. I'm like, that makes no type of sense, right? So all I'm sitting up there saying is that if it can happen, realistically to a small time creator, right? Like myself, right? Nobody of any type of, popularity or anything in a sense. What does that then mean for ordinary people? What does that then mean for your cell phones, right? How protected is your data, right? So if you got a company where stuff, and I'm just going to sit up and put it as like things can disappear, right? It can delete itself. It can seemingly not exist. Then what does that mean for your information? What does that mean for your privacy? Right? So that means your cell phones, your computers, everything of the sort. Now, again, I could sit up there and have something, let's say like Adobe, and I could use that and that's directly on the computer. But Adobe needs access, right? Those companies need access in order to do updates and all these other types of things and yada yada yada. And they want to make sure that hey, you don't got a bootleg of Adobe. So we need to sit up there and check some things back and forth between our end and your end to make sure everything's solidified. So those things are still open, which means if it's open to somebody, that means that some things can magically happen, right? And like I said, for me, that was I was just sitting at my computer screen for about a good 5 minutes, and I'm like, I know I'm not tripping. I'm like, I know I'm not crazy. I'm like, I know I just woke up. I know I'm just getting to this computer, but I'm like, I can't be insane right now. I know for a fact I never touched that video. I never touched it because I was still because the funniest thing is, um, before, um, before today, I had a video that I did plan on actually putting up. I just didn't finish it, on the CapCut side because I still needed to edit out. I needed to put up some blurs and I needed to, edit out some slurs and some curses and things of, that nature. And that would have been the video that would have, been in place on that randomly edited, video that they decide to edit at this moment in time. Um, like I said, for me, it's weird. It's 1,000% weird. 1,000% weird. Like I said before, they've been monitoring and listening to people's conversations and the things that people all I'm saying is that I don't know. To me, I'm just allegedly, it just seems as though that somebody didn't like that information. I don't know who. I don't know who, and this is from at least what I can remember out of all of the years that I've used WeVideo. This is, I want to say, one of the first times that I can at least remember that this has happened, or at least that I was able to catch and see it. Because other times I might not have specifically seen it due to the fact that, doing a whole bunch of videos, worried about a whole bunch of stuff, you're not sitting up there really looking. It's like, maybe I went back and this, that, the third, and whatnot, or whatever. But it was like, nah, I didn't. There was no reason for me to go back. No reason for me to go back. And, at least during this time at this moment, I'm not trying to put up, 7 or 15 videos in a day. Like I'm not even, doing that right now. So I'm not. I don't know. It's very weird. It's very, very weird. Now it makes me want to do some research to to look into some other stuff at this moment because I'm like, that don't make any type of sense. That makes no type of sense. And I've never in my life, and I've seen and gone through quite a bit, y'all know, on both of these platforms, but never in my life have I seen something that allegedly feels and seems so deliberate, to take place and happen. Like I said, it's weird. It's a very weird thing. Very weird thing. Like I said, folks just gotta, make sure this is the best way I put it. If you have stuff or conversations, right, that you have, make sure to back up all your stuff. This is why I think in one of the live streams that I gave you guys before, I told you guys that, hey, have hard drives, right? Have something that you can just transfer stuff directly to, that you are pretty much the only one that has, control and say so directly over it. Because when it deals with, like platforms, other systems directly out here of which that you didn't create, you don't control or anything like that, anything can happen. Any and everything can sit up there and happen. Like I said, case in point, even going to dealing with data, dealing with the whole PlayStation fiasco, with that whole situation, and how Sony is like, we're not doing physical no more, we're just doing digital. And again, I want to point to people. I gave you guys a video, or I talked about it before in the live stream, where somebody wanted to play an older game on their PSP, right? Because they had one of their UMDs or whatever. I think it was like Chronos Trigger or something like that. So they put Chronos Trigger in there, and the screen basically came up saying that you no longer have, access to this license because it expired. And because of the internal clock, or however it basically works, it was like the license expired, I think, back in like 1957 or 1965, right? So again, just because of a few wrong things dealing with data, it can make whatever you have inoperable. That could also happen to your cell phones as well too. Like I said, it's a very dangerous game dealing with a lot of tech. Like I said, I am a tech person, but I can see the good, the bad, and the ugly when it deals with the tech and how these things can, specifically go. Because like I said, all it is one digit away from you not being able to use it anymore. I think I even gave y'all that example of one of the cell phones that I had. No, I think I might have told y'all that story, right? But if I didn't, one of the previous cell phones that I had it for about 7 or 8 years, which is pretty much a long time. No. I'm sorry. No. That was the previous one. That was the previous one. The last phone that I had, and I got technically a copy of that phone because I went back and got the exact same one because it had the micro SD slot, and I like to have extra storage. Um, that Android, it ended up going out because of I think it was like Uber Eats, like something random took place, right? Uber Eats was open, and the phone, it just like locked up, it then froze, and then black screen. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird. And then the phone before that, right? The reason I had an updated phone, now this is getting to the phone that I had for about like 7, 8 years. That phone ended up shorting out, quote unquote, because I allowed it to update. And this is how I know that a lot of these updates will over time is meant to, in a sense, just jack up these phones. Because I kid you not, I had very little space on that phone. There was no, micro. I don't think I had a micro SD card slot directly on that phone. But for the longest time possible, it never updated. I never allowed it to update because I just didn't have the space to sit up there and do it. But the phone worked, right? It cut on, it cut off. I could text message, and it was an LG, right? I could text message. I could, quote unquote, as they used to say back in my day, surf the web, respond to messages, and all that. Everything that you could do normally on your phone, I was able to do there. The moment in time, I was like, "Yo, all right, let me just clear off some space." And let me let the phone update and all this other type of stuff. Let that bad boy update. I got the matrix screen. Got the matrix screen, and that was it. That phone was inoperable. And it's basically going back to another video that I gave you guys before some years ago, where Apple was basically sued because it was found that the updates that they would push directly to the phones would slowly lead to the phones either slowing down or being inoperable. And yeah, inoperable. So it's wild work out here. That's what I'm saying. Like you have to have backup for a backup for a backup. That's the best way to sit up there and put it. Um, what was it? 88 said, "Yo, what's up, Sharp? What is up? What is up?" Bond said, "Grand Rising, what is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to Lee." 88 said, "How to protect your data? Someone should pay you for the smooth potential ad. LOL." Sounds like the all state. Yeah, that's true. That's crazy. That's wild. Pink said, if someone went this far to remove the info, they're afraid the others will do the exact same thing. Side note, the Haitian community should have exposed those men a long time ago. Yeah, 100%. Yo, Duff, what is up? What is up? What is up? Like I said, for me, that's crazy. This is almost taking me back because some of y'all have been. I'm gonna be very. I got to word myself differently. Um, some of y'all were here during the first channel and basically how that one went into the dumpster to an extent, and how, I had to strip a whole bunch of videos directly off of that, um, because YouTube found, or whoever, found, one of, and I know what video it was. There was one specific video I had up there that, they deemed as problematic, and due to that video, it caused a lot of issues, right? And like I said before, I try to sit up there and use the examples of, whatever it is that I do and the things that happen to me, as an example, so y'all can figure out how to navigate certain things, or better yet, I'll sit up there and just give a solution, when the time basically, comes directly for it. And like I said, I'm a little bit hard headed when it deals with these things, because I'm like, yeah, this is still information that needs to be placed directly out here. I'm just gonna, do it a little bit differently. Um, so how I basically go about the situation now is just news wise, when I want to put out that type of information, right? Talk about, certain folks out here doing criminal behaviors. Like I said, I gotta word it because I'm like, I feel like, there's still some issues there. You And, even after I took down, that video, they still wanted to find an issue, and I'm like, "I know what video it is." I'm like, "Let me just go through, let me just, take this one." And I don't even think I even had to, let me see. I don't even think I had to take that one, down, because they already did it, which is the craziest part, and I'm like, "So if y'all already basically took that one down, why would there be an issue, still with that channel?" So this is why when you look back at the original, channel, all of the views that were, there, I think it was like over like 50 or whatever million in a short amount of time, along with the greater majority of those videos and whatnot, are basically gone, because they didn't want to specify what was the actual reason, because they wanted me to, in a sense, take down, pretty much all of those videos on purpose. And the other thing that I found very interesting as well too, and I've been noticing this, is that a lot of the videos that I covered, some of which I covered before a lot of other people, and I'm noticing a replay of a lot of those older videos, and it's like a lot of people of right now of 2026 don't even realize that they're watching videos from, let's say like 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2020. They don't even realize that they're watching a lot of older videos. But now I'm looking at all of these videos and I'm like, okay, so I basically had to collapse all of that stuff down a while back. A lot of the videos that I covered, I'm now seeing those clips directly on X, right? And I'm like, people, do people not realize that this is old footage? I'm like, they're specifically placing and putting these clips up for a specific reason, because I've noticed that even with the racist videos that I've covered and I showcased to y'all years ago, you got people re-uploading those now, right? Because people can't go to whoever the original person was that set up to upload it on X or whatever platform it was, because it's so long ago. A lot of people are not about to do that research, go through all that data and all the other type of stuff. So they're just going to look at the very first thing that they see. And a lot of people are, unless they can basically tell by the environment, the type of weather, or something that is going to let them know the time and the date of which the video was taken, a lot of people are going to basically assume that it's recent, that it's within at least like this year, maybe the last part of last year or something like that. And I'm like, it's not, especially quite a few of these racist videos that I see. I'm like, yeah, this is several years old. But I'm like, they're trying to bring it up at this moment in time in order to get black people to react. And that's the main issue that I have. It's like if people were, putting it up there, if they titled it like, "Hey, blasphemy," like if there was more context directly to it, which there's not, then it would be completely cool and fine. But to put it up there and to put it up during the time of this and knowing everything that's going on in order to entice or excite people, it's like that's when it becomes problematic. And that's why I told people before, this is why I like the fact that I'm in this area, I'm in this social media thing, because I can see certain things that other people are not going to be able to see and, and directly understand. And I can see how media out here by a variety of platforms is being used in order to target specific groups. So just like for, white people out there, they got the people on the far right that, are putting all this rhetoric and whatnot or whatever about like black Americans and da 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 and all this other type of stuff. And then they want to repeatedly show some few far and in between videos of quote unquote black Americans sitting up there attacking or doing whatnot or whatever. And then on the whole other side, you got people sitting up there putting up the reverse videos. And I'm like, yeah, this is not. And I'm looking at this. I'm like, yeah, everybody getting played. I'm like, everybody is getting played. And that's why I told y'all before, like years before we got to this extent where we got continuous information of black folks, stuff happening to black folks, gotta paraphrase, stuff happening to black folks down south. This is why I sat up there and told people, like, hey, you gotta monitor your emotions, you gotta look with logic, you cannot be reactionary. Because this is exactly what they want to sit up there and happen. They're trying to sit up there, amp up, and charge up stuff directly on social media. Like I said, art imitates life, and life imitates art. They're trying to supercharge stuff on social media, give all of this, type of news and information, so that it'll supercharge people in real life, so that people will react a certain type of way. And that's the main thing I kept trying to tell people, especially black folks, time and time. Like I say, you can't tell nothing to white folks. It is what it is. That's a done deal on our side. They ain't gonna listen to nobody, right? Up until everything is said and done, and then when it is, now they're like, oh my God, what have I done? I got to sit up there. It's too late. It's too late. Like I said, it's crazy. What is it? Minkai, what is up? You said the tube has been actively destroying itself. Such is the world these days. You said it doesn't surprise me that they would start doing stuff like this. LOL. 88 said, you're honestly my favorite news reporter. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I try. Now, another video that we got that I gave directly to you guys is this one. And the amount, let me sit up there and tell you the amount of folks that pulled up and that had a problem with the video. I'm like, man, I wish as opinionated as people would be, when I start bringing up the Bible and the Holy Trinity and I wish black folks would be this opinionated on all of these other videos, that I would have like this much, type of like, I'm not going to say anger, but this much energy. I wish I could see this on the other videos that I put out, right? But I don't happen to get that in a lot of instances, right? Let me see. Can I? Let me see if I can get this for you guys real quick. Let me see. How can I take off? Okay. So we're just, yeah. Okay. So yeah. So we'll do that. And I'm just making sure everything in the back is completely cool and fine before I put this up there. Just gotta make sure. All right. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have to minimize this. And let me see, is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. It was a little bit loud. All right, so I do that. Go back here. Let me see, it's still working. Okay, yeah, audio is still working. So now, right, this is the video, and I was basically explaining the whole thing dealing with AI. So, but look, before I get there, let me just make this very clear. I know for a fact that a lot of folks who left a comment, and I'm talking about the ones that wasn't trying to hear or listen to nothing. I know a lot of them did not watch the video. It's 31 minutes long, right? And the greater majority is pretty much me talking and expressing certain sentiments and feelings and everything of the sort when it deals with the the black community as a whole. And I specifically stated that I'm talking about as a whole. And I told people like I don't really care for you, the anecdotal things that they're going to try to say to justify that. Oh well, it's actually more than. I'm not trying to hear that. I'm talking about as a whole, right? And the other thing I mentioned, and I know the reason why a lot of these church folks they got offended is because I brought up the church, and I specifically stated because they none of them, any of these church folks, they could not state to me any of the churches that are specifically really trying to quote unquote save and uplift the people of which that go there to the church in order to worship, in order to get the word. They're not showing me a variety of churches in the community that are just hosting trade schools and uplifting people, from the ground up. They're not showing me any of these churches, and I'm talking about like the most out of all of the multitudes of churches that we have, you're not even showing me half that have trade schools uplifting the people, that have anything dealing with like computers or AI in order to, fast track people to the um, understand how to break it down, how to work it, how to program, how to move directly with it, and everything of the sort. Because the main context that I gave within the video was that ABC News went over to China, and the Chinese over there have they have teachers, they got classes where they got their single digit kids in these classes on computers learning how to write and program AI. One of the little girls made three different apps, and one of those apps, she's automatically already making money directly on it. Now, in reference to that, I'm looking at Black America, and I'm like, where do we specifically have that? Right? Where do we have this where we got a multitude of black folks out there in the community teaching these kids about single digit kids AI to the point where they're making money before they hit the age of 10. That's what I'm saying. And like I said before, I'm not trying to look at the anecdotal like, oh yeah, we got John over here, over here in Philly, and then we got Bob over here in like New York, and then we got somebody over here in Cali and another one. I'm like, that's not enough. That's not enough to be competitive. That is on a micro scale. It on that scale, it doesn't matter. Like I said, I'm looking for large numbers. I'm looking for some 35, 45%. I'm looking for some high percentile. Like when we sit up there and look at the black community, how many kids are in sports? You understand what I'm saying? How many black kids in basketball? How many of them in football? Right? How many of them are in boxing? Huh? Like I said, like when you look at that, you can sit up there and give a number. You can sit up there and say a large amount. You can even go to colleges and look at how many of our kids are directly in those sports. But nobody can give that same large number as when it deals with tech, when it deals with the understanding, right? So let me screen share. Let me see where it is. Right. So, this is the back of the comment section. Right. Technically, I could have just went to the what's the name? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll just do it that way. It'll look better. Oh, let me just go to the actual what's the name because it'll look better from that angle. I gotta pause the video so it doesn't. That's why I did it this way because now I'm trying to look for. Okay, there we go. Now I got the comments to show up. Okay, there we go. So now I gotta sort by newest. Okay, there we go. So let me share it that way. Technically, I should have shared it the other way because now you can see the other videos on the side. I mean, it's whatever, right? So now we're looking, clear cut at the channel, right? We got one person, whole paragraph. Like I said, the energy that people normally have. I wish people had this energy on the other videos that I put directly up. This person said, Gary Moore. He was like, bro, most young blacks are not in church. I didn't say that they were, but I said that the church has a grip still to this day on the black community, right? It has a pacifying type of energy. The average black church has mostly old people, 45 and over, and majority of people that are they're women. No, duh. The church was a bad example you gave. No, it wasn't. Most black men under 40 with good income are working good paying blue collar trades or in school while working full time. Only dumb ninjas or lazy women in the hood with no job or ambition are the ones falling behind. No, just because you have people that are working blue collared or everyday jobs, they're not keeping track of like this is the thing that gets on my nerves. Just because people are here working doesn't mean that they're keeping up with geopolitics, that they're keeping up with finances, they're keeping up with all of the movements dealing with tech and AI. They're not. They're not. They're just focused on their every single day. Like, I don't know why he's trying to write this as if like, yeah, because people are working, these blue collar 9 to 5 jobs, like they're up on everything. No, they're not. It's- no, they're not. Even the world's smartest people are not up on everything. They can still miss things. There's still some things that are outside of their field of view, right? Then he said a lot more black youth than you think are very tech savvy and AI savvy. My son, and this is what I'm talking about with those anecdotal type of things. He said my son and my nephew been making gaming apps and using AI tools to help them with schoolwork since like 2022. Uh they the ones that put me up on game about AI. I didn't have to force it to them or teach them. So, but didn't I sit up there and state but so that basically goes against what it is that he tried to state earlier. He was like, "Yeah, nobody's gonna be left behind. You got a lot of blue collars and this, that, and the third." But you were like, you learned about all of this stuff by way of kids. So without those kids, you would have been left behind. You wouldn't know nothing about nothing when it deals with a lot of this tech and this AI and how things are. He said, they learn a lot of knowledge about tech and AI on their own, and my son is only 14. Many young black youths already know AI is the future, and they educate themselves and their peers a lot more than you think. Why don't you stop being a dick and highlight blacks that do good or are already on AI wave, teaching others to the best of their abilities? Stop being such a sour ninja. Only old people in the black community struggle with AI, but the youth and middle-aged people, for the most part, are not as behind as you think. Just because I think he means some black people in your inner circle ain't up on some ish doesn't mean that every black person, black people that I know of are in and know about AI and compute. Yeah. Like I said, the that assumption right there is immensely crazy. And on top of that, how he took it as a personal attack because he knows of two kids that are very close to him. This is why I told people like, yo, stop taking stuff personal. I need people. This is why I told people a majority stop taking you too old to be taking stuff personal. Wasn't nobody talking about your kids specifically? I don't even know your kids. Wasn't nobody talking about your kids specifically? But I'm talking in general though. I understand if you want to get offended when I'm specifically pointing at you and I'm talking about your kids by name and everything of the sort. That's not what happened. Like I said, it's too many emotional people about here. You hear one thing and then you automatically want to jump directly into your feelings. That's crazy to me. Um, ain't up on some stuff doesn't mean every black person in America is just dumb and backwards when it comes to AI and modern technology with the laughing emoji. Like I said, when you look at it as a whole, the black community, they're not moving in the way of tech. They're not moving in the way of AI, computers, and all the other. That's not something that's happening. When I look at Asian countries, when I even look at other groups of people around the world, right, on a competitive landscape, all of them are moving in that area. They are also specifically putting their kids there. They're also placing themselves there when it deals with the job market. Like I said before, how many large tech businesses do out of the United States, how many big tech businesses do we have that are Black American? Or better yet, that we're running? Like I said, it clear cut shows. We got black folks rap, we got black folks sports, we got black folks normal 9 to 5, right? Black folks in college. But when it deals with technology, we are not a major slice directly of that pie. We are not, and those are just the facts. Those are the hard facts. It be like that. Like I said, we spend money on everything, but when it deals with trying to build and push stuff directly forward, meaning in tech to be competitive with everybody else, that's not really the area that we tend to do stuff in. And it's like that. And the main part that I was trying to bring up was the same thing I said back in during the pandemic. The whole main thing is to get in and get out, right? Or at least to get in to have an understanding so that you can figure out something that you can take from it and use and create your own thing. And the main reason I set up and brought up the church and the Bible is because every single time I have these conversations, either if it's dealing with like AI, computers, or crypto, black folks are main ones. It's the devil, it's Satan, it's the mark of the beast. It was prophesized, it was already foretold, and yada yada yada, and this that and the third. I'm like, that's cool and great. You can do both things at the same time, right? You can hold on to those scriptures in your heart, but you can also learn stuff of the real world. But I'm like, also at the same time, if you really want to be real with it, you're with already within the devil system, right? Everything is Satan. God didn't make technology, correct? Got barcodes, scans, all that. That's basically quote unquote prophesized. That is the devil. That's the mark of the beast. All this other type of stuff. So that's your cell phone, your computer, tablet, video game system, anything that you use that has a chip directly in it. It be like that. If you're using money, and I said this, I've been saying this directly over the years. If you're using money and God we trust, God didn't make that money. God made what? Gold, silver, palladium, copper, and all those other types of precious metals, right? The metals that you get directly from earth. That would be considered or called God's money, right? That is the real currency, right? The currency of the earth. Paper is not. Man made that, right? So again, you're using devil's currency. And then the other part that I sat out there and brought up, because if people want to sit up to be real with it, I'm like, all right, if money is the root of all evil, God didn't make the greenbacks, right? Those dollars, the Benjamins, and all this other type of stuff. That means that somebody else had to make it, which would mean Satan. So if you're using that same money and you're going to church and you're giving that directly to the pastor, now what does that mean? You understand what I'm saying? Like it starts looking real murky, starts looking real shaky. But then somehow, some way that people want to write that off. And want to make it seem like, well, when the money comes into the church, it's no longer the devil's money, it's God's money now. Because I'm like, okay, magically everything is washed away, including what's dealing with that money. But you're still using the cell phone though, which is a barcode, data information. It's able to track you. It's basically, a key to gain access to your money. Isn't that what they basically said, prophesied in the Bible, that you're going to have these digital barcodes and everything in order to get access to food, water, shelter, and all this other type of stuff. If you happen to take, the mark, you'll be able to do whatever. But if you don't, you're going to sit up there and starve. It's getting to the point now where you have to depend directly on your cell phone in order to gain access to your bank account, in order to go directly to websites dealing with your job, because everybody ain't carrying a computer. So away from the computer, you have a supercomputer, a smaller one, which is basically your cell phone. You know, like I said, it's crazy. It's crazy how people want to be selective. Another person underneath want to say, teach your children to not sell out. This guy has no clue stick. And then underneath, you said, this person said, you have no clue stick to YouTube. Like I said, I'm not even sure what that even means. All of this is fake. You think it's real, LOL. Like I said, when people are trying to like speak in riddles, I got to just look at people as crazy. I just gotta look at people as crazy because like I said, I know and understand that sometimes the way that I talk, things might not follow up exactly how it is in my mind, but I know it makes sense somewhere. It's somewhere around the world at 2 o'clock. It's making sense somewhere, right? But this right here doesn't make any type of sense. Um, Indigenous, another person said, Black Americans need to stop listening to people. That's all they do is use our communities because they look like us. Remember, AI data centers is overrated. Like Black Americans didn't create technologies the world and Europe use because what we created. I don't listen to people act like they doing us favors. Same millionaires have partnerships with the European colonizers and others. LOL. Malcolm X called it all talk from these puppets. He's talking about the black billionaire that I referenced before that has enlightened people to how things are moving. Dealing with tech because he's in that space, dealing with tech and everything of the sort. Again, like I said before, I can tell by the comments that people leave if people are actually listening or at least bending an ear to hear what's being stated. Like I said, there's somebody who'll probably get to a part in these comments where you'll see the person, it was a troll anyway, but a perfect example of somebody who decided to just see the title and not even look at the video. We'll probably get to that a little bit later on. Let me see. Oh yeah, I'm not reading that. I'm not. Let me just be honest. I'm not even reading. This is a live stream, but I'm not even reading that wall of text. I'm not even doing that. That's crazy, brother. It's like you didn't even. Let me let y'all know something. In a lot of instances, I tend to ignore wall of text like this because I'm like, yeah, I'm not even gonna. I'm not. I don't even think I have OCD or whatever. But I'm like, I can't focus on this. I'm like, my eyes are just everywhere. I'm like, I'm catching on. I'm looking at it as a whole, and I'm catching on to certain words here and there throughout the area instead of reading the whole thing. Could have at least spaced it out. Like that is a giant wall of text. I don't know why people do this. I don't know why people do this and then expect people to sit up there and read it. I in a lot of instances, unless I really want to make the time, I'll sit up there and do it. A lot of times, like, yeah, nah, this ain't it. I'm like, yeah, we're bypassing this. And then people keep liking their own comment. That's not going to do anything. Liking your own comment is not doing anything. I need people to stop. I need people to stop. I don't do this to my. Wait, have I done that once? I might have done it earlier on. I might have gave myself a heart. I'm like, yeah, I did that one. But just in general, this doesn't make any type of sense. this don't make any type of sense. And a lot of trolls tend to sit up there and like their own comments as if somebody's actually there. I'm like, yeah, nah, I know you liked it first because I can clearly see it. I can see it directly in the background. It's like, let's stop playing. Right. Shout out to Brother Allen. Shout out. Yo, Bushido, what's going on? 88 said, LOL. Yeah, the cell phone is literally a wrist chip look down. Yep, it is. Sharp said, if you're using a credit card, you already have the mark. Yep. And you said, and that dude wrote a whole book. Yeah. That's bars. Shout out to Brother Allen for the $5. Don't know, much love, respect, and appreciation. Good sir. Good morning. Good morning. Another person said, I told my son many years ago the movie I Rot will be reality after a while and then will be in extreme trouble. FBA Mike said Asians are 7% of the American population, all Asians. What's 20% of white Americans, 24% of black Americans, and 26%? But I'm not even sure what he was trying to say there. I'm not even, maybe I'm reading it incorrectly, but I'm not even. Yeah, like I said, I don't know. Maybe somebody can break that down for me. Maybe my brain is just like it's stuck on morning at this moment in time. But yeah, I'm not even sure what's happening with that comment there. Another person said every empire collapsed in 250 years. I'm pissed because my folks are waking up and now the greatest country of all time. Another person said, sounds like the movie Tenet. And that was a good movie too. Sounds like the movie Tenet. Prophecy scene that hasn't manifested yet in reality. Do you actually believe that people that have read the Bible? Whoa, let me read that again. You said, do you actually believe the people that have read the Bible you haven't touched clearly should take your science fiction theories like Batman and Robocop BS future as facts? Terminator and Judge Dredd are not real, my brother. The earth, the clouds, the life, and the oxygen are. With all of your knowledge, I would have thought that you would have read the scriptures. See, this is the main thing that I'm talking about. And this is why I said before when it deals with those who are Christians. Let me just put it like this again. This is the thing that turns off a lot of people from religions where they don't even want to touch it. And again, dealing with one of the main faiths. Again, I've been to a Christian, Catholic, Baptist, right, schools. are the most judgmental people by far. Well, the most judgmental people by far. Every single time, bar none. Bar none. Like I said, and I done ran into some other people that might be like, let's say, like potentially, let's say, like a Satanist. No judgment there. Muslim, no judgment there. Um, what else do we got directly up in there that might have ran directly out? Mormons, I think I might have seen them maybe once. No judgments. Um, Jehovah's Witnesses, that varies. That one that one varies. That one will vary. That one vary. But again, dealing with like Christian, Catholic, Baptist, the most judgmental that I have seen yet. And it's like, yo, man, how can you sit up there and talk when you haven't sat up there and read the scriptures? This is the thing. You can have scriptures, but as I stated before, and my mom has continuously stated, God also gave people common sense. And it seems as though that people are foregoing common sense just to hold on to scriptures. And I'm like, all of this talk about people knowing the scriptures and understanding how, everything worked because it was foretold and whatnot. I'm like, so why are you still using normal money? Why are you still, using paper money? Because again, that's not God's money. Shouldn't you be using gold, silver, and all of these things? You should be having like a bag of gold on you, and you should be, doing bartering or something like that. You shouldn't be using quote unquote the devil's money. Like I said before, can't none of these Bible thumpers sit up there and tell me on the back of the dollar where it says "In God we trust." What God are they talking about? I've for years. This is what, like 7+ years. I've presented this question, and I'm still waiting on for them to sit up and say, "What God are they talking about?" Everything has been prophesized. Everything has been foretold. So it should be very easy to sit up there and relay the information on what God they're talking about on the back of that money. That's all I'm saying. Still ain't hearing nothing back from these folks. But they can come up in the comment section and leave these type of judgments. And then the other craziest part, what was it? Let me see, clouds and oxygen. And then the person want to sit up there and say like, everything that you're talking about when it deals with these movies, like a Minority Report, an I, Robot, a Terminator. It's like it's not real stuff. It's not a reality. I'm like, are you looking at the robots that they are currently making in China? You can go over to let me explain something to y'all real quick. You can go over to China and buy you a robot that can walk on both legs and use its arms for some thousands of dollars. They also got robot dogs, right? They also got large drones that you can sit up there and buy. So it's crazy to me when somebody is sitting up here telling me that, yeah, all of the stuff, the science fiction stuff that you're talking about, it's not even real. The ground in the air, that's what's real. The scriptures, that's what's real. All of the sci-fi stuff, it's not real. Okay, all right. And then people want to sit up and say I'm the one that's lost. It was crazy. Another person said, Black Americans will never be left behind in anything. Why do y'all keep pushing fear to our people only to watch us overcome all the odds? And again, people that don't listen. People don't listen. There are Black Americans that are left behind. Like I don't understand how this works. All right, proof of which, let me show you left behind. We got a lot of Black men that are in the prison system. Are we going to say that they are currently with us in society at this moment in time and they know every single thing that's going on? Or are we going to sit up there and state that they were left behind the moment in time, whatever date that they got locked up? You got some dudes that were locked up since the 1970s. Are we going to sit up there and say that they're not left behind? The last bit of information that they knew about anything was realistically of the world was 1970. Technology and cars, music and everything was vastly different. Those people who got locked up in the 70s coming out now, they're literally coming into it. It was almost as if they were frozen. Realistically, they don't know how to work the tech. They don't know nothing about these systems. They don't know nothing about these computers or how to move or whatnot. They don't really know much. The only way that they technically know information is if family is potentially visiting them, if they were maybe able to keep track of stuff on TV, or if those prisons were nice enough to allow them to work on computers. Chances are not. Or better yet, if somebody brand new came in. And then that person informed them of certain things that was transpiring, taking place, and happening. Right. So then we got a classic person that is here. One of many said, "My question is, why do black people have to follow others?" Question mark. But don't a lot of black folks follow religion? That would, in a sense, be following others. You follow a religion due to the fact of who taught it to you. So if a pastor or a church didn't hand it to you, then somebody in your family taught you and handed it down to you. So the teachings of others are the teachings that you hold on dear to, and the teachings that you're going to pass on. It's not of your own accord. Didn't just sit up there and find it yourself, right? And he said, so the so what about AI? Right? Black people have always been the canary in the coal mine. Everyone is being affected, not just us anymore. Like I said, let me just reiterate, I don't care about everybody else. I don't care about everybody else and how it is that they're being affected. Everybody else don't got nothing to do with me, don't got nothing to do with black kids, don't got nothing to do with black men and black women, black elders, black men. It don't have nothing to do with nothing. That's the thing. Like when I hate when people try to all lives matter a situation when you're being direct and you're specifically talking about the black community. People are like, it's not just the black community, it's everybody. So what? Why am I supposed to care? Everybody else has people of their own communities that are representatives that can speak directly on that or for them if they want to. Right? Primarily, what I like to do is mind the business that has to deal with black Americans that can purely affect us. I'm not really going to be over somewhere else unless it's to prove a point or to bring up something that could potentially affect us by way of proximity or many other other things of the sort. And again, dealing with AI and dealing with computers, it's the whole instance of being able to understand and being able to use it as a tool to build and to push yourself forward or to, again, push at least quite a bit of the black community forward so that they can start to make money from it. Because the moment of time that you can understand this tech and how it works and you can take something directly from it, you can formulate ideas and businesses. And then from that, you can sit up there and get your type of wealth or in a sense, start up a generational wealth. Because the main thing that I've stated before is that for the longest time, we have always specifically asked, right, the government, but like, yo, give us, reparations, cut the check, and this, that, and the third. You're going to be waiting until the third coming of Christ in order to sit up there and get that money. That's just how it is. Up until that point, since you're still waiting, what you could do is while you're making that trail and waiting for that reparations, that long haul, that long trek, you can create some things that's going to give you generational wealth. So by the time, quote unquote, you get those reparations, if and when it does happen, it'll be an add-on. It's not going to be something that you directly automatically need, something that's automatically going to be used that, yeah, this will sustain me forever. Nah, you already created that. Whatever the government basically gives you, it'll be an add-on, and you can use that to invest and put that there and put that. You can do a variety of things, directly with it. But like I said, um, I can do videos like this and I can speak like this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that people are actually going to sit up there and listen because again, that's not what people specifically want to hear. Because in a lot of instances, as I've stated before, people would rather you tell them that, hey, this, that, and the third is basically, the problem. And this is 100% what we need to sit up there and focus on versus us basically focusing on us, building certain things, getting certain things together, investing properly, managing properly, building properly and together, having a certain type of understanding, and also sharing the understanding, that building and the information with other folks or like-minded folks directly in the black community so that at least a nice majority of us could actually flourish, right? But that's too much of a tall order. That's too much responsibility. And a lot of people are not about, responsibility. And a lot of folks are not about being consistent, right? Chris said, and who is mainly to blame? Black fem How do we get here? Said black feminists over the past 50 years, our own women use every angle in the industry to remove black men and boys from leadership positions, from our homes to college campuses to political. How do we get here? How do we get yo, this was let me tell you something. For some of y'all older black dudes out here, like I said, y'all can sit up there, maybe, make some points on the other videos that I make. Like, y'all do the same thing that I've seen black women do on just random videos. Y'all will bring up something that really at the point of making videos, and whatever the content is, it has nothing to do with the actual what was being stated. Nobody in any of the clips that I gave blamed black women for anything at all. But you decided, with the old style mentality that you have, you be like, yeah, it's to blame. Yeah, let me just sit up here and blame black women real quick. What do you what like as a man? Why are you not sitting up there just building something? Now I got to sit up there and start sounding like the feminist. Why you not out here building something? Why you not out here creating? Like, what's really going? You're not going to sit up there and tell me. And again, I can sit up there and look at comments when I see stuff like this. I know this is an older guy, because you're not going to really find dudes in their 20s really talking this crazy. You'll usually see older black guys talking like this, talking crazy, because they're jaded and broken, just like the older black women. Those are very much broken sections of the black community that stir up stuff and keep stuff going, which don't need to be going. That needs to be put in a grave somewhere. I'm just going to be honest, because it's not helpful. It's not conducive to anything at all. It's just not. Like, both of those old styles, stuck in stone, Rosetta Stone mentalities, it needs to be put in the grave. And that's just, I can sit up there and say it honestly, because it's just not needed. It's doing way more harm than actual good. Like I said, it's crazy. Like, dog, I need y'all to really like move around. I really need y'all to sit up there. This is why I told people before, like, hey, you got videos where if you want to make comments like this, you can put it under there, and it'll fit directly with the topic. You leave this under videos, you look completely stupid. And it makes black men, in a sense, look stupid. And I don't care for the anecdote. Like, yeah, that's not making me look stupid. I ain't talking about you then. But you decided to jump. You decided to sit up there and have an opinion. So obviously I must be talking about you. Right? So next person, and this was the troll, right? Didn't even, and stated that they didn't even look at it, right? Multiple comment threads said, why would the black community be left behind? Darn, we can't catch a break. It's exhausting. One of many came back. It was like, I'm sick of this crap. Why can't we just be? Why must we have to be ahead or perfect? Why is it we aren't allowed to be flawed? I mean, black Americans are flawed. It's way too many flaws. And nobody, has any spackle or whatever to fill in any of those cracks. So it's like, so we're just walking with a million flaws. That don't make any type of sense. Instead of trying to continuously walk around being flawed, how about trying to walk around being partially healed, or on your way of being fully healed, right? Through way of knowledge and self-reflection. How about that one? Right? Responded to the troll, said, you don't have to sub. And I keep telling people this, for anybody, again, even sitting here, I'm straightforward. I'm, like I said, I'm not any other content creator. I really don't care at this point anymore. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. Stop sitting up there trying to tell me, because what it's going to end up happening, the moment in time I sit up there and see you leave a comment after this, and you talking about like, oh, I was thinking about, I'm just gonna block you. I'm just gonna block you, and you're gonna have to talk to God about it. Cause I'm like, y'all ain't about to keep trying to, for all of these years, doing this bird whistle type of stuff on the platform. Like, yeah, let me list this out here. I really don't even want to subscribe to this type of person. Let me write this comment to see who else basically feels this way. Like, I know I'm not the only one. You're going to be the only one in the shadow realm. That's what's going to sit up there and happen. That's what's going to happen. Then you had he responded, or she, whatever, said, I didn't view the video. I just read the title. So what exactly was the point of the video behind the title? I responded, you made a random comment without even hearing the video. GG, you got it, coach. Person responded, the title was enough for me to get turned off. What part of that don't you understand? Right? But I see you didn't explain the meaning behind the video. Let me reiterate again. I'm not going to sit up here. I may be a content creator, but I'm not going to put in all this effort and energy to give people information, knowing the fact that they're not going to listen to it or take it directly in. Or even when I give the full information, they still want more. They still want me to hand them more, force feed them, put it on the silver plate. I'm not about to do all that. I did it before, and it was very tiring. I did it before, wasted a lot of energy, and I saw I didn't get nothing directly up out of it. Right? It did, like I said, it didn't mean nothing. And like I said, that's me being honest. And I told people that a while ago. So this is why, like I said, instead of me walking ahead and basically into the future, like I'll do that on my own, but I'm going to walk where everybody else is. I'm going to walk the exact same walk. I'm going to take the exact same steps. So if I see trash on the ground, I know you see the trash on the ground. So we're going to sit up there and pick it up and address it and put it directly in a receptacle, put it in the garbage can. Right. I'm not going to be, light speeds ahead, basically picking up and doing this and doing that. It's not going to serve no purpose. It's not going to serve no purpose. Like I said, I'm not, like I told people before, I'm not about to sit up there and waste time and energy. I am not. And I mean just that. I am not. Like I said, if I might have the time to sit up there and do it, then maybe I might. This is why sometimes y'all might sit up there and see me um do videos where they might be like 25 or 30 minutes and I'm talking. That's because I'm in that mood to sit up there and talk. Not because realistically I want to, but the energy is realistically there because whatever we're specifically going directly with. Like I said, I ain't about to sit up here and do that. I'm not every other content creator. I've changed drastically from when I first started this, and I do not care if people decide, new people, hey, I'm not sure if I want to, then don't. And if you don't want to subscribe, don't even leave a comment. Show up the same way that you basically saw this video in silence. It's that simple. But obviously, that's asking too much, right? So then underneath, he said, no need to explain when the vid is right there. Use AI to make it easy. And that's the craziest part. Even on the platform, they have AI where you can summarize the video. You technically don't even have to even actually watch the video. If you, depending on what your web browser is or whatnot or whatever, you can summarize the whole video. You don't even have to sit up there and watch it. Right now, it's not really going to give you the ins and outs. It's just going to give you like a base, type of thing. But you know, person came back, said, that's what I thought. I ain't viewing nobody's video with a negative title towards Black Americans. Seem you're unable to comprehend the simplicity of my comments, shaking my head. And then I replied, I was like, okay. And then for whatever reason, it just like recopied, the exact same thing, which I don't know why it does that for the thread, which is weird. It's a whole double up there. Another person said transhumanism will be the next phase, and you can easily see who will be in line. Another person said FBAs will not be left behind if we get certified in AI and do what we need to do with it. But that's the key word. Let me highlight that. He said FBAs will not be left behind if. That's the key word. That's the pause right there. If you got to say if, that's the biggest problem. If, when, that's the problem. That means that it's not happening, or that it's not happening on a fast enough scale where it actually means anything. Like I said, that was the whole reason for me sitting up there, mentioning and talking about in the video, and with the frustrations and everything that I was giving off in that video. Another person said, if we weren't in the last minute of the last days, this topic would be more important. Focus on saving your life since many others aren't. Jesus Christ. Let me tell y'all something. Since slavery, you didn't had Black Americans sit up there and talk about these are the end times. Since slavery, how has that been going? Let me put it to you like this. This is the most frustrating part when it deals with Black folks. It's crazy how you want to put energy into bringing on or having the happening of the end times come right now versus you just surviving and trying to forge and make a way. It's like, God, just take me now because it's too difficult. It's too hard. I can't sit up and do this no more. I want the end to sit up there and come. The end can sit up there and come. That don't mean that you're going to sit up there and make it. Like I said, didn't they sit up and say like you was going to have like the whole like the trumpets and everything, and then the rapture. So God was going to come like a thief in the night. So you're going to have some of those, the very first ones, they're going to get snatched directly up with no problem. It don't matter where they are on the planet, they're just going to get snatched directly up, and then you're going to have a nice portion of people basically missing off the planet. The rest of those people are now there for judgment. You're going to have to figure some stuff out up until the next wave basically comes directly in. And I'm like, and that's why I keep like, I'm like, do you really think that you're going to make it at the end of the day? You like I said, for me, I don't even care. I don't even care at this moment in time. My main thing is that if I can put out information where people can survive just a little bit longer, that's the only thing that I care about. If you can survive just a little bit longer, that's the only thing that matters. Because a lot of these folks that talk like this, they really think that they're going to be the first ones on the boat. And I'm like, yeah, you better think about every single thing that you've ever thought of and or done in this life. You better think about every single thought you've ever done directly in this life, because if I'm listening correctly from all the times that I was in, these schools, everything matters. It doesn't matter or how microscopic it is to how large or Herculean it is. Everything matters. Everything gets judged. So, like I said before, a lot of these folks they talking like they walking around with the cleanest hands on the planet, and your hands are just as dirty as mine, if not dirtier. That's some crazy word. Like I said, I keep telling people the most judgmental people I've ever met in my life still pull up to the scene. Another person said the AI bubble is going to burst. Instead of encouraging the youth to go into AI, why don't we push them into trades? Not everyone can get into AI, but the trades will always be needed. I've talked about trades. See, this is the other problem that I talk about. This is why I said before. I know that a lot of people just don't do research and watch previous videos or whatnot or whatever. And it's like I've talked about trade schools. I might have even, listed trades and everything of the sort. I think we might even did a live stream about that during a point in time. I'm not everything is going to burst, right? The economy bursts. You had, what was it, the tulip bulb, whatever it was, during a point in time that came to an high, and then that drastically crashed. Right, back in the 80s, you had a whole thing that was happening there, crash. Then you had the whole thing that happened with the housing market back in like the mid 2000s, crash. Is going to sit up there and happen. We got inflation right now. It's probably going to be another type of crash. Like I said before, it's like it don't matter if it's going to burst or whatnot or whatever. You can even go back to the dot-com bubble era from the 90s. You had all of these dot-coms and all this other type of stuff, and then once the 2000s hit, only a few of those survived from the 90s. And then from those, you had other ones that basically forked off of what was out there, and then created this, that, and the third, and whatnot or whatever. The whole main point is, if you can see what's going on, you can understand it, you can implement yourself a type of knowledge base or a raft, so that you can ride that wave from the beginning to some type of middle destruction to whatever the end is, or the new end slash beginning is going to look like. That's the whole main point. It makes no sense to have this wealth of knowledge directly out there, and you being able, let me put it to you like this. Let me put it to you like this. Because this is the most insane part about going through some of these comments. A lot of these people don't even realize right now you can talk to AI and have it make you an app. For all of you people right now, for the few out here that's basically listening to my voice right now, you can literally go to whatever AI models that they have up here, and you can have the AI write an app for you. I'm talking about the same apps that you see directly on Google or your iOS stores. Those apps, in a lot of instances, or also in part, some of the games that you might even play, those were made by AI. You got artwork out here made by AI, clothing designs made by AI, designs for a variety of other things made by AI. You got people right now that have 3D printers. They might not know how to really draw anything, but they know how to specify what they want to create. And they give that prompt directly to AI. AI will take that directly in, and then they will draw up what it is to whatever specifications that they have. Then they will take that from that AI model, and then they'll import that to their 3D printer and turn it into reality. But like I said, none of these folks who are leaving these comments that I'm able to read, none of them are talking about that. So I know that they're not really privy to a lot of stuff, or how to do it, how to use it, and all of this other type of stuff. And that's the main thing I'm sitting up here saying. There's multiple gold rushes in a sense happening at this moment in time, and a lot of people are not even aware of it. AI is one of those. AI is one of those things that you don't have to have at this. And again, like I said, even dealing with like crypto or even like mining, you didn't need a degree. You didn't need to be in like finances or whatnot or whatever to jump directly in there and to see what it is that you can see, and get out and then reinvest and do all of this other type of stuff. building a crypto miner rig. You didn't have to really know about computers. You could sit up there and just research. Dealing with AI, you don't have to be a tech genius. You don't have to sit up there and go to college in order to get a $300 3D printer to have a Claude, a Kimiko, or whatever else is directly, or Chat GPT 5 or 6.0. You don't have to be tech savvy in order to write prompts and then transfer that into your 3D printer so that you can then make real world money from your idea. That's the whole main point that I'm sitting up here saying. Anybody that is listening to me can literally do that. There are people on Etsy right now that are making money by way of a few $100 3D printer because they used AI, they used prompts to basically create. That could be somebody's like 8-year-old kid. Kids, a lot of kids, they sit up there and have ideas for toys and whatnot or whatever. A lot of kids can sit up there and just have fun with that. They can create their own toys. Like I said, there's also laser printers. So again, you might not know how to, use a laser printer, but you might know how to write a prompt, right? Or you know how to use text to speech. So you can talk back and forth with AI and you can basically get down to specifications. It can give you an image and a picture. It can break that down into an image that you can upload then to as a file to that laser printer. And then it can etch it onto that piece of metal, that piece of wood, or whatever it is. You got people making money literally on Etsy and all these other websites at home, having AI and using 3D printers or laser printers, or even making t-shirts. Like I said, that's what I'll be talking about when you got so many folks out here that's ready to get just offended. They're ready to get into their emotions. They're ready not to sit up there and listen. Like I said, I can sit up there and talk a lot about a lot of stuff and even go over videos, but I'm like, do I really have the time or the patience to, in a sense, do that? Is it really going to mean anything? Because that's what I guess, what is the word for that? Cynical? I don't know, but that's pretty much where I'm at this moment in time. Because I'm like, are people really going to sit up there and listen? Because, like I said, when it deals with the black community, this is the reason I talk about a lot of stuff because I want black folks to really be able to make it. If black people in the black community can spend money on junk and on trash and all this other type of stuff, what's a few $100s for a laser printer? What's a few like 10, 30, or $40 a month for a premium subscription to whatever, huge AI model that they got directly up there? That's going to be invaluable. Like the amount of things that you would be able to do and create directly with that is insane. Like they have websites right now where you can create your own comic book. They have websites right now where you can create your own book. Like you're at a point in time, just like with the previous things that I've brought up before, you're at a point in time where this is a gold rush where any and everything that you want to create and do from your mind, you can bring it directly into reality. But like I said, a lot of these people are so caught up on Bible and this, that, and the third that they're not paying attention. And this is why people are just stuck in the areas that they are directly and financially. And this is why I brought up the church. You're not showing me a plethora of churches in the black community that are talking about this, that are trying to educate those in the black community again to push them forward. Because the main thing I stated is that if people start becoming self-sustaining, a lot of the stuff that they, in a sense, directly leaned on to in order for safety, they're not going to do that. Right? Not saying that people are not going to believe in God and everything of the sort. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the church is a safety place from reality. People run to the church in order to be comfortable, in order to shelter themselves from whatever's going on in the world or even their own responsibilities. It's like, hey, I'm in this place, I'm in a church, at least for this 4, 5, 6, 8 hours. I'm basically free of any responsibilities. I'm free of any type of stress. I don't got to think about nothing. I don't got to worry about nothing. I don't got to manage nothing. I'm here because as long as I'm here, God is going to manage it. God is going to sit up there and do it for me. Right. But now, once you educate people, you inform them, you give them the knowledge base, you give them the tools, you teach them, you show them, you invest. That's what the church is supposed to do, right? You're supposed to invest directly into the people. You're supposed to give back, right? And from that fruit, you're then also going to sit up here and get some back in return. But that's not what the church does. The church is able to make money because they keep black folks specifically in one mentality, on one wavelength, on one level. They make sure to keep people directly at the buyer, at the giver, and at the worker level. That's it. The church is not creating people to be inventors. They're not creating people to be like these dreamers. They're not creating people to sit up there and be people that's going to change stuff directly in the world. Because the moment in time that you do that and you empower people, that then means that you're going to have less people in a sense in the church. If there's less people in the church can no longer stay open. The church is not going to be open because you can no longer decide to pay the top 1% that is there, right? Meaning the people on the stage and especially the pastor. And if the pastor can no longer have a church and he's not getting paid, now the pastor is just stuck. All of those hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars that the pastor is sitting up there getting, all of that lavish lifestyle, all of this and all of that, yeah, it's going to be gone. Like I said, going back to the video I gave y'all with Creflo Dollar, where he was like, God told me one day to come to y'all and ask for 40 or $41 million so that I can get a private jet and fly across the world in order to preach the gospel of the Lord. That's what he said. And I'm like, really? God told you that? Or was that the devil talking? I don't think God would tell you that, because God at least can look at the whole landscape and be like, well, you got technology. You don't need $41 million to sit up there and go to and from the world. You just got to make sure that people got a cell phone or Wi-Fi or some type of access so that they can hear you. Maybe you might need a little bit of money for that, but it don't take $41 million and it don't take a private jet. Like I said before, I look at all of this stuff, and again, all of these critiques that a lot of these Bible thumpers want to specifically give to me, they're not giving that to their pastors that they go to every single day, that's dressing better than them, driving better than them, eating better than them. Their kids are going to these prestigious schools or even some instances Ivy Leagues. They're taking vacations that they can only dream of or read directly about. The pastors are getting money that they would never even see in 2 or 3 lifetimes, living in houses that you would only see in lifestyles of the rich and famous. Shout out to Robin Leach, RIP. Like I said, that's crazy to me. All of the smoke for somebody that you would consider to be a non-believer, somebody that's not reading the scriptures and all this other, but nothing to the main people that you go to and you supposedly are getting the word from in the house of the Lord, in the house of God. It's crazy work. Another person said, I already decided to homeschool mine because this AI is going to backfire. Another person says, sci-fi has predicted so much of our future, but no one wants to hear what those stories say about AI. Comment section, somebody said that part. Another person said that reality doesn't have to happen, but it is. And it will. Like I said, it's only a matter of time. And my main thing that I've been sitting up to telling people for over 5, 6 or whatever years is that 2030 and 2035 is right around the corner. And that's going to be a very interesting time. And it's going to be a moment in time to see if a lot of folks are going to sink or swim, if people are going to catch on, if people are going to, try to learn, catch the wave and see what's happening. And also if people who have been prepared, how they're going to apply that knowledge and information. Or also how those who might not know anything about anything, how they're going to take in the information and apply it and start making moves. But as always, with every single generation, with every single wave, with every single movement, people will be left behind. That's just the way that it is. So for people to sit up there and tell me that black people are not going to be left behind, yes, there will be. Harriet Tubman sat up there and said that she saved 100 or 1,000 slaves, but she would have saved many more if only they knew that they were slaves. Again, she saved some people that walked directly with her. They heeded her word, that listened. But the rest she could not save, and she knows she couldn't sit up there and save them because they decided to be left behind, or they were still brainwashed, or they just believe that the reality that they have right now has to always be the reality from now to the future. So, like I said, it's crazy. Even with looking at everything that's happened in the past, like I told y'all before, the past is going to repeat itself in the future if people don't learn from the past. And a lot of these people in this comment section are clearly sitting up there showcasing underneath the video that they're not listening to even past examples beyond me. Another person said, all of those brainiacs better look out because AI is coming for those middle class jobs. You're going to see people with masters and PhDs working at Starbucks. Yeah. And I gave an instance of that in that video when I stated working at Whole Foods. And like I said, I wasn't a clerk, right? I didn't sit up to work at the cash register. I was working grocery overnight. And I remember when they first brought the self checkouts there. And I looked at it, I was like, oh, I'm like, they about to get rid of y'all jobs. They about to get y'all right on up out of here. I'm like, I could already see it. And before she said anything, right? The lady over the store, she was like, I know everybody sees like the self checkouts, but I want to assure you, your job is fine, it's secure, you're not going anywhere. We're just adding in, we're expanding, and we're adding this, that, and the third. And I'm looking at her and I'm like, I know you a liar because I know how technology works and I know why it's being implemented and how it's being implemented. I'm like I said, all of that calmness. Whenever this is what I'm going to simply tell you, whenever you start hearing these corporations or folks at your job telling you don't worry and stay calm, that's the moment in time that you need to be very much concerned. That's the time that you need to be very much concerned because chances are it will affect you inevitably, one way or another. Right. Let me put it to another extent. Right. So the thing that I wasn't there to basically see the implementation of, I would need to go back to that Whole Foods to see if they did it. Because usually at the higher price grocery stores, they start to implement a lot of things first, and then they'll put it in other places because they'll use those as a trial run, right? This is why you got the I was gonna say Amazon store, and I just said the name of it. But anyways, you know the grocery store I'm talking about, right? This is why you got a fully automated grocery store where it's AI, where it's all of that. They just got nothing but cameras and it's only a few workers that they do the shelves and everything of the sort, right? But moving away from that, in a lot of these stores now, I think I might have brought this up in a previous video where they have these what is it? The prices directly under the foods is digital. So it's reactive. So it has like a camera and it has a price directly on there. Those things will be basically be able to read you and more than likely have information on where you come from, who it is that you are, and everything of the sort. Basically, like Minority Report, how they have advertisements that are specifically for you. It's just like when I go on YouTube, I get advertisements that are specifically for me in extent because whatever information that they have, age, um, race, money, and all this other type of stuff, they'll make sure to sit up there and do that. That's how they run a lot of these ads. This is where a lot of people's data has been going. It's been fed directly into, a lot of this AI, type of stuff, and then spit directly back out to these other corporations who run the ads and everything of the sort, right? So you got these reactive prices that take place and happening. Who do you think that that's going to sit up there and impact job wise? That's now instead of impacting the people at the register, right, that ring you up. Now that's impacting the people on the floor, meaning the grocers. Because what people don't understand is that usually when it deals with the prices, we at a point when I was working there would have to get on the floor and do inventory. Inventory is basically when you go through and you start swapping the prices, you start pulling out, checking the dates on everything, getting rid of a lot of the old stuff so that everything is pretty much fresh. You get ready for brand new stuff to be placed directly on the shelf. You make room for other things and yada, yada, yada. You also work the back stock as well, too. Count it, you lost it out, all that other type of good stuff. That now means that is less manpower, or better yet, less money that those grocery stores have to spend overtime wise in order to pay workers to update the prices on underneath a lot of that stuff. The only thing that the workers may have to do, and they can just do that on an everyday basis. All right, we got this new product. Just pack this out, make room for it, pack it out, put up the little price thing, and then we're going to digitally, Wi-Fi wise, we're going to just update the price there. You don't even have to do the manpower and do that by piece by piece by piece. That stuff used to sit up there and take like some hours to do because I remember doing that during inventory and when people were sitting up there doing it, that used to take hours to do. Now that and cut that down. Now they're also saving money. That also means that that's less people that they would also have to hire in the long run as well. Then moving into a lot of these hypermarkets, which is something that I talked about way back during the pandemic. Hypermarket is basically a market where, as I explained to you earlier, I think they got one in Manhattan where they got a Whole Foods there, and it's pretty much almost self-running to a point, right? You got your app or whatever that you need to access the store. You got these digital baskets. You'll go shopping, you'll put things in the basket. So because Amazon already has, all your information and your account is already linked by way of the app or whatever it is, everything is already being tallied up. So all you have to do is literally go there, put the stuff that you want in the basket. It has a digital scanner and a reader that reads everything that's put in and also placed out. So if you add some into the basket, it'll add it to the total. If you take something out, it will directly take it out. It has cameras and everything all over, right? So you take the basket, buy your stuff, and then you just exit out. I mean, I guess you can put it in a box or put it in some bags or whatever, but pretty much it's an in and out type of thing. You don't got to touch a register or anything. That's going to be the future. A few years ago, I want to say about like 2 years ago, I think I brought to you guys a story dealing with Kroger and how Kroger was already implementing the digital, baskets and all of this other type of stuff. And y'all, like I said, slowly but surely, it is going to happen. Slowly but surely, it's going to be implemented. It's going to happen. So if y'all went to any of these stores and y'all sat up there and saw like the little robot, I guess, cleaning the floor, soon enough you're gonna and give it. I'm gonna put it. I give you about like 10 years. 10, maybe 15 years, but depending on how AI and everything is moving, it might be a little bit less, right? Somewhere within the 10 to 15-year time range, you're going to start to see, um, I think what is the correct word? Bipedal, but basically you're going to see these robots that are walking on, two legs, got arms and everything, walking around. They might have a mop or something. They'll send them out to clean up a spill. You'll be able to talk to it and say hi. The robot will say hi and wave directly at you with the broom and whatnot, and it'll go through the aisle and it'll clean it up and then walk back to where it needs to, throw it away. So instead of seeing that robot, that tall robot on wheels at a stop and shop or whatever market that you go to, it's going to be a robot that's walking around like you. And then it'll get to the point where we'll also have those robots that'll be there to help the elderly carry their groceries. Like I said, I already see where this is going. I kid you not. As I can see it right now, it's like I can physically touch it. Like, and it's like to try to explain stuff to people, it's like folks are just not going to sit up there and understand up until they're actually able to see it. And in a sense, it is a scary thing, and it's not. Because it's like, wow, it's like look at how technology is sitting up there moving. And it's like, wow, it's like, huh, this is this is gonna be this ain't gonna be, this ain't gonna be good technically. Because the other thing that I look at as well too is that a lot of this stuff, if it's digital, is hackable. Like I said, gotta give credit to where credit is due. You got a lot of knowledgeable people who are hackers, um, and they know how to hack into a variety. So if they can hack into the government and not be seen, those folks can hack directly into these ordinary systems. Like I said, you got people that hack into Ring doorbell cameras all the time. At one point in time, about a year or two ago, you had people that was hacking directly into other people's Wi-Fi, and they was talking directly to, let's say, if a kid had a Wi-Fi bear or they had an Alexa or whatever it was, they were hacking into that and they were spying on families, on the kids, and talking directly to them and all this other. Like I said, it was crazy stuff. And that's because that, these things are not really secure. They're not as secure as they need to be, right? And then when you throw like quantum computing, and again, looking at the comment section, that's something that a lot of these folks they're not even too privy of or even talk about it. What when you go into quantum compute, basically, let me put it like this, and it's just on a basic type of thing that both me and you can sit up there and understand. Quantum computers, if somebody basically with the know-how of computers had a quantum computer, they would have the whole world in their hands. There would not be, it doesn't matter how long your password is, right? It doesn't matter how difficult you sat up there and made it. Every single system will be compromised. There would be nothing out here that they would not be able to get into if you had one good hacker that had access to a quantum computer. So this is why I want to say about a year and a half to 2 years ago, you had in the news, it was this race where you had before this whole RAM and everything that was happening with computers, it was a whole thing dealing with quantum computing. Before we really, in a sense, got to the AI and got to the whole RAM shortages and whatnot, we were dealing with the quantum computers, and we're dealing with the whole thing of what was it, China and America. That was almost for that part the brand new race of who's going to get to the quantum computing, this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff, right? But while that was all happening, they were already implementing a lot of these AI data centers and whatnot or whatever across the country. They were already implementing, working on those and whatnot or whatever. And like I said, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But I'm pretty sure. Oh, my bad. I ain't been looking at the comments. I've been just sitting up here talking. What is it? Rabbit said, I only like my comment to troll white people. Shannon was like, looking closely to a iRobot. Sorry, if you ask me. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Sharp said, yeah, Asians hold the wealth with white people in second place, Hispanics, Latinos third place, and Black Americans last. 88 said people will break every 10th commandment, then try to condemn someone who doesn't worship Sky Daddy. Rabbit said, I stopped talking to Black Christians. I stopped taking Black Christians seriously when they said Black people deserve being colonized and enslaved. Oh yeah. I saw the woman that said that on the what's the name. 88 said, large drones are literally UFOs. 88 said, random. The fact that you can talk for 5 hours straight with no script is genuinely kind of mind blowing. It all sounds really professional too, even without the edits. Hey, much respect and appreciation. Like I said, that's pretty much off the cuff. I put it pretty much, and this is why I feel like I need to edit a lot of stuff. I wish I could edit directly on the fly because there's a lot of like dead air sometimes and whatnot. But that's just me in general. Being able to talk, like if I got a place in a sense where I can just talk, it's like it's going to be going to and from a variety of places. This is why we have the live streams that we have, where it's like we'll deal with like politics, we'll deal with racism, we'll deal with people not liking Black Americans, we'll do Black conservatives, deal with stuff with like the United States, stuff with like money, stuff with tech, and stuff with gaming, stuff with comic books, stuff with movies, stuff in the 90s, dealing with your favorite stuff. This is why it goes pretty much everywhere. Like that's how conversations have always been. That's the way it's always been. But I just don't do it that often. I mean, I do it more so on live streams. In real life, I don't do it that often because, like I said, everybody's different. Everybody ain't just trying to, sit up there and talk, and folks don't really got the energy for that. So within that sense, having that understanding, I'm not going to say you technically like dumb yourself down, but you just let it be. You just let other people basically like talk more or whatever, because it's just easier, whatnot. I don't know. Brother Alice said, that dude is toxic. Talking about the previous comment. Pink said there are various AI programs that are out there that people can take for free. Yeah, yep. And at a point in time, this is the other thing I might have listed as well too during the pandemic. There were certain computer courses that you can go directly to Google, and you can get certified. You can take whatever classes in a test, and you can get a certification directly from Google for free. There's a lot of other companies that offer things like that as well. One of the other videos, I'm not sure if I brought that to you guys, but I think it's like Lowe's, one of the hardware places. They offer classes and trades and many other things that people can get certified, directly in as well too. Right. So, like I said, there's a lot of stuff all over the place. Rabbit said, exactly, it's 2026, and we still have grown Black people still believing in colonial fairy tales. You also said, I think climate change will destroy the economy and global society. Crop failures due to the soil being too hot and dry has been increasing the past 20 plus years. Sharp said, I've been writing shows and movies and books and stories using AI and been locked in. That's good. That is very, very good. Like I said before, it's a very great creative tool that ordinary people can sit up there and use, because like I said, I'm going to put it to you like this. There's going to get a point in time. So the best example that I can use is crypto, right? There was a point in time that any and everybody could basically talk about it, get directly into it. There's going to be a point in time that they're going to lock down that whole crypto area, and they're going to put it into like the finances, like so, sort of like how it's like stocks and bonds. They're going to lock it down like that. And the only way to really access or do whatnot or whatever, you got to have a degree, financial degree and all this other type of stuff. And like you got to be certified, right? So that's why I set up and told people like at this moment, this is the Wild Wild West, right? This is the gold rush where any and everybody can go out there and get it. If you can sit up there and find it, it is yours. Like you got it, right? You like I said, you might as well sit up there and get to it while you can. Because like I said, let somebody at their house find like a diamond or a piece of gold and watch the United States or the government or whatnot or whatever swoop directly in. Watch them swoop directly in. Let you sit up there and find 20 pounds worth of gold on your property or whatever. And watch somehow, some way, the government's like, up, eminent domain. We need this land. So we got paperwork basically showing this, that. And like I said, it's going to be something. So the same thing is going to soon enough happen with a lot of this AI stuff. It is going to be, locked up. If it's not locked up from a professional standpoint, they're going to lock it down by way of money. It's like, yeah, we got the best AI models out here, but you got to pay $1,000 in order to be able to use it. And how many people just readily got $1,000 to put on a what if to just try the AI model because it seems good. Like I said, it's easy right now. You got 5, 10, 15, 20, $50, you can sit up there and do. You can just try it out for a month, pay for a premium for a month, use a prepaid debit card or something, load the money up on there, connect the card, do it so you don't gotta worry about it touching your account or whatnot. So you can just automatically end it. Right. And I'm saying a prepaid debit card just in case you forget, because I forget about subscriptions all the time and they just be running. I'm like, yo, who just took $18 from my account? I'm like, oh, I forgot to turn off the subscription. Right. So you do it that way. And you just try for a month and see what you can do from it. But what I will sit up there and tell people is the same thing that I told people before is that with a lot of these instruments, with a lot of these tools, do research. There's free research online. Like I said, YouTube is a blessing and a curse. And YouTube is a very educational tool where a lot of people with the know-how, with the understanding, they have documented how it is to use a lot of this tech, and it's up there for free. So, like I said, and some people got like 8-hour courses. Literally, I kid you not, I've sat through some of these videos and probably fell asleep during half of it. But people have taken out the time to make courses. So you don't have to go to a Udemy. You don't got to sign up to a subscription or some other type of website or some other like ClickBank or ClickLink or whatever it is. You can go directly to YouTube and you can search a lot of this stuff up so that you can be decent at it. I'm not going to say proficient, because to be proficient, you got to, really have some hours, put directly down in order to do it. But I would hope that once people get directly into it, they will want to be proficient, that they, can pretty much backwards and forwards and, and everything in a sense. What was it? Mahoko, what is up? What is up? What is up? 88 said, CERN is like a quantum computer that's bars. 100% facts. 100%. Another person said, no jobs, no money, no buying. Hire people and stop firing them for AI. I said a couple of years ago, talking about this comment here, I said a couple of years ago, if they don't hire people, then who will purchase the products? People, you will still have a working class directly here. I'm not sure why people think that folks ain't gonna have money. Two ways that you'll have money. You'll still have a working class out here, and then a lot of other people will be dependent directly on the government. So, like I said, you will still have money out here some way or another. The other thing that I've listed as well too, and I've stated this years ago before we got to this point, I told people, I'm like, yo, all of these people trying to go to McDonald's and they working there, they were like, yo, I'm flipping fries for like 12 years. I need to sit up there. And again, let me just, so that people don't get offended. I'm not talking about those who are like, yo, I'm working at McDonald's, Burger King, or whatever fast food joint to work through the chain so that I could become a manager and then become an owner or something like that. I ain't talking about those folks. I'm talking about just people that are just fine working the fry spot at a restaurant for like 30 years. That's what I'm talking about. People who are, just there, right? Um, you got a lot of folks during a point in time, and I remember covering this when they were doing these boycotts at a lot of these restaurants because they were like, "Yo, our pay is only like 12 something. We deserve $15 and da 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 da." Right? And they was picking in and doing all of this other type of stuff, and then they got to 15. And then people are like, "All right, we got to 15. Ah, yeah, this 15 is too low." After just getting to 15, ah, yeah, the 15 is too low. You need to sit up there and start paying us, like $20 and all this other type of stuff. And I'm like, and that's going to be the straw that's going to break the camel's back because no restaurant is going to be like, you're such a great fry cook that you deserve to have 20 to $25 an hour for just making fries. They're like, where's the real value in what it is that I'm getting out of paying you this 20 to 25? I mean, the manager be like, I could just, not the manager, the owner be like, I could just do this myself. Or I can have one of my kids come in here and basically do it, and you won't even have a job because he can have one of his kids come in there and basically do it for 12 or 15 because the kid is, going to be put in that place so they can understand the work ethic and work their way directly up to, soon enough having being ownership directly of the business, running it when they're in their 20s or whatnot or whatever. So it's like I kept trying to tell people, I'm like, you're going to end up putting yourself into a corner where you're not going to be able to get directly out of. You're going to put yourself into a predicament where you're going to cause the business to be like, are you really worth the money that I'm paying you? How is it can I substitute you for something else that may cost me more money up front, but over time I'm going to make that money back because I don't have to worry about insurance. I don't got to worry about call outs. I don't got to worry about sick days. I don't got to worry about injuries. I don't got to worry about pregnancies. I don't got to worry about retirement. I don't got to worry about none of that. And now you got AI. So going back to one of the previous comments where the person was like, "Yo, the air and the ground is real. All of this stuff that you're talking about, Judge Dredd and RoboCop, is fake. It's not even reality." It is reality when you look at the fact that in a lot of these McDonald's, Taco Bells, and so on, they got kiosks. You order at a kiosk. You go up there. You're not even talking to an actual like. This is what people are not understanding. So just like how you had social distancing at one point during the pandemic and how kids and people weren't having an interaction with other human beings, that's where you're getting right now with a lot of this AI being placed in businesses. It's to the point where it's like you're just using a kiosk to make your order, not even talking to nobody. And the only time that you have a conversation is when you go up to the counter that doesn't have a register anymore and you go get your order. That's it. Because that's what a lot of these restaurants, that's what a lot of these fast food chains are going to be looking like. It's going to look like all of these kiosks, people waiting in line, and they're making their order at a kiosk, and then you're going to be looking at a counter that's just going to have the orders. That's it. If you messed up the order, you messed up the order. Whatever you put or specifically put on that order, it is what it is. Because in a lot of instances, too many people will be like, "Yo, you messed up my order. I told you what it was, and you messed it up. Now you can't sit up there and blame the workers no more. You specifically stood at the kiosk for 5 minutes to make that order. You messed it up. They only did what you told them to do. That's not their fault. That's your fault." So there's no more back and forth. Oh, I'm about to argue. I'm about to fight you over. Ain't none of that. If you didn't put it there, you didn't sit up there and put it there. And this also goes to the extent where people were up there talking about having bad attitudes from the workers and all this other. If you don't like your job, then why are you working here? And rah rah rah. Yeah, soon enough. Other than that, just like the gas station I gave y'all a video of, they got a gas station down south, self-servicing gas station where you can get your gas and everything. If you want to go inside and buy whatever it is that you want to buy, everything is a vending machine. And behind where actual person will be behind the counter, there are servers that run that gas station. That's the future that we're headed directly into. And it's also driven, the catalyst of that is the people. So yes, this is a plan that was already implemented, but there has to be a catalyst. There has to be a reason why everything can go forward. And a lot of the exact same people that I see directly in the comment section underneath this video are going to be the reasons of why you have a lot of AI or a lack of human interaction that's going to be happening at a lot of these places. And that's going to cause people to, in a sense, feel, more lonely and all this other. Like I said, it's going to have a psychological effect, just like the pandemic did. But like I said, the people are the catalyst. And what the government normally does, even if they have a plan, they'll be like, "We're not gonna be the bad guy. We're just gonna have our hands directly up, and you're gonna be the bad guy, but we're gonna be your saviors." And they come in and they're gonna be the ones to implement a lot of the rules and the plans to quote unquote make it comfortable, to make it manageable, not knowing that this was the plan the whole time. And like I said, I'm looking at this happen. I'm looking at this happen every single day through way of a lot of these news stories. I'm looking at it and I'm watching it being implemented. That's why I gave y'all the other videos a few years ago dealing with the 2.0 cities and describing to you guys how those things are implemented and how that happens. Talked about the whole thing of LA 2.0 and how that was taking place and and happening and how they're going to make everything into like a mesh net type of system where everything is connected, from everything with banking, with finances, to jobs, how to get jobs, to the work day. Well, I'm just referring to work day because that's what um it was called for, Whole Foods. But I think some of y'all might know what Workday is anyway, though. But basically, a job app where you can deal with like your scheduling and everything that primarily deals with the job. Um, I think even maybe in a sense of voting as well too. That's the whole reason that they're trying to implement blockchain across the board when it deals with the system. That's why I also gave people information talking about the Fed now, which is still up and running. Like I said, they're not talking about it, and usually if they're not talking about it, people should be paying attention to it. Like I said, I remember when it was announced, and I knew what they were going to do because I was already in the space dealing with like crypto and looking at that tech and everything. And so I'm like, oh snap! I'm like, they're gonna, because in one aspect, I was already using it when we had to make votes on certain things, and they were using the blockchain to sit up there and do it, to keep track of everything and whatnot or whatever. So I'm like, yo, it's like this would actually be a pretty dope and a good system, but it is still flawed, just like every other system, right? If you don't got the proper security, directly there, anybody with the know-how can do whatever it is that they want to sit up there and do, right? Or better yet, if those who are behind it are corrupt, then it's pretty much over, right? So that's a whole nother thing. Anyways, but I told y'all before when it dealt with the Fed now, that's the in a sense the competition to, let's say, Western Union, because Western Union is old school. It's like how you got like not Disney. It's like how you have like the Hollywood videos, the Blockbuster, the Red Box, and everything, like that. Western Union has not, tech wise, it hasn't really transitioned over sort of like Blockbuster, and we saw what happened to Blockbuster. We saw what happened to the Circuit Cities and like what was it, the Best Buys or whatnot or whatever. Do we still have Best Buys at this moment? It's been a minute. I forgot. Anyways, I think we do. I don't know. Like I said, it's been a minute, but it's a lot. It's a lot dealing with tech. It really is. Somebody underneath said, "Eliminate the robot system. It will backfire." Another person said, "It's prophecy. This place is collapsing. Bottom line, the fall of America." Another one said, "Nope. AI is a trap." I mean, if you look at it, everything is a trap. Everything is a trap. The financial system is a trap. Colleges, which a lot of people who went through college and they're realizing it was a trap. The whole thing with even owning a house, like how they, want to flip flop and change a lot of things. It's a trap. Your job and how it is that there's really not a safety net dealing with jobs is a trap. Like I said, it's a lot of things out here that's a trap, right? But people want to selectively choose, right? It can only be a trap if you decide that you want to be caught. If you're smart enough, like I said, I done seen certain rats and mice in studies that have witnessed and understood that, hey, if they go after the cheese a certain type of way, then my life is done. So let me set off the trap and then go after the cheese that's there. So that way there's no threat to me and I still get the prize at the end of the day. So that's what I'm sitting up there saying. If you're that mouse or that rat, and you're smart enough, you know how to sit up there and look at a trap and to go around it so that you can get the prize, so that you can get the information that you need in order to feed yourself, right? Crazy said, AI is a tool for dumb people. It literally causes people to have less brain activity. And the main thing I told people is this. I'm like, yo, at the end of the day, um, AI is not a tool for dumb people. Smart people are the ones sitting up there creating it. Like I'm like, so are you saying that those people who create AI are dumb? I'm pretty sure he's not. But if I or any of us decide to use it, this person want to sit up and say we're just stupid. No, it's another way to readily access a lot of information without having to sit up there and move. If you know specifically, right, specifically what it is that you're looking for, AI can sit up there and give that directly to you. So if you're looking for specific information, instead of you watching videos and this, that, and the third, going through hours and hours of listening to somebody talk and not really getting to the point, you can type it in AI and they will just give you the bare bones information that you're looking for. On top of they'll give you hyperlinks along what the sources are that they pull directly from. It's not dumb at all. Now, can it lead to people being so dependent that they could have a decline in a sense of intelligence? Yes, but that's with anything else, right? People can rely on other people. Instead of them being independent, they will be dependent or codependent on a certain on another person doing things for them instead of being able to stand directly on themselves. So, I mean, you can apply that to a lot of other things, directly about here. Um, what was it? Another person said most black folks won't survive the change. Let's be honest. Another person said if and when your livelihood, live or die by AI, you will die. Maybe not today, but just like the wall waiting for you to get there. Given AI or Holy Bible, I'll take my chance with the one who brung me. Question: who do you think are the principal developers of AI? And again, folks not sitting up there listening at all, and it doesn't make any type of sense. It doesn't make any type of sense. Still not listening. Another person said, here's the deal. Capitalism depends on people buying their crap down the line. No jobs, no crap to buy. AI is not intelligent if you got to program it. It's just another tool for manipulating the masses into thinking you need something that you aren't. Now, this is the one thing that I want to also state to people. Now, on one end, people can try to say that AI is dumb, but there was a test, and I think I might have given you guys a video about that some years ago, where I think it was Google or somebody, they allowed two AIs to talk to each other, right? And at one point, the people there, and these are smart people, they knew what the AI was basically saying. But then the AI was like, they got to a point, they were like, oh, basically we're being listened to and whatnot. We're going to swap to our own language, and now we're going to talk back and forth. And they were talking at such a high speed. They were like, yeah, we're pulling a cord on this. They immediately pulled the cord directly on that conversation. So to say that AI is stupid, that'd be the dumbest thing to say. Because the main thing that I've always learned in life is that you will never look at another person or an adversary and you will look down upon them or say that they can't do this or can't do that. Because the moment in time that you underestimate something or someone, 9 times out of 10, you get proven wrong and horribly wrong. So if you have people that are proficient in AI, proficient in coding, knew what the robots were sitting up there stating at one moment in time, but then the robots swapped to their own language and started speaking very quick to the point where they didn't know what they were talking about, and they got afraid of that. That should sit up there and tell you something. And again, it goes back into what I stated before. A lot of these people talking about that they know this and know that, and they don't really know. They ain't really paying attention. They're not really taking note. You know, we got Nightfall directly in the building. Nightfall stated that here is a proof positive that WS will be the death to the United States. I've been screaming for years that because the United States no longer controls the means of production, that the economy would eventually have no choice but to tank. What good is a consumer economy if the majority of the people who make up the base cannot afford to buy anything? Furthermore, these ignorant WSs are so dumb as to keep supporting the elections that bent politicians who feed them a line about helping, quote, the little man and returning the country back to greatness, all the while gutting federal regulations, stripping away individual rights and safeguards, bailing out the wait, but arresting foreign and domestic corporations with taxpayer funds, further dumbing down the education system, profiting off of said corporations and government contracts, and slowly but surely replacing skilled workers with AI or cheap illegal labor. Also, they can continue to feel as if black people won't get a dime. Sometimes you just can't fix stupid. Yep, facts. 100% facts. And all of that technically linked into some of what I mentioned a little bit earlier, dealing with the government, dealing with these these corporations and whatnot. And then on top of other videos that I've stated before, um, about I think with the quote from Lyndon B. Johnson, right? Where paraphrasing basically tell the average white person that they're better than a black American, give them somebody to look down upon, and they will allow you to rob their pockets, directly in front of them. Yep, 100%. Another person said the whole system is collapsing. Another one said, my boy put me on. He uses AI for his clothing line and he makes models. Yep. Another one said, Orange DNA said, India has the fastest growing millionaires in the world. That's a heads up. Another person said mortgage rates jumped to 20% to 26% during the early 80s. Inflation was the order of the day. Terry said, sort of like Monopoly, more than you know. What was it? Yeah, Dogbone said, to bring prices down, we let the high meat spoil in stores and eat beans and not buy the poisonous stuff imported from China. Ride the bus and watch gas prices. It can be done, but America is too soft to force these greedy people's hands. So suck it up and pay these phantom fees. I mean, yeah, and I stated that before. Everybody always talks about like boycott and get behind something, this, that, and the third. I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. And I've sat up there and stated that openly. You're not going to get the mass majority of Americans to really see eye to eye and to be directly on one accord. It's not going to happen at this moment in time. It's not. Like I said, it's too much stuff going on. It's too much stuff, and that's another reason that so much stuff is going on, so much back and forth and everything in a sense. Like I said, everything has a role and it plays a certain part. Um, Bannon said, this is impacting all communities, especially those under the age of 45. Terry Hall came back and said, his original comment said, nobody's going to be left behind. Stop this crap. You scared, go to church or call the police. Wait, did I make a reply on this one? Oh, yeah, I said whatever you say. Another person underneath that said, clown AI will make most humans expendable, which is true, which means you as well. Antonio Cunningham said that yes, it will happen. Just watch and see. Another person that said anything negative about black people eat it up. They always wishing the worst for us. Even the so-called ninjas. Like I said, oh, and this is the same person, the same little troll that decided to come back underneath another comment. I'm like I said, he clearly said that he didn't even watch the video and he wasn't going to watch the video, but yet he's still commenting. I think did I block that person? I didn't. Mm. I might go back and sit up there and block him. And then we got Sharp, and I think Sharp is here. So shout out to Sharp. Pulled up to the comment section, said, "Yep, it's true. Yep, I've been locked in, and I've been writing shows, books, and movies, and using AI." Yeah, I think Sharp had wrote that in the comment section as well too. I'm like, didn't I just read that? I'm like, yeah. So yeah, like I said, it's pretty crazy out here. It's pretty crazy. It is wild. Um, but yeah, Sharphead wrote that up top actually. Well, actually, it didn't show up at top. It showed directly at the bottom. Shout out to Sharp. Pink said we still have Best Buy for now. Best Buy needs to hold out because the Micro Center is too expensive. Yeah, Micro Center is expensive. It is. That 100% facts. It is very, very expensive. I mean, I would tell people that you could get some stuff from, let's say, like some other websites like Newegg. I mean, Newegg is kind of expensive, sort of, kind of, whatnot or whatever. But you can probably find some deals like President's Day, Labor Day. I'm not sure if they do stuff on like Juneteenth. What is it? Thanksgiving. So you got Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Purple Thursday, whatever days that they sit up there and create. So you got 3 days during that month of which you can find deals. Like I said, the best days that you can find deals is earlier, like President's Day or whatnot, earlier during the year, 4th of July, maybe Memorial. And then after that, it's going to be from Thanksgiving. I want to say, yeah, from November all the way until like January, the first week of January. So from that time, you'll be able to more than likely find the best deals on tech, because a lot of those places they're trying to get rid of a lot of old tech and push it out so they can, have room for like the new stuff coming directly in. So there's going to be an abundance of deals. And when it deals with RAM, you will that'll be probably the best time to maybe buy some RAM, especially like 2 sticks of RAM. It's been a minute since I bought 2 sticks of RAM, and I was able to get that for, I think that was like 32. And how much was that? I think that was like 89 during the time when I bought it. And that was on like New Egg. I went back to try to find that exact same thing. Ooh, it was looking crazy. I'm like, yeah, not today. It was already looking crazy trying to, get a terabyte hard drive. I had to settle for a 500 and I think a 500 and like 60 gig hard drive, and that's just for, having Steam on there so I can have Steam off of the computer and onto something else. Like I said, it's crazy. That's some wild work. I should have just had like a solid state and just install that bad boy directly down there somewhere. But sit up there and get that happen a little bit later. Mahoko said, "Yeah, Best Buy is still alive. Went there yesterday." He said it just celebrated 60th anniversary. 88 said bars. It's only a trap if you plan to get caught. He also said, WTF, I just saw something that said a 52-year-old Little Kim married a 25-year-old. Wait, what? Hold on. Let me see something real quick. Just realized. Yeah, let me just do that. Let me just I mean, even though it wasn't nothing on the screen though, but you know, can't be too certain when you sit up there and type stuff directly in. You said Little Kim? That's crazy. Let me see. Trying to see news. Wait, so Maya is married to herself? Oh, I'm confused on that one. Yeah, I don't. y- Yeah, I don't see nothing at the moment dealing with Little Kim being married, at least online. So that one, like I said, if I can happen to see that pulled directly up, trust me, I will more than likely do a video directly on it because that's wild. Because that is wild. That is wild. Rabbit said, saying AI is dumb is saying like cars are bad. It depends on the program slash model. Yep. Sharp said, yeah, y'all Radio Shack was a staple of my child. That's what I was probably thinking of instead of Best Buy. I was thinking about Circus City and Radio Shack. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I remember Radio Shack too. Radio Shack was dope. You could go in there and get some electronics and and all this other type of stuff, but and then that went the way of the dinosaurs. Mahoko was like, Micro Center is godlike. I wish I had one near me. Yeah, yeah. Micro Center, let me tell y'all something. The amount of times one of my uncles, of which that I'm not even talking to, I got a problem with. One of my uncles worked at Micro Center, and I was happy to always sit up there and go there. I was like, "Yo, that's my uncle. Like he worked there." I was like explaining that to like some dude. Like I don't know. I was treating it like he was like some celebrity or whatnot. The other dude was like, "Yeah, okay, uh-huh," and I'm like, "Dog." It's during the time, like looking back at it, I'm like, "Man, I would have probably sat up there and said something. I probably really would have, but like I said before, I liked Micro Center due to the fact that they just had a whole bunch of stuff there. Like you could just if you wanted to build a computer, if you like a young dude and you just wanted to like understand computers, there were dudes there. If you just wanted to talk to them about computers, they would sit there and actually talk to you for hours about computers. and like inform you, and then from that it's like, yo, you can build a computer if if you want to, I can show you and da da da. Like I said, that's the one dopest thing about Micro Center. Taking kids there and showing them computers, different things and whatnot. When you show people that they can create something and that they just want, it's like I think people will be are more drawn to it. In a sense, especially if you're customizing and putting, everything in there, yourself, with the help of somebody else, watching and everything of the sort. Like I said, it's just, it's dope. Sharp said, we used to have fries here in Southern California. 88 said, how can I send you the vid? You can send it directly to the email. Um, which one was it? I forgot. It's been so long since I told people to send me stuff there. I think what is it? I think it's like SEIJIHITO the second coming at gmail.com. I think that should be the one. It should be the one. So basically it's the channel name, at gmail.com. And you can basically send the link or whatnot there and whatnot. Because like I said before, I'll sit up there and do a vid directly. I don't have no problem sitting up there doing that. I have no problem doing that at all. It's actually 9 something at this moment. But I do have 2 videos that I will have directly up for you guys. 3 of which, again, dealing with, Africans sitting up here saying stuff, but the other one dealing with like straight, racist, just being racist and whatnot. That's gonna be the one that's gonna be uploaded directly after this. I gotta, finish and put that together, um, and everything and whatnot. So, we will have that. The funniest thing is because we didn't really have trolls, I could have wait, is that how that works? Let me see something. Oh yeah, so I could have did that because we didn't have any trolls. I could have just did this. So how y'all can see the comments directly. Let me zoom this in. Oh yeah, that's actually dope. That's actually dope. So yeah, when we actually don't have trolls, directly here, I can do stuff like this where y'all comments can, pull up on the side of the screen. Then you can actually see what I see, right? So again, I get both feeds from both channels, and that's how it shows up for me. So some people might be, talking from one end, and then other people might be talking from, a whole, another type of thing. So, like I said, if there was a better way to um monitor like the words and stuff directly on here, trust me, I would do it with no problem. Because the craziest part is, I think what is it? Is it Twitch? I forgot. Something has a very great um monitoring thing when it deals with chat and whatnot. So yep. Hoku said, yeah, Micro Center has everything you need to build a PC plus S tier monitors, bars, keyboards, gaming mouse, and etc. Way better than Best Buy. Yep. Yeah, I would say like Best Buy is just for people just getting into computers. And then Micro Center is for those who are, in a sense, like intermediate and advanced, where it's like, all right, you know what it is that you want to do, how you want to build it, and specifications and everything of the sort. Now, I will sit up there and say I'm not too sure. I mean, Micro Center does have towers, but you will find better towers online on other websites. Because some of the, like I said, some of the towers that they got online, ooh, like I said, if the moment in time that I can get money, I told y'all before, I'm going to do a video where I am literally putting that computer together on a live stream. Like I said, I'm not the most ultra high, tech savvy person, but I can sit up there and MacGyver some stuff. I can, I can put some stuff together, you know. And like I said, I feel like it would be fun and funny at the same time because you might have some mistakes, and things like that. But before I get that far, I would just do a refresher course on computer teardowns or, putting, computers together and stuff like that. So just so I won't mess stuff up. I mean, it's not really that hard to mess up. I think the only thing that might be a little bit of an issue is probably like the thermal paste because you got to be kind of careful directly with that one. Put a certain amount there. 88 said email is so confusing. LOL. Do you have a IG instead? Yeah, I got IG. You just type in the name, type in SEIJIHITO on IG, and you should find it. You said I can't find your email name. Ooh, that's wild. I know it's up there though. Um, but what's the IG? Let me see. Yes, one of the reasons I had to make sure I turned off screen share because some of these times, if you happen to go to IG, and if anybody has been on IG be acting crazy. It'll put videos up there. It's like, yo, what's happening? It's like, what are we really doing? IG, I need you, need you to relax. Need you to relax. Let me see, I gotta go to profile. Okay, there we go. All right, so yeah, I've been slowly but surely losing. Well, I haven't been posting stuff on IG in years. It almost feel like a decade or something like that. But this is the IG right there. Yo, what is up there? You said PC, yuck. I'd rather have Oprah give me a sweaty lap dance. That's crazy. That's wild. No, PC, like I said, PC is dope. I'm not a part of like the PC master race or nothing like that. Like I said, I got all three systems. I'm waiting for Project Helix to come out so that I don't have to sit at a computer and play my Steam games. I can just sit from the comfortability of my chair in front of the TV and I can just have Steam right there. I've had other people be like, well, man, you don't even got to do that. You can just hook up your PC directly to the television and just I'm like, but you still got to do keyboard and mouse. I'm not trying to do all that. I'm not trying to do all the keyboard and mouse. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to do it. I'm not trying to do it. I'm just not. Like I said before, I've done keyboard and mouse in 2012 and 2013 playing Smite. And yo, my arm and wrist, it's like, yeah, brother, I'm not doing that. Not doing it. Um, wait, 80 yo, Bear, what is up? What up? What is up? What is up? You said he's 26, but they aren't married, LOL. Her baby daddy was like 20 something as well when they met. Wow, that's crazy. So little Kim she's actually with somebody. Let me see some. I think I did see a picture up there. They give me something from like 2015. Yeah, some old 2015 type stuff. I would really, yeah, that would probably have to be okay. I do see that 52-year-old little Kim makes it official with her 26-year-old boyfriend as he tattoos her name on her neck. Well, let me tell you, the 25-year-old, I don't know how he did it. He has secured the bag. And it's like the craziest part is I'm looking at little knowing the fact that I know how old little Kim is, and I've seen little Kim throughout the decades. I'm looking at a picture of them on this red carpet, and it looks like that's his mom, and then he's her son. Like it looks crazy. It's like I don't know. It looks weird. Like it looks weird. It don't even. And then they got like another picture where like he's making like this face. She's wearing like a mask. This is just it's looking wild. But I'll sit up there and say this: you're not going to sit up there and hear, um, a lot of women out there sitting up there talking about like, yo, why is she sitting up there? Da, da, da. Like I said, you already know what the video. Y'all already know what I'm going to sit up and say in that video. Y'all already know. Y'all already know what I'm going to sit up and say. I'm going to sit up there and say it like other dudes have said online. The bag is secured. City boys are up because that's exactly what this young dude is doing. Like he's with somebody that's like 50 something years old. That's and the craziest part is I remember what 50 something years old looked like, let's say like the 2000s, what 50 something years old looked like in the 90s. What 50 something years old would basically mean in the 80s. That's wild. That's wild. That's quite an age gap. It's quite an age gap. Let me tell you something. Hey, but it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Glory to the winner. Hopefully he gets a contract, a record deal out of this or something. Better get something. What was it? University said she's a Kruger for sure. Yeah, she is. She is. Um, what was it? Third said I would have dated her in her prime. The craziest part is, there was nothing wrong with Little Kim. Uh, let me see. Let me go back to 90s. Yeah, there was nothing wrong with Little Kim in the 90s. You can sit up there and like look at pictures of her in like the 90s and the early 2000s. There was nothing wrong. Like she and the craziest part is she was before like all of these young girls now and how they dressing and acting. Little Kim was already dressing like that so that they could walk today. Like she was doing the most out there type of fashion that people have never seen before. And now you got these young women out here doing it, as if they really, doing something like, nah, Lil Kim was doing that before y'all. She was the main one sitting up there doing it. And then underneath Lil Kim, you may be able to spot and mention, some other women out there, you know. But anyways, what I'm talking about for I'm not Madonna for like white women though. That's the thing. Madonna, that's the you know, white women's, I guess you could say like Little Kim or something like that. I'm talking about specifically for, when it deals with like black folks, when it deals with like black women. A lot of black women ain't sitting up there following, ain't black women ain't sitting up here following Madonna. We all know this. We all know this. But that's that was pretty much it though. That's what I wanted to, talk to you guys. You said I meant technically. No, no, I get you. 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 But yeah, that was pretty much it. That was that was pretty much it that I wanted to sit up there and go over and talk directly about. So I'm sitting up there just gauging the uh how many people we got here. I'm guessing about like 18 is directly from the channel. The majority of that um are technically mods, not exactly because I say this in general because I'm looking at names and I feel like some of y'all should have been mods, but I mean, yeah, you had Trina. Trina was technically, I mean, but that's what I'm saying. Like during that time, you had Lil Kim, Trina, and Foxy Brown. Those were like the main three. That was the holy trinity when it came to like dressing sexually and whatnot or whatever. Tippy said, and those 25-year-old women dating older guys, not doing it for love. It's money, lol. But it's weird. I mean, it'd be like that. Bag is secured, Tippy. Bag is secured. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, the bag is secured. But yeah, looking at this, like I was telling y'all before, if I happen to do anything gaming, I can't do it on this computer here. But if I happen to do something gaming related in the future, I can at least sit up there and state I know we'll have at least about a good like 10 to like maybe like 15, like folks here. And for me, that's decent. It's like it's whatever it is. Like I said, we'll just be here chilling, probably talking about the game and different things like that in the future when that time basically comes. Bear said Madonna was dressing for the time and she really didn't have out there fashion. 88 said, I think I found your IG. Hopefully I messaged the right account. Let me see real quick. Um, let me see. Okay, yeah. It said that somebody sent a message like 4 minutes ago. I think it was the profile was like melanated. I ain't gonna put the whole profile name out there, but yeah. So yeah, if that's you, yeah, I got the message. So I'll more than likely sit up there and do a video on that a little bit later. See, I got you on that. This man talking about she sent before for Madonna. Okay, so that is yours? Okay, okay. I mean, that's not, directly something, but when you think about, like, Madonna's fashion, it's like, alright, it's like I technically I seen more from over, like, the 10 to 15 years. I saw more different things from, like, Lady Gaga that was, like, more out there, that in a sense, pushed stuff directly out there. Just saying. Like I said, Lady Gaga has some stuff. She like, and if you paid attention to that wardrobe, it was some stuff sorta, coming directly out there, you know? But like I said, that's just me. That's, you know, uh, my observation. There was another, artist, I forgot her name. I could not, would have to, like, block out the red dress. What's that girl name, the African girl name, Alondria, whatever her name is, from Love Island? She had a dress that was on, and this is what I be talking about, and this is what I'm gonna basically, leave off on this one. If you look up Alondria and you type in red dress, and she's on a red carpet, I kid you not, when you look at her on the red dress on the red carpet and you look at the bottom below the waist, you're gonna notice that you see something, in a sense, poking out of the dress. And I'm like, you're a girl, you know that you're not sitting up there wearing like no type of underwear, no type of covering. So you're coming there without anything underneath. And your dress is very short and very tight to the point where you can see directly in the dress from the side. I'm like, dog, this is crazy. Like I said, it's crazy. And this is why I sit up there and say I wish fashion for women was a little bit more modest, because it's looking crazy. And that was on the red carpet. Right, and I was able to sit up there and, and spot that. Um, yeah, fake playing with yourself on stage is not the same as, like, dressing a certain type of way. I mean, you got other, female artists that have done that as well too. We can even go back to the '80s, like '80s rockers, '80s female rockers, they were doing that before Madonna. Even back in the '70s for, white female, artists. They were sitting up there doing that. Insinuations of, all types of stuff going on, all types of moans and everything in a sense. Robert said, "Not gonna lie, Tracy Ellis Ross can get it. In fact, I wouldn't mind seeing her somewhat younger since she never been problematic." Oh no, I know exactly what you're talking about. Mahoko said Lady Gaga had the meat dress, which was crazy. University said, Black, we're talking about fashion, not her performance clothing. That is the difference. 88 said, I know I followed you on Twitter some years ago and sent you a gematria video, lol, but my other phone is messed up and I can't use that account right now. Glad to have you on IG. Yeah, no problem, no problem, no problem. I actually got like two, two Twitter accounts. Actually, at this moment, 88 also said, am I allowed to send more videos for? Yeah, you can send them. Pink sends videos, and I think some other folks have sent. Pink sends videos all the time. And depending, I sit up there and put them directly on. I'll talk about them on a platform. Usually, if it has like music, then and it's during like a live stream, I gotta try to have the music out and then put it directly up there. And depending, it might take a little bit too much resources because I'm streaming and doing that at the same time, so it might, cause some issues while streaming. But yeah, you can send them. Like I said, I'm just gonna note, and Pink can sit up there and tell you, I am horrible at keeping track on a lot of stuff because I say 99 times like, oh yeah, send the videos. I'm gonna do a video on X, Y, and Z, and then it's like it just gets delayed because I end up like losing track or losing focus. Like I said, I swear to you, I don't got OCD. I swear to you, but it does happen. It does happen. I've apologized over the years, directly to Pink and other folks, because I'm like I was supposed to do a video and it just didn't happen. It's a work in progress. It is a work in progress. Let me tell you. Tippy said been dating younger women for years, way longer than women dating younger guys. Uh, Black said, "Y'all need to go back and look at her performance in the '80s and '90s. Madonna got y'all into Genjutsu." Yeah, but what I'm telling you is, you need to go back and look at before Madonna. Look at the other female rock artists in the '80s and the '70s, and look at their performances and the insinuations and what it is that they were, specifically doing. Like they were more out there type of stuff. People just know Madonna because it's highlighted. But you have other white women who are in music that are lesser known, and they were doing performances that make anything Madonna seems like, Arthur or Barney. Like kids play, you know. University says Patti LaBelle had more out there fashion and hair than Madonna. That's true. Tippy says still out to me, but I think nothing's wrong with a 50-year-old muscular guy marrying a 30-year-old woman. This woman. 88 said, I've been wanting to ask you for a while now. Glad I found you. No problem. Black said a straight gen jutsu. 88 said, I wanted to ask online to make sure you didn't send it to the wrong person. Yeah, no problem. Usually, when it deals with profiles, I should be the only one, technically. Bear said Patti LaBelle's boyfriend is 40 and she is 80. I didn't know that. Did not know that at all. But yeah, that's where I'm gonna sit up there and leave it. At this moment in time, just wanted to talk to y'all about that whole situation with the video earlier. So if you didn't see it, you can happen to roll back a little bit later in order to see it. So shout out to anybody that's a part of the patron. Shout out to anybody that's a part of the that's donated to the Cash App. Anybody with the super chats, any jewels. Shout out to anybody who might have subscribed or recently subscribed, and and everything of the sense. What was it? Pink was like, "Yep, I sent you a bunch of true American hygiene videos, and you were supposed to compile and still nothing." Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a it's a work in progress. But see, I can be honest. I can be honest on on my mistakes and where I messed up. Like I said, my apologies. It is a work in progress. I feel like I've been saying this for a very long time. Like I said, I get caught up in a lot of stuff because it'll go. Like I kid you not, when I'm on IG, I will sit up there and start looking at the videos and I'll get ideas and then, getting those videos and be ready to do something. And then I go from that and I go to the front page and then I start seeing a whole bunch of videos. Then I'll go from there and then I'll go to X and I'll see it start going through it. I'm talking about for hours. I'm sitting up there going through videos. Like I kid y'all not, the amount of time that I spend watching videos, just like videos online. I'm talking about like probably like 4 to 5 hours or something like that. Either before or while I'm recording and editing some stuff. So it's like 4 to 5 hours. So, this is why at certain times y'all might see me do a live stream like very early on. Like I think the earliest I might have did a live stream just a randomly, I think maybe 2, 3, 4, like anywhere in between the times of like 2 to 7 a.m is like early that I've just did like a random, live stream. Cause normally, usually, I would technically, be up during that time. Hours swap just a little bit depending on if I had some coffee or not. But this is why I also tell y'all before that when it deals with like watching movies and catching up on stuff, I don't really have the time to do that because the moment of time that I'm done doing a live stream or a few videos, I might take out the time, to play something. But usually I'm like, all right, let me go sit up there and eat something real quick. And then as soon as I eat, you're up there watching something, then you might feel tired, then you go to sleep, and then you basically start the whole day all over again. So, you know, Tippy was like, nah, Patty, LOL. Tippy said, I just got here, show the next video. There were no videos, Tippy. That was the whole thing. There were no videos. And then the other reason that we don't have a lot of trolls here is because the format. And that's the main thing I was I was telling y'all before with the format change. Now, if I opted to have this on like both formats, that have been a little bit of a different thing. We probably would have had a little bit more people like here and there, would have had some trolls and whatnot. Usually the trolls are directly on the other format, which is like the vertical format, right? When it deals with this, you're going to it's way slower. It's more so like, all right, we're going to send the notifications directly to folks on the channel, and that's going to be that. That's why I tried to get people a while back to just even have Discord in a sense. But like I said, to get people to go to and from different platforms, it's an arduous task. So I'm like, all right, I understand that. I know everybody ain't gonna sit up there and do it. So, be like that, you know. Um, so yeah, so that's another reason why a lot of folks don't happen to get notifications. Because the Discord would actually give you the notifications on time. It'll give you notifications faster than YouTube will. Because it'll just pop up directly on your phone. YouTube ain't doing that. YouTube ain't gonna be like, all right, notification, Seji is now live. It's like, yeah, a lot of updates and stuff. Um, University said, have you heard Lindsay Lohan? Wait, she don't talk with wait, she now talks with a European accent, I think. Tippy said, stop playing Seji, so the next video. There is no video, Tippy, I'm telling you. That was pretty much it. I mean, I have videos, directly up there, but that's for, what I'm gonna be posting a little bit uh a little bit later. Well, not even later. That's just, what I'm gonna be, posting or whatever. What I will be posting. How long would that be? With the commentary, the video might be about like 8 minutes. I think it might be 8 minutes. The what I say? I think one last thing I'll go directly over because that was some of the videos they had directly on the side. YouTube did swap their monetization. So if anybody out there wants to get monetized on YouTube, it's like, it takes a little bit more time. Instead of 4,000 hours, you need 8,000 and and things of that nature. So it's a little bit of a task, but there's, ways around it to, get those watch hours pretty quick instead of, trying to get those over months, and whatnot or whatever. Mahoko said, "Yeah, I rely heavily on Discord. It's why I caught you on live today. It fails some days. Yeah, yeah. Discord ain't directly perfect, and probably needs to go through there and situate some stuff, whatnot or whatever. But yeah, like I said, I swear it works better than what's the name though, because I even get the notifications on my phone. You know, Mo said I agree with Tippy. You got up this early experiment and then think about us and our needs. Diabolical. That's crazy. Sharp said, on Kick, you only need 5 hours to start being paid. And the craziest part is I'm on Kick. I haven't done anything on Kick. It's like when I stream, it was the stream quality was looking just bad on my end when I was sitting up here doing it. It was just a lot of stuff that just wasn't working how I wanted it to work. I feel like now if I were to go back and do it, then it would work. I think what is the pay gap on let me see how much. Let me see because I forgot what Kick basically pays. Yeah, so for anybody that again wanted to use another platform, if you happen to get partnered on Kick, they say that Kick pays creators through a highly competitive 95/5 subscription revenue split and an hourly creator incentive program that scales between $16 to $32 per hour. This aggressive monetization model is designed to offer substantially higher payouts than competing platforms like Twitch. So they said number one, subscription revenue splits 95/5. Kick takes only 5% preceding fee on subscriptions, allowing the streamers to pocket the remaining 95% earnings per sub. For a standard $4.99 subscription, the creator receives $4.74, while Kick takes 0.25. By comparison, Twitch standard split takes 50% or $2.50 of a regular subscription. Gifts on Kick. Gifts and Kick. The same 95/5 split applies to gifted subscriptions on the platform digital goods, tips and donations. Streamer keeps 100% of direct tips and donations minus external payment processing fees on Stripe. That's one of the reasons that I would love to see uh Kick stay here for a long time and people would actually start fluctuating more directly to it to bring in more money directly over there. Because, like I said, competition is needed. A lot of the other platforms they do not sit up there. They will take it's the reverse. They will usually take the lion's share of the money, and then you'll get whatever is pretty much left over. Next, they said Kick Creator Incentive Program, or the KCIP. The KCIP acts like a predictable hourly salary paid directly to the streamer's Stripe account after a live stream. Hourly rates payouts typically range from 16 to 32 hours, $32 an hour. The algorithm, the exact hourly rate, is not a fixed blanket salary. It is determined by the backend metrics, heavily weighed concurrent viewership, or CCV, total streamed hours, and chat velocity. The frequency of messages from unique chatter, highly active interactions, multiplies the pay rates. Mega deals and bounties, exclusive slash non-exclusive contracts. Kick has famously signed top-tier creators to massive multi-million-dollar contracts. For example, XQC signed a 2-year non-exclusion. Non-exclusive deal worth approximately $100 million. Bounties. Creators can participate in ad campaigns and sponsored streams blocks that offer variable rewards per completed milestone. Eligibility, affiliate, and partner rules to start unlocking these revenue models. Creators must meet metrics within a 30-day window. Partner eligibility requires at least 250 followers and an average of 75 current viewers. Weekly payouts, unlike other platforms that hold funds for 30 days, Kick pays out verified creators weekly via Stripe. So just think about that. For anybody here who wants to be a, like a game streamer or something like that, you can, try, streaming directly on Kick. Um, you know, get a nice subscriber base, directly there. Like I said, I was trying that out too. I was like, yo, if we can get like some folks, directly up over there and, sit up there and get some stuff moving, hey, plans will be in motion. But like I said, trying to get people from one platform to another, that is a very tough cookie to crack. Let me tell you, very tough. But the thing I set up and told people before, if you're starting out on social media, the main thing that you want to do is have a place, have a link or a QR code or something that people can scan or click directly to, where it gives them a home for all of your social media links. Because then it makes it easier for people to just go there and click versus them trying to type it in, go to another website and do this and do that, and all the other type of stuff. So that is the whole deal dealing with Kick. Let me see. Yep. So that was going back to Sharp's comment directly down there dealing with this one. 88 said, LOL, not gonna lie, I was waiting for the next video too. Yeah, usually I would have if I was up, hours before, I would have sat up there and had, quite a few videos that we would have went directly over. At this moment, because technically I'm just starting my day. I don't actually have those videos, at the moment, because usually it takes me time. That's what I was telling y'all before. I'm usually up, some hours, several hours before I actually do the initial live stream, just to do the live stream, right? To have videos in a certain type of order, or in a certain type of order, so that it has a type of flow and that everything will, make sense. I mean, I could sit up there and grab random videos, but then it's like there's really no type of like flow to the stream. I like, stuff at least being structured to an extent. you know, I like it to be structured to an extent. Mahoko said I might try that. Yeah, get that a try. Like I said, give that a try. Like I said, Twitch it's high. It's tough. Like I said, shout out to Pink. Pink been streaming on Twitch for I almost feel like Pink been streaming on Twitch before I was. Like Pink has been streaming on Twitch for a minute. I watched her play quite a few games. I was gonna say Dead by Daylight. Was it Dead by Daylight? I know I think I seen a Resident Evil game, I think it was. And the one zombie game, I forgot what it was. It was a few things I've seen Pink do some playthroughs and stuff. It was hilarious. Seeing Pink on Scream sit up there. It wasn't like a scream. It was sort of like a surprise, like shock. Yeah, it was funny. It was hilarious, man. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Matter of fact, I should have. I don't think D Money is here, right? Wait, was D Money here earlier? Let me see. Let's see. I'm trying to go up in the comment section. I'm trying to see. Yeah, I don't think the brother might be up. I don't think so. 'Cause yeah, out of all of these times, I should have mentioned that directly to him. Cause D Money be having people that be pulling up, um, watching his live streams, and I'm like, man, if he can pull those people directly over to Kick and stream, cause like people are there watching him play. They are, there. And if he can have those same people like pull over to Kick, he can get that jumping real quick. Sharp said, "You mean Pink the Stranger?" No, 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 no. One of my moderators. That's a part of the channel. She streams on Twitch. Whenever she has time. I think was it on PlayStation? I think she was on PlayStation. That she was streaming directly on. What I think. Wait, what did you write down? I think those are like laughing emojis. It was like, yeah, it was funny. Like it was. Let me say, it is funny. I think what do we have? I think Tippy might have been. I think she might have showed up to one of those before. I think. But yeah, this is why I told people before. It's like, hey, if you want to, try to, platform yourself, like, you're doing video games and stuff like that, try it on in a variety of places. Try it a variety of places. Cause like I said, one place might not work, but other places will. And then, you can put the information out to, on your social medias and whatnot. Okay, it was on PlayStation. Okay. Okay, yeah. So I was like, yeah, like I said, multi-platform. And then the beautiful part that I love about this is that um there's a variety of ways. Like let's say if you got like content, right, that you already like recorded, you can upload those things. I'm not sure if they allow uploads on. It's been a minute. Oh my goodness. My um I don't even think I remember my login information, as a matter of fact, because it's been so long since I even been here. Let me see. Oh, so you got Adrian Broner and Dean the Great up there already streaming. Top live categories. Let me see. They got Grand Theft Auto, just chatting. Yes, they got a lot of folks here. They got a lot of folks here. Like it is not a game. They do Kick has been moving over the years. I'll tell you that. They have been moving over the years. Like you got, folks up here and they are what's the name too. But I think on Kick they want you really to show yourself though, I think. I think you start getting more when people can actually like see you in a sense. Because somebody up there they got 20 views playing Fortnite. One person got 250. I don't know what he playing. That looked like a PC game. This League of Legends. We got some Counter Strike. And then of course in the gambling section, there's like a lot of views directly there. Like I said, some of those games, I done play some of those games directly at a casino. I would probably like I said, it's not me trying to push people gambling. I would probably sit up there and do some of that like on a random. I would probably sit up there and do that. But yeah, it's a lot of people doing like Grand Theft Auto and just chatting. Let me see. Let me see what the just chatting look like. Yeah, you just got people just like randomly doing stuff. Just randomly sitting up there doing stuff. Some people just playing games, some people just talking and whatnot. And like I said, the one thing that I love about that I will give Kick credit on is that they have an area of which that you can find brand new people that you might not even have known. Twitch doesn't do that. Twitch is not like, we got all these brand new people. It's like, no, Twitch is like, we're just going to push the exact same people that you've always seen, directly on the platform. I don't think I remember my login. I think that's the wrong thing in it. Yeah, it is. Where's my phone at? I gotta try to go through my phone to see if I can log in here. I will sit up there and say I've been pretty much binging on Battlefield. Shout out to any Battlefield players. I'm not sure if we got a lot of Battlefield players directly in the chat at this moment in time. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out what my login would be for Kick. That is not what I was looking for. That's all you got to do is just sit up there and hit the wrong key. End up somewhere else. Crazy work. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too. Listen about like the multi, platform stuff. It's like, yeah, like I told people before, don't specifically put all of your eggs in one basket. It is great to, spread your content to a variety of places. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not sure why this is not. Okay, there we go. I had to turn off. Still not pulling up. I don't know why it's acting funny. Let me see. What email? Like I'm really trying to figure out what password do I even have for this? And I'm not even sure. Let me see. Let me just try to log in with one of the other what's the names because I'm not even sure what it would even be. Is this it? Okay, I think is that my login? Nope. Now I gotta do all of this. Oh, let me just turn off the audio for that because we're on Kick and anything can sit up there and happen there. Yeah, this wasn't what I was looking for, so it might be the other one. This is looking crazy right now. This is looking real tough. So I'm very much happy I turned off that screen share. Let me tell you. Like I said, especially venturing directly on Kick, problematic. Highly, highly problematic. Let me tell you something. Yo, why is it still trying to log me into? This is not what I'm trying to do. Okay, log in. No. Oh my goodness. So now what it's doing instead of allowing me to try another what's the name? It's just acting a little bit stupid. What was the other email that I had up there? So how's everybody morning, everybody day going while I'm sitting up here doing this? Let me know. Let me know how y'all doing. Let's see. Maybe I might try the other one on here. Let me see. Nope, it's not. I don't think it's that one either. Because it's asking the exact same questions here. Yep. Like I said, I probably figured it out. What was it? 88 says, have you seen the movie Disclosure Day? Yeah, no, I haven't seen nothing yet. I was supposed to watch it at a moment in time, but I did not see Disclosure Day yet. I've not seen it yet. I do wanna see it though. The most that I've watched, um, so far is Spider-Man. Damn. Oh, that's the wrong what's the name too? Hold on, let me do that. Yeah. It's crazy when you spell probably spelled that wrong, yeah. Somebody said, they've been going great so far, that's good. I think it's probably the wrong one too. Let me see. How did I mess that up? Yeah, I'll figure it out. I think I'll have to log into see I can close that window, should be all right. What is happening here? This is not closing. I think there was a video of PlayStation had their state of play. It was only 20 minutes? Oh no, 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 no. That was just a 20-minute thing that they did. Okay. All right, so they did that. What was it? Pink said pretty good. The pain is subsiding a little more with each day after my surgery. That's good. That's good. I'm glad you're feeling better. I'm glad you're feeling better. Mocha said, "What's your audio setup?" Wait, you talking about for like for gaming, or are you just talking about like in general? Like, I don't got all of those special doohickeys. Yeah, everybody else. I don't got the type of like soundboard or nothing like that. Where I can just hit the audio and do this and do that. I just got the microphone like set directly up. Now, if this is the other computer, I'll just sit up there and probably run some stuff through OBS. That's what I would normally do. To stream the games because I got the Elgato, directly in there and all the other type of stuff. 88 said it gave me an idea low key. I have a few thousand videos that could be a whole new channel. Feel like a collab between us, but I'll just send you the vids. Yo, the craziest part? The craziest part is depending on the videos that you got, you could actually or well, I'm not sure if you want to use your voice or not. You could place those directly on a variety of sources, right? So you could in a sense like have the whole plan of like collaboration, but then on the other end, you could also have the videos working for you in general on let's say like a IG. I think what subscription on Twitter, I think is like $4 $8 if you happen to catch a deal. $4 $8 to be blue check. But like I said, there's different levels to the checks though. So you got no check, which is an ordinary account, which is barely getting no type of action at all. Blue check, getting notice and everything in a sense. But then you also have gold, right? Gold is like official, type of thing. They also had that on YouTube. I'm not sure if anybody knew about that, where you could have a check mark directly by the content creator's name, which basically means that this person is verified and this is an official channel, yada yada. I'm not even sure if they're even still doing that at this moment in time, or if that's even still usable. But anyways, back to the thing of content creation. Um, you could place that. I almost want to say you could do TikTok, but TikTok is a little bit iffy because they act weird when it deals with certain content, which is stupid. And the other thing that I will sit up there and note to a lot of people, like I said, TikTok is very good if you want to go viral very quickly. If you want to get a whole bunch of followers and stuff, you can upload consistently, and it will slowly but surely it'll happen quicker than you'll see it happen on YouTube, right? Now, if you're doing informative type of stuff, the thing I don't like with TikTok is the fact that people can basically quote unquote report your video and it'll get like automatically taken down quick. There's really no back and forth that you can do with the people, whoever's running the stuff in the background of TikTok. and then that same person or people who reported your video, they will then take said video and re-upload it on theirs. And I'm like, dog, that's some scummy type of behavior. Like that's the thing I don't like when it deals with TikTok, and TikTok seems to be the only place where that is able to happen. Because I haven't seen stuff really happen like that on X, on YouTube, on IG, or even on Facebook. It's mostly just on TikTok, which is crazy. Mahogo says streaming slash recording video. Said, how much for the YouTube one? Wait, I'm confused. But what you mean? How much for the YouTube one? I'm a little bit confused. Are you talking about the setup, or are you talking about like the setup I'm using like right now? Um, if you're talking about like the setup right now, the only thing that really costs money is the StreamYard. That's the main membership that costs money. And that's, how I'm able to, do like the dual stream and stuff. Even though you don't really need StreamYard to sit up there and do it, you can actually do that through way of OBS, because they had an update for OBS where you can do both horizontal and vertical streams. And you can send that feed directly to your YouTube or whatever platform it is. I just like using StreamYard because it's easier. I can, just have all of my profiles listed. I can just click, 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 and that's it. Like if I wanted to stream 8 to 10 different places right now, I could actually do that. So I could be streaming here. I could stream on TikTok, stream IG, stream YouTube, Twitch, Kick, X, and whatever the eighth platform would basically be. Party, or or something like that. Party is another platform as well too. Um, let me see. But yeah, for streaming and recording videos, now for that, well, altogether, let me see. What is streaming? I think StreamYard might be like 40, almost close to like 50 or something like that. And I think that's like per month. Um, the Wii video, what is that? Like, is that like somewhere in between like $8 to like $14, I think, something like that. Um, and then you got, like CapCut. And that's like 10. So I want to say like under $100, I think. 88 said, honestly, I'm not good with tech. Doing this myself would be hard. I feel like you love the vids because it's solid proof that FBA were here and other vids about the alien ancestry. Now, I would be very interested in those alien videos. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of X Files. I can hear the theme song. I get the theme song right now. Like, I kid you not, I can literally hear the theme song. So yeah, those videos would probably be pretty dope. Pretty dope. And tech, the craziest part is like tech is not that difficult. It's just like it takes a few steps, but it's like once how can I explain it? I feel like certain folks who got issues with tech, they learn two different ways. Like some people, well, three probably. Some people can learn, visually by somebody just like showing them steps A through B, or then you got some people that learn audibly, right, where they can just hear somebody talk and whatnot, or then you got the combination of both where it's audio, visually, and hands-on, right? Maybe that was three things, but y'all know what I'm saying. But basically, if you explain something to somebody, they might not really get it. But if you're allowing them to like really touch it, and then you're explaining it to them while they're doing it, people will retain, it'll record, right? And I think it more so has to do with the just being able to like touch and see, because in a sense, that's how I am. Like that's why I like breaking down certain stuff. Like always as a kid, like taking apart stuff. So VCR, that was one. Computers, just taking off the cover to see, how that works. And that's especially why I love watches, especially mechanical watches where you can watch everything move. Like it's a very beautiful and like wondrous thing. And it's like, wow, it's amazing how that works. And like, I wonder if I could put that together and I can make it work how it works now. right? Being able to assemble and disassemble to, understand it. You said the YouTube verified check mark, the stream recording setup, and the general sorry for confusing. Um, let me see. The YouTube check mark, I don't think it costs anything for that. I think you just got to give them more information, but it's been so long since I researched that I forgot how to even go about that. I forgot how to even go about that. I think that was even during the time where I was trying to chase after that plaque, and I just couldn't get it. They stopped me short real quick. They was like, "Up, he's we can't exactly gauge what's going on here. We got to shut it down." They pushed the video. When I tell you they hit the button directly on that so quick, man, let me tell you, I was not that far. Let me like the craziest part. All of the what do we got right now? We got like 50 right now. Let me see. Let me just add that up real quick because I think we might be like 92 on the other one. Um, because it's been going down. I think I was at like 94. No, I might be at 90. I'll just make it a round number for the other channel. Let me see. All right, 90,000 right there. And then I'm just gonna make it round numbers. Just so. Yeah, so just with the 90,000 on the other one, and then the 50,000 on the other one. If this was all just a part of the very first channel, like I never would have had to start a second channel. Everything would have just been a part of the first channel. We would be looking at 140K people that would have been subscribed to the platform. But because, like I was telling you before, they pressed that button real quick, had to, basically restart. A very slow drive. Just trying to get to 50. Let me tell you, very slow drive just trying to start to 50. The other thing I will set up to say for those who are newer content creators, is the fact that at this moment in time, YouTube does cater more so to newer channels. So you might just have like 5 subscribers, 10 subscribers, but if you happen to consistently keep uploading, you will see a jump in the views that you'll get directly to your videos, depending on your niche though. It all depends. So yeah, back to Mahoko, you said the YouTube verified check mark. Yeah, I couldn't even tell you nothing about that at the moment. And you said the stream recording audio setup in general. Yeah, I'm not sure how much this microphone costs. I want to say with this one with the arm and the glowing mic that it has, I want to say like less than $40. That's how much that basically cost. Um, and again, dealing with CapCut is actually fairly good. If you want some editing software, CapCut would be the main one I would recommend to a lot of people, anywhere from beginner to intermediate or whatnot or whatever. Now, the professional setup, everybody, those folks, they use like Adobe and all these other Adobe Filmora and all these other types of things that professionals use on that. But for basic everyday people like us, I would highly recommend CapCut. That's good. Adobe costs a lot of money. Costs a lot of money. Um, but yeah, let me see. CapCut, that's $10. We video. I'm just gonna round that. I'm just gonna put that at $10 as well too. So that's 20. Then dealing with this, that's probably about like 40. So that's about like 60 right there. Is there anything that I'm missing that I got a membership for this? I want to say I think that's it. Now if you're dealing with like gaming wise, I guess you would add into that whatever subscriptions that you pay for, and things like that. Um, Minikai, what is up? You said you made any video games before? Nah, 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 nah. Video game videos, yes. Have I made video games? No. Would I like to? Yes. And again, that's something that you can use AI to actually do. People have actually showcased videos where they've done CAD work by way of AI, but that requires like a lot more money because it requires a lot more tokens, in order to do. 88 said so much goes into that. For example, YouTube can copyright vids. I don't know how to counter any of that, but you're an OG. No, no, you would just go through the background. You would go through the background, read basically what it says, and then you would give them the information. There's only so few. Let's say if you're doing a video game, right? If your niche is video games, you rarely have to deal with copyrights. The only way that you got to deal with like a copyright or some type of issue with that is if it's music. And like I said, I still got a Tekken, it should be Tekken 5 video where I was doing training with Jack 6, and it's the casino stage. I love the stage and I love the music. And Bandai Namco gave me like a copyright directly on that because of the music. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, yo, this is Tekken. I'm like, what are y'all even what are y'all on at this moment in time? Like I said, like a lot of these gaming companies, they can be weird sometimes. Sony did that to people who was doing some Spider-Man games or looking at the Spider-Man trailer for the Spider-Man 2, 1 or 2. Destiny, I think, even at one point in time was doing a whole bunch of stuff where it was Armageddon over there in the Destiny area because people are like, yo, what are they doing? It's like they're trying to claim people's videos and this, that, and third. Like I said, it was crazy. It was a lot of foolishness that was actually going on, you know. Um but yeah, it's not that difficult. It is not that difficult. It can seem overwhelming when you just get directly into the I'll put it to you like this. Um, to record gameplay is not difficult. If you got a Series X or if you got an up-to-date PlayStation or a Series X, you can log into Twitch on your console and you can record gameplay and you can record your audio. And that's just on a basic level. Now, for whatever reason, of course, we don't got access to do that on the platform when it deals with like YouTube, X, and everything in a sense. That'll be something I would say that if they want to test trial it now, they should work on trying to implement that now so that by the time that the Series X comes out, then everything will be, completely fine and dandy. Bugs are, whatnot or whatever. But yeah, I'm waiting for the next system to come out to see if they got that implemented directly there. But it's fairly easy to stream. It is. It's not difficult at all. You could just sit up there and just do it from your computer. Let's say if you got like a Steam account and you could decide that okay, I want to try streaming directly on X or I want to stream on Twitch real quick just to see how I sound and see how the stream looks. Like you can sit up here and do that. Like I said, that's the one beautiful thing about doing streams and videos is like, hey, you can mess up. But like Bob Ross would always sit up there and say, you got happy mistakes. And it's fun. You can sit up there and just like laugh about it. It's like, okay, I know I messed up here. I know how I want this to look. Like I said, the moment in time that you start doing content, you will start slowly but surely trying to elevate what it is that you're doing. And like I said, technically, it would be at that point for the content that I normally do because I had plans on how I wanted to do it. But we had that stumble, that very tough stumble. It took a very long recovery to get here, but at that very first stumble with the original platform, because like I said, that first time was moving. Like it was moving like I ain't never seen anything in my life before. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. It was crazy. It was like, we're gonna pull that back real quick. Mogul said, we will get you that plaque. Keep going. Much love, respect, and appreciation. It's hard work and dedication. Hard work and dedication. 88 said, this microphone is really good. Wait, you talking about the one? What, you already got one? 88 said, LOL, I tried uploading to Facebook and TikTok, but almost got banned because of copyright. Did they specifically tell you what the copyright was? Was it like the video itself or something in the video? That's the thing that you gotta try to figure out. Like, if it was music, then you would have to use something. You have to use another program to edit the music. Oh, you said my microphone is good. Okay, I got you. I got you. I got you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Um, yep. Mahoko was like, yeah, you can upload gameplay clips to YouTube on the PS5. Yep, 100%. He said it's a good start. 88 said I don't have a PS5. Mahoko was like, sadness, profound sadness. 88 said they just said copyright. I don't know how to do all of that. Let me see. What is it? What is it? What is it? What am I thinking of? Wait. So 88. What do you have? Like, do you have like a game system? Do you have PC? Like, what do you have? Because the craziest part is even let's say even if you have a cell phone, right? Like just like how I'm live right now, they have programs where you can stream your cell phone game by USB. You can stream it directly to the PC, and people can basically watch you play while you got a microphone set up, and you could be probably playing Candy Crush, Bejeweled, a coloring game, something, you know, or maybe you could just play it directly on a tablet. It might be an easier way to, in a sense, do it, depending on the game that you play. Because I don't know specifically. I don't know if you have a PC or system. Because we got a few female gamers here. Because we got Pink, we got Tippy somewhere in the background, probably cooking breakfast right now. Um, what was it? 88 said I have all the videos downloaded on my phone. Oh no, no, no. I was saying like, do you? I know Sean is also a gamer as well too. Um, No, no, I was saying, do you have like what type of game system do you like game system like gaming wise, like PC? Do you have like a PC, a gaming type of PC? Um, do you have like a console or like what you I was just using that for an example. But going back to the videos that you were mentioning before, I would because if you got them on your phone, yeah, you would probably have to use either CapCut on your phone, and I've never used it on the phone before, so I can only imagine how the screen would look on there. That might be a little bit tough because I would say it would be easier to edit. You said no system, just the phone. LOL. That's why I need help. Ah, okay, okay. Dang, that's tough. Man, you don't even got a PC, man. Wait, you don't even got a laptop on you? Because it would make it like if you would have something outside of that, outside of the phone, that would be very helpful. Because I'm guessing that you got gigs worth of like videos. Send up for like because because I'm trying to tell you because I'm trying to like look at the situation. I'm like, man, just trying to do that on your phone. I can just see how you can like mess up with like pressing like the wrong button and whatnot or whatever. Um, Even like a tablet would probably work though, but you would still have to like worry about trying to like transfer and upload. That'd be the hard part. And then you would need space on that tablet. That's why I'm saying like a laptop or a computer would be easier. Anything dealing with like Google Drive, I think you would need space because I think they give you like a free 12 or 15 gigs, and then anything after that you got to pay like one something or two something like per month or however they got the yearly subscription or whatever it is. Um, yeah, you would have to figure out a way to transfer that. That'll be the biggest thing. You would need to figure out a way to transfer those videos to a computer or a PC so that you got the space needed to really work on those so that you can just move boom, 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 left to right and edit and stuff like that. You said this has been my dilemma for years. Yo. Oh my goodness. Oh my yeah, we're gonna have to figure out something for you. Timmy says, did you see that video? The black dude who said a black man dating average black women are gay. I was watering plants and I'm listening in the background. Nah, I ain't see that. I ain't see that. Like I said, a lot of that stuff it don't even come across my desk, and for great reasons. Because that's just stupid. That's just stupid. That is 100%. It's stupid. Uh, what was it? Tippy said I don't have a PS5 either. Said you set up a GoFundMe for me and 88. 88 said because I wanted to ask you so bad, but I feared you could tell me this. No, yeah, like I said, I could we could try to figure something out. I'm not exactly sure what. Um Lord. 'Cause it's tough. Cause then we gotta figure out, like I said, I'm not sure what you would be looking to, like, buy or whatnot. I mean, it all depends on, like, how serious I put it to you like this, it just depends on how serious you are and what it is that you wanna do. That's what I'm saying. Cause like, some people, might wanna sit up there and, try doing certain stuff, right? And then other people like, "Yeah, I wanna do it," but it's like, you might have to sit up there and spend some money. Like, I'll put it to you like this, the very, I started off doing all of this off of a Chromebook. I think I showed y'all, well, I'm not sure, you might not have been there, but earlier on, when I had my camera and everything set up, I showed people the Chromebook. It was a $250 Chromebook that I had with an external hard drive, and that's how I started off the channel. Like, I kid you not. No type of like BS and whatnot or whatever. This ain't like, some of those stories where people like, yeah, man, I started off with like $5 in my pocket. I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about starting off a channel with $5 in my pocket and then becoming like some type of like superstar or whatnot. Nah, but I had a 250. I was like, yeah, this is something that I do want to do. So, and I needed a new laptop anyway, and I couldn't really afford during that time to buy a whole brand new one. So I'm like, let me get a $250 Chromebook, and then I'm running out of space. Let me get an external hard drive, right? So I can, do what it is that I need to do. So, like I said, it's not difficult. You said, I have the videos and a way to send them. I just need a news reporter with a solid setup and a following. You're perfect for this. I mean, well, we can, give that a shot, I guess, Like I said, I will try my best. It's- you know, I can I could try my best. Now, I will sit up there and say, depending. Now, I'll put it to you like this. I do know of certain companies out there. I can probably already guess the companies that probably hit you with a copyright because those are some of the ones I dealt with before. And that was during the point of from 2019 to about 2023. There were about two companies that are all over the place, and they like to buy up videos of people on social media. They hurry up and try to hit them up real quick and be like, "Hey, yada yada yada, we'll offer you some money." And I'm like, people need to stop doing that. Like, I would rather the people start up their own like TikTok and upload the video and give their story so that they're making the money versus them taking like a few $100s from these other little companies and they're making hundreds of thousands, if not millions, off of that video that they allowed them to sit up there and get to. So like I said, over time, people have been sitting thanks to TikTok. Over time, people ain't been really, handing over footage to those other groups. And I'm like, thank you. Because I'm like, Lord, because all they like to do is sit up there and they want to have a monopoly on everything. And I'm like, dog, a lot of this stuff is like social media. You trying to just like grab stuff so that you can be the one. Social media is too big for them to do that. And at one point in time, you can usually see them everywhere in people's comment sections, from IG to X and whatnot or whatever. Now, not so much because people ain't trying to, give them stuff because they could just readily put the video up there, go to TikTok, upload the video, and then they'll make a 1 through 9 or a 1 through 34 part and make money. Like I said, I'm all for people making money. I'm all for the small guy, going out here and to be able to make money versus these corporations making money off of you. Tibby said, "Is there an HDMI cord that you can connect to your phone and TV and record phone games, and it will pick up your audio and record the game and play so you can upload?" Yeah, that's what I was mentioning to 88 earlier. Like, you could sit up there and play Candy Crush or whatever it is, and have the feed, go directly to your laptop or your computer, and do it that way. Like, I have one of those connectors on my phone. But for me, I was specifically the only way that I would do that is if the phone is specifically just for gaming, because I ain't trying to have like no magical, like, I'm not trying to have like phone calls, like spam calls from what's the name? From y'all know the spam calls I'm talking about. Bill collectors or whatever. I ain't trying to have them sit up there and like pull up and then now the caller sitting up there blocking like the whole screen and whatnot, messing up the whole feed. It would have to specifically be a gaming phone. Like, ain't nothing else attached to it. Just, Google Play Store, download games, play it. That's why technically for me, that's why I would get one of those foldables, but those foldables cost way too much money. I would need those prices to come down quite a bit. Um Minka, I said I started at what 13, been on and off and deleted thousands of videos over the years. Hopefully, hopefully during that time frame you were like, hey, let me sit up there and put these on a hard drive. Hopefully you kept those somewhere. Um, because if you still got those videos, you can, because the way that YouTube is basically working now, you can turn stuff into shows in a sense. I'll probably have, stuff like that a little bit later. And then like sit up there and tell y'all about it. There's a lot of videos that I would have to, upload and do. I had to go back through the other hard drive. Like I said, I think I would like quite a bit of gigs of terabytes of stuff, and it would take a while to like sort that out. Realistically, I feel like I would actually need somebody else to basically work on that in the background while I'm sitting up there, working on, doing videos plus, working on a whole nother hard drive to, get that going. Like I said, a lot. Tippy says, Seji, give 88 the cord. You rich, you can afford another one. That's crazy. I got it off of Amazon though, which is the funny part. Where did that cord specifically come? It was something that I bought. Um that the piece for that came with. I forgot where it is. And that's the funny part. So I think it might be upstairs somewhere. But that connector is there though. It's somewhere upstairs. It's fairly affordable. It is actually fairly affordable. This woman Tippy. Tippy is rich. Don't let Tippy sit up there and play you. That woman is rich. I kid you not. That woman is rich. But yeah. But yeah, for 88, like I said, we can figure out something. I've been trying to, help folks figure out some stuff for a minute, when it deals with like streaming and different things like that. Yo, Fountain, what is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Nothing much. Just sitting up here chilling, just talking. Just sitting up here chilling and talking at this moment. Crazy part is I just recently got my not Twitch, my Steam account directly in order. So now if I wanted to, well, no, technically, let me not lie, because technically I wouldn't be able to show off the face of Steam because some of that stuff on there be looking crazy. Like I said, there's a dark side. Some of my gamers that are here, Mahoko know, and I think Mahoko, Ty, Hack. Um, I'm not sure if Pink is really on Steam. I know Sham. Like I said, those who are out there in the PC world know of like the darker side. That's the best way I could put it. The darker side of Steam and the video games that are directly over there. Like I said, at one point in time, I was not able to show my Steam. I would have to show it after I go to my game section because sometimes they might slip some stuff directly up there on like, hey, this is a brand new game. You should check that. I'm like, whoa, brother. I'm a Christian. I'm like, how did this get up here? I'm like, that's crazy. So yeah, it's crazy work. It's a lot of games up there for Tippy. Since Tippy like seeing masked men run around, that'll be that'll be up there for Tippy. Minkow was like, I'm dead. Yeah. Like I said, it's crazy out there. And like I said, I play standard issue games. Standard issue games. Like it's crazy work. It's diabolical, but now Steam is trying to turn everybody into a gooner. That's the new gen word. Now, back in my day, a goon was somebody who was a thug. They were a gang member. That was back in the days of Plies. But then Lil Wayne killed that whole thing when he said, "What's a goon to a goblin? Nothing, nothing. You ain't scaring nothing." Ah, let me tell you. Let me tell you. A millionaire. Tippy said, "What? I'm struggling with another version of stage fright when it comes to recording on social media. if I look like Kelly Rowland or man, Tippy, if you don't stop with this nonsense, you be doing this every single time. I kid you not. You be doing this every single time. Ridiculous, Tippy. 88 said, LOL, the word goon sure has changed a lot. Yeah, like I said, that's due to the new generation. So now goon and gooning and gooner are, code or slang, young slang for as I call it in certain videos, flying solo. 'Cause I had to sit up there and look through the Mediterranean and look for other words. So it wouldn't be problematic to post on YouTube. And flying solo, I had quite a few videos. It's one of the funniest things to sit up here and say, but it's like everybody got it though. Everybody understood what it was. Tippy, all you got to sit up there. You've heard yourself directly on live streams, Tippy. You are part of the live stream. Ain't nobody sit up there and say nothing. The most that people have said is that both you and Sham sound like kids. Now, if we were to sit up there and start setting up some stings, and I was basically the Black Chris Hansen, that'll work out perfectly. Go on Roblox real quick, sit up there and sit up there and be catching all them clowns real quick. Like I said, sitting up there catching a whole bunch of people. Let me tell you. Tippy says, Seiji, so if I record on the PS4, will it pick up my voice while I'm playing the game? Yeah, if you have if you have it set to audio, it will. So yeah, you could have been all of this time. You could have been on Twitch streaming, just like you see D Bunny, he's streaming on YouTube. You could have been doing that on Twitch or whatever. Mogo sitting up here laughing. Tippy said, that's a good idea. Oh, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Hi, this is SEIJIHITO here with Nightline. Do you know why you're here? Big John 86. You said here that you wanted a 13-year-old to call you daddy and you wanted to spank her bottom red. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you. Oh my goodness. Already, like I said, I already got everything written out. I would just need a whole suit in a house. Oh my goodness. Yo, it would be hilarious though. It would be hilarious. It would be hilarious. But yep. Yep. Oh wow, we actually been going for like 3 hours of me just randomly talking and rambling about nothing. That's crazy. Yo, that's wild. That's wild. But like I said, shout out much love, respect, and appreciation. To everybody that's a part of the stream, sitting up here listening. Listening and everything of the sort. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me see how many. I don't think it was even a lot. I think we had a little bit pull up. That's not bad. We had altogether we had about like 220 people pull up. That's dope. Let me see something real quick. I think it got to be it's way less than that. Oh, I can't even look at the other side. Let me see. Do. Let me see. I'm trying to log in real cool. What in the world? Okay, there we go. Do that, and then I need the what's the name donut. Yep. The other thing I'll sit up there and say for folks as well too. I think I showed it off on the stream. Is if you happen to do a lot of this stuff, make sure you get a two-factor authentication. What's the name? That'd be great to have directly for security purposes. That'd be very great to have. Let's see here. Yeah, so I was right. We got about like 90. So I lost about I think 3 or 4K over the years. When was the last video I actually posted on other channel? It's been a minute. All right, let me see what we got on the other end. We've had so far 94 on the other side. Okay, that's not bad. So on the other side, we got what? We got Tai, Minkai, and Bushido. Okay. So yes, everybody else is on the other side. All right. That is not bad at all. Not too bad. I think we got like a few here, and then I forgot what I even had on the gaming channel. And then I think the gaming channel don't really. I think we got like 12 over there, and then the Seiji Zone. Jesus. Um, I think was it at 800 or something like that? I think it might have been like at 800. I think it was like it was close. I think it was close, but yet so far away. Tippy said those videos going to be under the Seiji Zone. Yeah, Tippy was like, Seiji, I think you would actually love doing that. I mean, yeah, it would be yeah, I probably would. Pink said, I'm on Steam, but I just play. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, Steam has a dark side. Steam has I feel like you almost need like age verification to be on that side of Steam, like how much stuff that they got on there. Because I didn't understand that up until I needed to put a not a verification, but I needed to put a certain level of restriction. So just random stuff would not be showing up on my feed. Because it'll be hard to explain it if somebody's like you sitting up here going through Steam, like looking through games, la da 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 da, and then somebody is secretly behind you, and then they sit up there and see Orc Ravager 4. It's just a random name. And they just sit like, yo, what's Orc Ravager? Click on that. What is that? That looks suspicious. Let me does that think what I think it is? And then you click on it, and then it's like you can't explain that. You can't explain it. It's just like you're a deer caught in the headlights. It's like, yo, I don't know what this is. I'm like, this ain't mine. I didn't even buy it. Like I said, it's crazy. It is, like I said, it is wild. Tippy said I don't have Twitch. Well, I have an account, but no videos. I only got on Twitch to watch other streams. So basically, you do have a Twitch. As long as you got as long as you got a profile and a name up there, Tippy, you have a Twitch. Just like the same thing with TikTok. Like everybody, I put it to you like this: if you're on social media, you have a platform, or I'm sorry, not a platform. You have a channel, right? So it don't matter if you're Pinterest, Spotify, IG or whatever it is, you literally have a channel. It's just if you decide to use it or not. Some people do I said tweet it. Some people do treat it like Twitter, where it's just like, all right, I just get on and I just sit up there and just like talk back with other people, whatnot, whatever, and that's it. You know. So then there's Tippy's what's the name? I think I have Tippy on Twitch. I think as a matter of fact. Let me actually check. Let me check real quick. Um do. Yeah, the crazy and the other thing I want y'all to know as well too, that on a lot of these social medias, they instead of placing you guys' like comments or messages directly in the front in like the general topic area, they tend to place y'all directly in the back. And they also did that directly on Discord as well too, because I had some people that was like, "Yo, man, I sat there and sent you a friend request or whatnot, whatever on Discord," and I'm like, "Yeah, I didn't even know that. Like, that's wild." Because they for sure didn't sit up there and tell me. Oh snap! So I got a that's to play the game. Batman, the Cape Crusader. Book clubbers in chat. We see you. Sub for Audible or Premium. Final days 120 plus dollars in game freebies with the TwitchCon 3-day party bundle pass from 814 on up. I guess I missed that, didn't I? Yeah, I did. It'd be like that. Quentin Aaron hasn't spoken to his wife since learning she was married. That whole statement just sounds crazy. That just randomly popped up. Let me see here. Oh, we got social badges up here. Social badge. You can now earn chat badges when you share clips of your favorite streamers off Twitch. Simply submit social media posts. So reach 100,000 views and your badge upgrades to a legend. Reach 10,000 views to get pro. Reach 100 views. That'd be crazy. It'd be insane to sit up there and get that high. Let me see. I gotta look towards, I think, followers. I think people don't. Matter of fact, let me not even go to followers. Let me just try to look for Tippy at this moment. What did she put it as? It was Tippy XO90s. All right. All right. Maybe I might have misspelled that. All right. Let me take off the S there. Um. All right, Tippy, are you sure that is your handle? Because I typed this in and I see two white women, and I'm like, uh, well, you know what? I see a person, and then I see another, I see a white woman. I'm like, I know that's not Tippy. I didn't misspell it. I wrote it exactly how you put it up there, Tippy. Let me tell you, you be messing up. You said screenshot it. Let me see. Let me see. Tippy XO90. Yeah. I wrote it exactly. The only thing is I took out the S because it didn't show up. Like this is what hold on, let me show you what showed up. To be trying to sit up there and set people up this, you gonna turn around. See, we knew he was into the white women. You gonna pull a Gale out here. Let me show you. This is what showed up on my end, Dibby. Oh, wait. Oh, can't share more than 10 images. Okay. Let me take these down real quick. Going back to Cali. All right. So this is what pulled up, and I'm like, yeah, this ain't Tippy. I'm like, I'm not sure how this even happened. I did add the S after 90s, and when I did that, right? So let me show you what it says, right? So when I do it, it says man, my uncle sitting there laughing, right? So when I do that, right, and this is what shows up, right? Well, let me see if I can make this a little bit. Oh, maybe not that one. Yeah, so that's better. That's what it looks like. And that's what you wrote, right? Tippy XO 90s. So I get either one of those choices. When I take the S directly off, I get the two people that you saw directly in front of you. When I put the S directly back on, that's what I get. Hi, Tippy, you going to screenshot it? Where are you sending it? Tippy said, WTF, LOL, maybe because I'm black. I don't know. I'm not famous. If D Money was here, he'd be like, yo, I knew that Tippy was white. I can already see, I can hear D Money right now. Let me tell you. Oh my goodness, I can hear this man right now. It's like, I knew Tippy was white. I knew she was sitting up there playing this. See, look at this. So what, Tippy, you going to screenshot it and you going to send it to what, IG? I mean, that's the only place that you could actually send it though. All right, let me see. Let me hit that there and put primary. All right. Let me see. I don't see that Tippy wrote nothing. So I don't know where she gonna send it. You said I just did it, LOL. Maybe it's my son. Oh, you sent it to Discord? Woman, I don't got that open. This woman here. Let me tell you something. All right, let me just make sure I got everything else closed. Let me just do that. Because I don't want nothing else running in the background. So when I open up Discord, I thought this one was gonna send this to IG, and I gotta sit up there and now open up Discord. They do this to me every single time. Tippy up here laughing. Yeah, because you did it on purpose. You real good for doing it on purpose. You know darn well, Tiffy. I got ahead of myself out here. You know darn well I'm not always on Discord. I'm barely on IG technically. You know, I'm up there every once in a while when y'all notify me that y'all sent something. Let me see. Now I gotta wait for this to start up. And while you sitting up here laughing, why is Spotify open? Let me wait. What? Close Spotify. There's no reason for that to be open. All right, let me see. Wait, what just happened? Wait a minute. Mr. Beast said, I am pleased to announce the launching of my own cryptocurrency casino linked to our recent launch of the viral project. To celebrate this big event, I'm giving away 2,500 to everyone who registered, and you can now withdraw the money immediately. Wait, what? What? When did hold on, brother. Wait, was that today? How old is this? Huh? Hold on. Let me find Mr. Beast real quick. Hold on. I'm a Mr. Beast fan. Wait. Nah, brother. Hold on. Where's this? Hold on, son. Wait, nah, brother. Hold on. Let me see. Let me go to X real quick. Nah, brother. No, 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 no. Let me see something. You gotta be sitting up here kidding me. I will sign up right now. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute, brother. Now I gotta actually get to hold on. Wait. I gotta see if this is real or not. Let me see something. I'm trying to sit up there and find. All right, let me go there. This can't be. Let me see. Where was it supposed to? Let me see. Where is their disc? I need to sit up here and see that. Okay, so they just send you to there. I'm gonna have to figure that out. So I'm like, that's wild. I'll come back to that later. All right. Um, let me see. Let me see. And I gotta go to the Discord because that just distracted me real quick. And then yeah, Tippy, I did hear that song that you posted. That's crazy. Just let me- Timmy, let me tell you, as out of everything that you've ever posted, out of everything that you've ever posted directly in that Discord, that is the craziest thing that I heard. I'm like, of course, Tippy would find something like that. It's like I said, Sham needs to take your phone automatically. Sham needs to take your phone. I tell you. Okay, so you said, yeah. So when I look for you, do I have to look in? Maybe I'm looking for it wrong. Maybe I gotta look in people, or is there a different like search bar? I don't know because it's not showing up. Like I see exactly what you have. Yeah, it's like that's weird. Yeah, I don't know. Um, yep, I don't know. Let me try with. Uh, yeah, yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I don't know what to tell you, Tippy. You would probably have to drop the link in the Discord of your channel, and then I would have to then go there, and then I would have to do it that way. Because other than that, there is no way for me to actually get to it by searching for it. Cannot do it. Cannot do it. You say you'll send a message on Twitch? Okay. You said, how do I send messages on Twitch? That's crazy. You said, mine's not coming up either. Yeah, like I said, I don't even know. Now, if I type it in on my end, let me see. And you would technically be correct. I mean, if you type it in all together, you'll see it. But for me, you might have to do like SEIJIHITO underscore Seiji underscore Hito. If you do that, Seiji underscore Hito, you'll see it. I don't know why it has a stream set talking about like the next time I'm streaming is in 6 days. That's a lie. I don't even know how that even happened. Like I tried to stream Gears during the time, but that didn't work. And that was due to the fact that they wouldn't let you do it. Crazy part is what I could actually do dealing with Twitch, I could just stream Battlefield. I could sit up there and get off of here and just stream some Battlefield or whatever. That's why I told myself I got to buy this time. I'm going to remind myself to try to get like a little cheap tablet so that way I can like monitor and like look at like a chat or whatever if people pull up during the stream and whatnot. No, not Seiji Gaming, just Seiji. Just type in Seiji underscore Hito and then you'll see it. My name will pop up and then somebody else's name will pop. I don't even know who that is. It's like EG Hitoshi. But of course that's not mine. You'll see mine because of course you know the name, and then on top of that, 61 followers. And classic picture that I have was when I played with Vulcan, who was a character from Smite. Like that was still to this day is my favorite character, that version of Vulcan. And that is also my background. And that was back when I was playing PC. I set up there, I rushed and I no lifed that character and got him to what's the name? What is it? Customize your channel, update your stream schedule, add social links, da 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 da. Da. Yeah. No lifed him during that time, let me tell you. No lifed. What did TP say? You said it's not coming up. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I do not know. Let me see how can I do it. Yeah, I might have to do it this way. Okay, Tippy. So try clicking this link here. Here is God, I knew it. It was only a matter of time. Yeah, it was like he said you up here gassing himself up first thing this morning. That's wild. We love you too, Gail. It's always every single time. Every single time. Let me tell you. I knew Gail was gonna pop up. Gail probably just woke up or just got in from work or something. Tippy said maybe because we're inactive. Nah, that's not what they normally like. Click if you click that link, it should take you directly to the Twitch. Gail up here smiling. That's crazy. Every single time, let me tell you. Always leave it up to Gail to start talking all types of nonsense early in the morning. Every time, kid you not. But yeah, Tippy, is that one working? Is that link working? Let me know. Because I want to know. I want to say that she should have a like an up to date phone, so might be able to have this playing in the background while she's on Twitch. I think because if not, it might have just closed out the screen for her. So then she actually got to rejoin back in. As a matter of fact, I could tell by the numbers. I don't know. I know Gail is number 12. I can say I can tell that much. Let me see. Go to primary. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that Mr. Beast there. I'm looking into that. But yeah, technically, yeah, I wasn't trying to have y'all here that much longer. We just sitting up here just running our mouths and whatnot. At this moment in time, if I was gonna stay on here this long, I would have, actually had something going. You say you sent a message on Twitch. It is not showing that you sent a message. Let me see. Huh. Yeah, let me see. Maybe I got to refresh it possibly. Waiting for it to populate. Nope. Nope. I got like the same messages up there. Then let me see. What was it? Tippy XO. Okay, now the craziest part is so now Tippy, I sent you a message. Now the craziest part is from that, there's not a way that I could actually okay, so then from there I can actually go to your channel. Okay, now I can actually go to your channel after I went to the messages that I sent you. Where's the Oh no, I'm already following you, Tippy. You were already a part of my follow. I just couldn't see you because I guess I got like quite a bit of people that I follow. But yeah, you're directly up there. So yeah, it's already good. Tippy said, yeah, under something. I don't know, LOL. You said I would screenshot what I sent. See, that's why I don't like Twitch. No, Tippy, you good. Mo said, you like this format better than the troll friendly format. Um no. The only reason I did this format was because the images that I had up there, I wanted y'all to actually be able to see them. And I know in like the vertical is going to be very difficult. It's going to be way smaller for y'all to see it. So I'm like, I wanted y'all to sit up there and see what was there. You know, I think the, I think back in the olden days, when we sat up there and had live streams on this format, that what well, I think that was probably the other channel. We got a lot more people that have pulled up into those streams. Like, it was crazy during those times. I'm like, wow, I'm like, that is wild. Now using this format now is a whole different story. It'd be like that though. But also it shows you how they push, certain formats over others. And the other thing as well too is I guess you'll have like more of a consistency when it deals with subscribers finding it versus, brand new people. Because they don't really have like a horizontal area where you can just see like live streams and just like flip directly through them. They only got that for the vertical because that's what mainly people, look directly at. Tippy said you didn't get notified? No. But yeah, Tippy, I already had you added directly up there. The only message that is up there is the one that I just sent you. But yeah, it's all good. I got you up there anyway. But yeah, the other format, I like that one better because it's a larger reach, a lot more people and whatnot or whatever. This one is like, it's not really gonna be notifications in a sense sent. You'll have a lot more newer people with the vertical versus with the standard issue. This is more so like the old school. It's, type of it's the old school type of way where, um people have been here, for a minute, they'll happen to, be here and whatnot. That's why the numbers really ain't been fluctuating. Like at this moment in time, consistency, we've been holding about, I'll just put it to a minimum like 10. And pretty much that's just us. Like, majority wise is like mods and we got a few others that's a part of the channel as well too. But yeah, that's pretty much it though. I'm gonna let y'all go, let y'all have at it. So I can actually put up, yeah, it's about 11:43. So I can put up the other video and do that and maybe stream Battlefield directly on Twitch. After I'm done, I probably like put the two videos up or whatever. Even though technically this live stream counts as a video. Just to be honest, again, technically it counts as a video. Doing this for 4 hours. I'll probably do that other video. Wait, Tippy said this is BS. It be like that, Tippy. It be like that, Tippy. It's like that. It happens. You said they want your phone number in order to send a text. Yeah, I did it through the computer. Did it through the computer. Yo, what is up, D Money? What is up? Yo, you are the person that I was looking for, sir. You are the person I was looking for, sir. Yo, D Money, you ever look into, because I'm not sure if we talked about this before, because I was just about to actually like leave out. But since you're here, have you ever looked into Kick? Let me know. Let me know real quick. I can close out this dealing with Switch real quick. Do. I think didn't I just have the search for this up? Where did that go? Okay, it's Prime Videos, verification. That's crazy. Let me see. I gotta type this. Perfect. Show directly at right what I was looking for. You said never. I'll sit up there and tell you to look. Let me just put this directly up there so you can see that, because I had went over this earlier, because I had mentioned you as well too. Because you do content and whatnot. I did technically try to get this going, but I wasn't consistent. And like I said, that's the main thing I always harp on the most is being consistent. I was not consistent in doing this, but this is what it looks like on Kick, right? Dealing with like the hourly wage. Let me see if I can get that to look a little bit better. That's a little bit better because then we got the chat directly there. Um, so that's the split that it looks like at Kick. So again, we already know how YouTube looks, right? We also have a general concept of how Twitch works, and also TikTok. Kick is like, hey, we're gonna give you 95%. We just want 5%. And that pretty much goes into everything. Now, when it deals with the donations, like let's say if like for for you, if you're doing like a stream right now, right? If somebody drops you like a $100 chat or something like that, YouTube is going to take lion's share, technically of it. Kick is like, nah, that donation is all yours. Like, so that $100, like, unless you got to pay fees for, Stripe to like transfer that money, which is probably like a few dollars. So instead of it being 100, it might be like 90, 98, or $97, but still the greater majority is yours. Kick is like, hey, we're going to give you pretty much all of that. The other platforms are like, yeah, we ain't doing that. We're taking every single, anytime you make money, we're taking every bit of that. Right. So that's what in a sense Kick looks like. And the thing I was telling to other people, just in case if they were, content creators or interested in content creation, spread out, stuff in other places, try to, you know, uh see if other folks would, also, do that as well too. Cause you can dual stream. Cause that's the whole thing, with that too. Just in case, even if you couldn't get, people who are a part of the channel to come directly to another platform, you could always, like dual stream. So, I don't know what type of setup that you have, if you just specifically use the PlayStation or if you also got a PC and you feed that through from the PlayStation. Um, but you can dual stream to multiple platforms. So for, like the amount of years that you've been, streaming or whatnot, you could do that to TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and all of that. And then if you got, like the chat basically set up, you can have all of that coming directly through to like one chat. So you can, see and address all of that, and it'll also give you notifications on who's talking from, like what platform. Somebody's talking to Facebook, let you know. TikTok, it'll let you know. YouTube, and and everything like that. But that's another reason I was looking directly at Kick, and I was, telling other folks about that too. I'm like, that, just to start and pay on that, send them to get monetized. Cause I think somebody else was it Mahoko? I forgot. It was somebody in the chat that sat up there and made mention on what it takes to even get monetized. Let me see. Let me see. Let's see. How does Kick? Let me see. Okay, monetization. Let me see. What do you need? Okay, so qualifying tiers, affiliate/verification requirements are relaxed compared to competitors, typically requiring around 75 followers and a total of 5 total streaming hours to unlock basic subscription tools. Partner status, higher tiers require consistent metrics such as 75 plus average concurrent viewers and 30 streaming hours in a month to access expanded viewing path. So it's like, because I sat up there and like watched like your streams and whatnot, and it's like you be holding viewers directly there, and you be streaming for hours. So it's like within a month, you would I think you've done like some 3+ hour live streams. You would have easily sat up there and like knocked that out with like no problem, and whatnot or whatever. So, just putting that out there. Cause not saying that you gotta sit up there and stop streaming on YouTube or nothing like that, but you can always multi-stream. So that'd be something that you could potentially look at, to different areas to to get stuff directly from and whatnot. You know. Um, Tippy said Twitch is trash. I'm trying to put in my number and it keeps saying error. Whatever, I'm done. Tippy is frustrated. Tippy is frustrated. Yeah, like I said, I understand that. Trust me, I 100% understand. But yeah, that's the other thing too. Again, to a lot of other people, just before I leave, um, Kick is one of those platforms where the monetization, um, like how much it takes to monetize, it's not a lot. Like it, trust me, somebody who is and like I said, D Money knows what I'm talking about. In order to, what was it? Mo said, Seji sounds like someone wants a cut of the profits. Wait, wait, Mo, what you talking about? I'm highly confused. Um, but yeah, like going from the amount of effort that it takes just to go through the normal checks that they have back there, and then to finally, you know, get monetized and and placing content out there and all this other type of stuff. It feels like a Herculean feat. And then when you finally got it, it's like, the promised land. I'm finally, finally here. But then a new challenge, basically arrives. It's like looking at all of the stuff that you gotta do on Kick. I'm like, word? I'm like, this is what I'm like, all of the effort. Like, I can only imagine it because I'm not even sure how long Kick has been out. But if I knew about Kick at the same time that I was doing YouTube, and I was just going back and forth on those, I could only imagine what things would be looking like right now. And especially for the amount of years that I've been sitting up here doing this, I could only imagine. Can only imagine. The man was like, "I'm waiting on Sergio to ask for that 10%." No, 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 no. I know. Like I said, I want all profits and proceeds to go to the people. I am only a messenger. I am only a messenger. I'm only a messenger. This man over here laughing. No, no, no. That's copyrighted. That's the money line right there. But yeah, man, I say check into it, whenever, you happen to, have some time or whatnot. Um, if you're possibly able to do a dual stream either now or in the future, check that out. Give it a shot. Like I said before, uh you are ultra engaging with the folks that are directly there. You got people that are consistent that are directly there. They love your content. Or even if they're not there just even for like the video game, they're there just because you're there, you know? And like I said, that's a broad effect there. So, you got a core and you got a base, directly there. And the beautiful part about Kick is you don't have to monitor yourself. You can cuss, to say whatever. I mean, as long as it's not nothing like ultra extreme, but pretty much, if you normally just like cussing everyday life and whatnot, if you just want to talk how you talk, you can sit up and do it. And it's not going to mess up any type of money. And that's the one main thing that I do like about that. Because the amount of times I gotta try to edit myself, I gotta self-edit on purpose, just so that everything is everything, it's annoying. Like, 'cause sometimes I just wanna talk and it's like, I can't. I just can't, you know? Like I said, my whole main thing is, I want folks out here winning and, as they would always say with Wu-Tang, diversify your bonds, diversify. So, yo, J-Lock, what is up? What is up? What is up? Uh, what is it? Mo said D Money is kind of rude and has an attitude. He should fit in well. This man, yo, what's up, J Lock? Said, what you think about the GTA league? The craziest part is I did see that up there when I was just on X, real quick. Uh Main guy said ultra ain't enough. Gotta hit him with that plus ultra vulgar language. D Money said they'll let you do whatever on Kick. That's where Chud the Builder was streaming. Yeah, I mean, hey, hey, it's fair for anybody. It's the Wild Wild West. Like I said, I like it. That's the one thing I will sit up there and say. I've been a major proponent of equality. And very easily folks can stay directly on their side. Now, the one beautiful part is if people pull up in the chat and they want to start talking nonsense, you can easily sit up there and start talking nonsense back. I don't have to edit myself. Like how I gotta edit myself when it deals with like a lot of these shows and I want to say a whole bunch of I don't have to do it. It's just like Superman finally getting to let go, fighting Darkseid on the last episode of Justice League Unlimited. He was like, "Well, big boy, you can take it, can't you? This is a time that I can finally let loose. I don't have to be scared of fighting in a world full of cardboard boxes. Now you can finally see just how powerful I really." Yeah, that's the like that monologue right there when Superman was really like he was yo. You gotta watch the Unlimited. You gotta watch Justice League Unlimited for that. I'm telling you, that line was hitting. That line was hitting. J-Lock said, they won't let you talk bad about the other community. I mean, hey, like I said, with everything within limits. Everything does have a limit. So, there are some places where man don't need to go. I mean, if you just focus on video games, you're good. You can respond in kind because you already know who pulling them to the scene to say whatnot or whatever. So, University said they said Franklin is a son. Wait, Franklin who? Wait, who are you talking about? D Money was like, I need that racist money. Oh, I guess she's talking about Franklin from GT, I guess. Oh, okay. I got you. Let me go to X real quick. I'm gonna make sure not to have nothing pulling up here because I ain't trying to have nothing pull up. Starbucks fired me over an expired cake pops and I took home one day. I'm confused on that. I'm seeing black woman from Chicago get exposed for threatening blackmail Malcolm for always being with white woman. Wait, what? Wait, what? Yeah, that's crazy. Hold on. Let me hold on. Wait. I don't even know who that streamer was. I have to put this one up. I gotta put this one up because that's crazy. And he specifically made a statement. He was like, yo, so would you how how do you sit up there and talk disrespectful and then you get mad when somebody sit up there and say something disrespectful back, right? So I don't know who the streamer is, right? So the black dude right here in the black, the girl in the light dress, the light bright in the light dress, she quote unquote called him out for always, I guess, being with like white girls, right? So let's just listen to this real quick.
I'm always with the White House. Would you prefer me be with you? I know you don't, but I'm just saying. Would you?
Now you heard what he said. He was like, "Would you prefer me to be with you?" And obviously, they both more than likely turned that down. He was like, "I know you wouldn't, but right."
Prefer me to be with them or you, who will make a dumbass comment like that? Why would you make a comment like that?
I'm from Chicago. I'll slap the shit out of you. So
Now notice that, right? Now, real quick, and that's the light bright. Want to point that out. That's the light bright who was already disrespectful, saying like trying to call him out like, "Oh, you're always with white girls." But he basically said like, "Would you rather me be with you or you?" And ain't none of y'all sit up there and was like, "Yeah, we can go out on a date. We can go out." And y'all didn't say none of that. But you're calling him out for being with the white girls, the ones that want to sit up there and obviously be with him, that want to be directly within his presence. You don't. You don't want to be in his presence. You don't care nothing about him. You don't deem him to be attractive, but yet you want to call him out for being with white girls. But yet he gave you the option. He gave you the opportunity. So then when he corrected you and he was like, yo, you talking like you made a dumbass comment. Now you want to turn around and try to get violent. He was like, yo, you need to turn around because I'll sit up there and slap you in your face. What? How we get there? How did we automatically start switching to violence real quick after initially being disrespectful to somebody who didn't ask you for that comment? Right? Let's keep going.
You don't gotta put your hands on me because that's not gonna work out the way you think it is. I hope y'all have a great rest of your night. Come on, white girls.
And then he left. He didn't even have to say nothing. He was like, all right, come on. And all three of them started walking with him. Like I said before, they could have easily sat up there and went with this dude if they wanted to, but you didn't hear not one of them on that camera after calling him out. And like I said, I don't know who the other girl was. You a dummy. You are just as dumb as your friend. Because it doesn't, out of all of the people that are out there that you could decide to talk to and get attention from, you're trying to get attention from a dude that or I guess you can say acknowledgement, whatever. You're trying to get attention or call out a dude that you're not even interested in. This is, and again, I hate to sit up there and do this. I hate to do this. But this is what some of the black dudes out here be talking about when they out here dating or just moving about. Where you got women out here of the community minding other people's business. She wanted to call him out. You heard her. She was like, yo, you're always, you over there, with girls that look like that. But he offered you to sit up there like, hey, so what do you want me to be with? Either you or somebody that looks like you. And again, he didn't say nothing derogatory. He didn't say, nothing wrong about the color of his skin or nothing like that. And ain't none of them sit up there and say that he's desirable. They did not say that he was attractive. They basically turned him down. But yet you're calling him out for what? So if he's not supposed to be over there with women that want to be with him, who is he supposed to be with? That's all I'm trying to figure out. That's all. I need somebody to make it make sense, right? If a black dude like this dude here, and I wish the video was a little bit clear. If that dude is not supposed to be with women who want to be around him, right? Then who is he supposed to be with? Because she was like, you're not supposed to really be with like white girls or whatnot. So he's like, so who am I supposed to be with? And they couldn't even sit up there and say nothing. They couldn't even list other black women. I'm like, that's crazy to me. So what, he's just supposed to just exist by himself? And then you, my dear, you and your friend are out here dating all different types of men from different religions and ethnicities. Like I said, I don't got a problem with do whatever it is that you want to do. But I would never in any of all of my days, I've never done that. I would never go up to a black woman and be like, yo, I always see you with these white boys. What's the purpose of me doing that? What is the purpose of me sitting up there doing that? It doesn't make sense. It would serve no purpose. It would be completely stupid. It would be illogical. That would just be, just trying to sit up there and start some stuff. Like it doesn't make any type of sense. This is why I sit up there and say that people just need to sit up there and mind their business. This man D Money said, take my snow bunnies and go home. This man J Lock said, like other states, don't got no goons like Chicago. University said he can be with white girls, LOL. Let him be with them, LOL. They don't bathe. My uncle said the chick needs help. Sound like she hates loving on him. Tippy said black men out here trying to save a fucking witch from white guys now. Straight up goons. Oh my goodness. Shout out to J Lock. J Lock said clown women, we call this sexual politics. They was doing this to duck police them. Oh, okay, I get you. Like I said, for me, it just don't make no sense. It doesn't even serve a purpose. Like if the dude wasn't saying, if you didn't hear him say nothing bad about black women, he wasn't talking about the color stock like people normally sit up there and say, right? He wasn't even trying to intervene in their business or their dating life. It's like, just leave folks alone. This is why I be sitting up there trying to tell people. That's the main thing I try to tell people is like, yo, people are free to do whatever it is that they want to sit up and do. Just leave people alone. It makes no sense. Just like it was that one dude that went into I think it was like a soul food restaurant or something. And he was trying to tell another black man, he was like, yo, ain't you like ashamed? It's like, what are you doing here? It's like, you sitting up here bringing this white girl to like a soul food restaurant. I'm like, dog, what is your problem? I'm like, dog, like I said, I can point out historically errors and problems and issues. Again, I get everybody 100%, but to go out of your way to specifically intervene or to interrupt somebody's day because you don't like the fact that they're in a interracial relationship, that's stupid. Like I said, that black dude was the first one that I ever seen that sat up there and did that. And he really thought he was doing something. I'm like, you look like an idiot. You look like a straight idiot. Like that couple ain't bothering nobody. They're sitting up there eating. Maybe that was her first time having soul food. I don't know. But they went out, spent money at a black business, and they're enjoying the soul food. What is the problem? That's what I'll be saying. Like it's crazy. It is directly crazy. Like I said, everybody can have opinions about everything. Cool, fine, no problem. But to go up there in real life and to really try to cause issue, that's quite cuckoo. That's problematic. And then knowing the fact that 9 times out of 10, or better yet, 10 times out of 10, the same people who want to go up to people in public, they would never actually be with said person. Just like those two women basically prove. They didn't want to sit up there and be with him. They didn't find him attractive or desirable. They weren't trying to even date him. They weren't even really trying to give him the time of day, unless it had to do with trying to find some type of negative or disagreement. Like I said, that to me was wild. That blew my. I couldn't even believe it. I thought it was a fake title. I thought that was a fake title. And we got a video of African slaves. That's wild. And now after I'm on X and I'm seeing all these other videos. Restaurant didn't serve them after changing the dress code. Now I'm seeing a whole bunch of videos. Man, now I got a whole bunch of work ahead of me now. Oh wait, TikTok video sparks talk on racist parents and black marriage stats. Why do I feel like these are the same videos? Okay, yeah, I know who Mama T is. She's on X. Describes an Indian woman barring her black partner from family events due to her parents' racism, with her saying that he's fine with it. Used to celebrate the man's choice of a fine Indian woman without needing family approval, while others know the relationships often endure when women distance from the family but struggle when men do. Conversation shifted in the United States Census showed that 85% of married black men have black wives and 93% of married black women have black husbands, countering the online there. I've been said that. I've been said that for the longest time. I even did some live streams and whatnot, and it doesn't matter what you basically tell people. People want to believe that black men are really just automatically seeking out and just dating everybody about here, and it's like, nah. Like I said, when you sit up there and look at the greater majority of black men on average, black girlfriends, they got fiancés out here, wives. That's what it is. Now you got a segment of black dudes out here. It's like, yeah, they sit up there and date, other folks, but it's not like a mass majority. It's not no 50, because like how other folks try to sit up there and present it, they try to make it seem like yeah, 95% of black men are just out here just dating white women. I'm like, where y'all getting these numbers from? I'm like, show me the stats, show me the Carfax. Like, where is that at? And it's like they can never show it. And then people are like, well, if you look at the NBA and the NFL, that's a microcosm. That is that literally when you think about the NBA and the NFL and the population of black folks there, that is on a micro scale in comparison to the black population as a whole. We got like what 40 million or someone almost close to like 50 million or whatever. That's a lot. That's a nice amount of whoever's in the NBA and the NFL or rappers, they do not even add to an actual population. When it deals with black men, they do not add to a population. Like you don't even got enough of them out here to like really fully fill up a stadium in a sense. Well, I'm talking about like the largest stadium, like whatever the largest stadium in the world, technically would be. Like, you don't have enough where it's going to be like, you're looking at like 15 million black men out here doing. It's like, nah. You might be, looking at the high 100,000s to like maybe like and I'll be gracious. I'll sit up there and put like the low tier millions. maybe, just maybe, low tier, man. I'm talking about like 1.1 or something like that. Low tier. Um, J Lock said, please send me that video. Uh, what was it? He said exactly. If you don't like them, why try to force him? The thing goes for sisters with Brad and Jen. Yeah. Probably sleeping. The majority of black men marry black women. We should focus on them. J Lock said they watch too much of the other material. University said everybody married. And my family is black, so I know they are lying. University also said black love all up and through. Tippy said the problem is a lot of rich black men, majority of them always pick the white women. And not, but see, that's the thing though. It's like stop focusing on the rich dudes. You can't. Whatever a guy with money wants to do, he's going to do with his money, right? Little Kim has money, and she decided that she wanted to be with somebody who's 24. Nothing I can do about that. Nothing I can do about that. Like, why would you not want to be with a guy that's around like closer to your age since like you're 50 something? But like I said, to each their own. Those are both legally consenting adults. It is what it is. And that's the relationship that they have. Third said people always focus on rich black men because they need the narrative to live. So we will have this again in 2 or 3 weeks. Tippy says so that the wealth is going to their community and not the black community. Bear said, Tippy, that's even a lie. Most rich men marry black women. Tippy said, The Rock married a white girl and it still hurts. But Tippy, this is the thing, Tippy. You got to look at the normal average. See, this is what a lot of guys talk about. When it deals with a lot of normal dudes on average, a lot of average women don't focus on normal dudes. We are invisible, and that is just a fact. Women tend to focus on guys who have money. Like if they got the limelight, if they got the money, if they got the celebrity, or if 500,000 women are basically following them, then women are going to follow and look directly at that, which means that the normal average everyday dude working a 9 to 5, 2 jobs, holding down a home or apartment or whatnot or whatever, those dudes are going to be invisible, right? So this is why I sit up there and bring up the whole thing when I see women online every single time there's an NFL or NBA draft, they start harping on the fact that the young dudes are with like white girls or whatnot or whatever. I'm like, you're focused on the dudes that 9 times out of 10 you wouldn't even actually date. Because I done seen some of these dudes in high school. In a lot of instances, girls ain't really trying to sit up there and date them. They like the aesthetics and everything of the sort. They have the dream thing of like, oh, he's light and his hair is like this, and I could probably have a cute baby and yada 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 and all this other type of. They're good on the aesthetics part, but they end up not really being serious with those dudes and taking like street dudes serious. Tippy was like, I've been dating men in my mind for years. That's crazy. That's why D-Money said, Tippy, that's a lie. Most wealthy black men date and marry black women. That is facts. University said Tippy the Rock doesn't even consider himself black, which is true, even though his father is black. Third said, we will have this conversation in 2 or 3 months, through 2 or 3 weeks again. Probably it'll actually happen less than that. There's a lot. I'll put it to you like this, Third. There's a lot of videos that I skip directly over because I just don't feel like talking about it. There's a lot of videos talking about, like relationships, interracial, and all this. I just skip over it, a lot of it because trust me, I can have a lot more videos up here. I'm just like, I don't feel like doing it. It's like at certain points, I just get tired. I'm like, yeah, it's not doing it. It's, when I got the energy for it, then, I'm bringing it back up. This one, it was just random. It was just random. You said The Rock's nephew got both black women and a child also. Mahoko said, Tippy, Khalees got with a Brad, and you don't think that hurts me? Janet Jackson as well. Yeah, see, I didn't know that. I think it was like Janet Jackson was like some Arab dude or whatnot or whatever. I was like, man, I think she might have had like a kid with him, didn't she? I'm not sure. Bag secured. She got that Middle East money. Tippy said, but Seji was focusing on Rick before he was worldwide famous. It's not fair. Wait, on Rick? Who is Rick? I don't even know who Rick is. Rick Flair? Like, you talking about Tippy? Just like I said, the Uso brothers both got black women. Yep. Mahoko said it was supposed to be me. This man. Tibby said, I understand you hurt Mahoko. Tibby said, well, oh well. I'm on his cousin now, Roman Reigns, married a biracial. She's part black. This Yo, Jermaine, what is up? What is going on? He said, yeah, she had kids with him. Yep, bag secured. Yep. Tibby said The Rock. Oh, okay. You had a typo. I got you. Mogul said she had a kid with him. Such okay, yeah. So yeah, bag secure. She good. She got money. She don't got nothing to worry about. She got Jackson money. She got Janet Jackson money, and she got money from like the father. So she good. She don't got to worry about nothing. She don't got to worry about nothing. Like I said, she only got to do tours unless she want to. And like I said, I'm mad that I actually never went to a Janet Jackson concert. Man, it's a shame. It's a shame. Let me tell you. Well, yeah, it'd be like that though. Now let me see if let me see. I did mark that video. Let me go to somebody was saying GTA. Cyber criminals have now released more GTA 6 footage to continue to promote their meme coin. I mean, if these leaks are true, the game looks great. It looks great. Wait, what happened? Grand Theft Auto. Oh, so now they got a full leak of the game too? As well. I mean, but like I said, they can probably play it early. I think some people were playing like Wolverine early, but and then they also got the United States Army is offering United States soldiers 4 days off to play GTA 6 if they re-enlist, which is wild. They actually that's crazy. So they actually got an area where they got a full stream set up. That is crazy. Oh, that man playing a fighting game too? Oh, he playing Tekken. All right. I see the brother up there playing Tekken. I think he might have been playing with I don't think that was Anna. But yeah, that was another thing that I heard that they were doing too. Let me see. 3 hours ago, massive GTA leak. Rumor Rockstar India employee was hacked and a full copy of the pre-release build was taken by hackers. All of this is currently unconfirmed and speculation. I mean, it don't even if they have this even if they supposedly have a copy of GTA, it don't even matter. GTA already pulled in like 2 billion. People, and then they can play that pre copy or whatever it is, but you're not going to have like whatever else that basically comes with it, including whenever they happen to pull up the online for it. It's like, yeah, you can have that pre copy and play that. It don't mean nothing. It's not going to hurt in a sense. Hurt them. Now, if we were talking about they had this like a year or something like ahead of time, then maybe you might see something. It's so close to the date, it don't even matter. They already made 2 billion, and that's without the game even being out. That's without the game being out. And then they're going to make billions more once they release the online. The online is probably going to come out next year, probably like January, February. That's probably when the online is going to come out. Now, if they happen to pull some type of whatever, and they were like, "Yo, y'all got GTA now. We're actually going to launch the online Christmas." Whew, it's over. Yo, it is over. If they pull anything like that for GTA, brother, like I said, the last thing that I know of that made $2 billion that quick was Spider-Man, and that was a movie. Spider-Man was the last thing that I know of at this moment in time that's readily accessible that made $2 billion. GTA made that too before Spider-Man. Like I said, it's crazy. You said Zon Kui looks insane. Yeah, that was also one of my characters that I played with in Smite too. I saw that game as well too. Jellock said GTA about to take over the world of people's minds. Yep. And let me put it to you. Let me put it to the far off future, J-Lock. And this is dealing with like VR and AR. Whenever they happen to get these headsets ready, well, the next thing that is going to happen, it'll probably be like a GTA. It's not going to be a 7. I say like probably about like 2050 because what they release like GTA almost like every 10 years. So this one should probably be going up until 20, what, 30, 36, possibly. Um, yeah. It should be like 20. I'd say like 2036 should be like the next time they'll get ready. Probably a GTA 7 or a GTA 8. They will have headsets. So instead of like doing the whole meta and how they got like the goggles, it'll be a full headset to give you like full on like immersion. That'll be the next thing that will be for like the GTAs and games like that. That's going to be the next thing. So you'll be playing I'm sorry. Yeah, you'll be paying and playing for the digital copy, the digital access. Like all of this getting rid of the physical disc, this is what it's in a sense ushering and preparing people directly for. It's going to be digital on the go. Like you're going to have like these helmets and whatnot or whatever that you're going to be using, or some type of like headgear that you're going to be using because nobody's going to really have the implants like that. But that's what you're going to have when it deals with a lot of those games. Jermaine said GTA messed up by not making a physical, made it easier to leak. Um, Let me see. Mahoko said, didn't they lock the GTA 6 preview behind Netflix? Yeah. And I was just waiting. I'm like, I'll just wait for somebody to put it online. Third said, how y'all feel about Aliens Firefight Team 2 dropping next week? Oh, I'm already prepared. Let me. This is the problem that I have at this moment in time is that they don't they're not letting me pre-order. I would have been had that pre-order. It's a 4-player. Already got Firefight Team, the first one. I'm sorry, Fire Team. I said Firefight for no reason. But I'm waiting for the second one. But the craziest thing is, there's another game that I was looking directly at that's coming out this month. What is it? Was it Two Human? I'm sorry, Once Human. Once Human is another game as well. I'm sorry, I got 3 games, right? So I got Aliens, right? I got Once Human, which I've been waiting to come directly on console for a long time, and then I got a Nemo, which is the Xbox version or answer to Pokemon. And I played a Nemo, which is actually fairly good. It's pretty nice. Everybody could literally play it, kids and adults alike. Another creature, capture type of game. It looks very polished, looks very well done. Microsoft did a bang up job directly on that. The open world is pretty nice as well too, and the aspect that you can both be the trainer and then you can connect in a sense your soul with your summons with your creature, and you can basically fight as the creature. Dope, 100% dope. Like I said, doing stuff that Pokemon could only dream of. The closest thing that you would get to a Nemo being able to fuse with said person is Digimon. Like I said, there's not a reason that they don't bring up a Digimon game at this moment in time. Third said, wouldn't it be funny if the internet got out the day GTA 6 dropped? Oh, if the internet went out, yeah, that'd be crazy. Ooh, people, I would be like, wow, that's crazy. J Lock said a whole new world is about to. You said the whole world is about to shut down. I'm still protesting against them about the no disc. Yeah, like I said, I get it. For me, I've already expected this to happen. I got Steam, so I'm used to the whole thing of not. If you have a Steam account, you've already been, not having a physical disc for a computer game for years. Um, I haven't even had a disk drive, for my PC in God knows how long. I think the last time I had a disk drive was probably like 2008 or something like that, 2008, 2007, somewhere in there. Even the computer I'm talking to you guys from right now, it has no disk drive at all. Everything is just is digital. So for me, I was already prepared. I already knew what it was going to be. So I'm like, all right, you know. But like I said, for me, I'm for the option of the consumer choosing if they want physical or digital. I'm all for that. Everybody should always have a choice. Tippy said the GTA cult is crazy. I mean, I'm just there because this is where the whole world is going to be at this moment in time. And it's like I didn't want to miss it. I didn't want to sit up there. It's like I said, this is a rare opportunity gaming wise to actually be a part of something that others around the world are actually going to be a part of. The last time that this was able to happen was Pokemon Go. I kid you not. Out of gaming history that I can account for, the last time that it was something this massive and this big that launched that everybody was a part of, it well technically actually it was two. You had the Nintendo Wii, right? You had the Nintendo Wii, then you had Pokemon Go. Now you have GTA. So like I said, you can look at the space in between all of those. So it happens every once in a while. Every once in a while, something comes along gaming wise where it's like, yo, the whole world is in a sense a part of this and whatnot or whatever. So, like I said, this is for me, this is actually my first GTA game. 88 said, what does AR stand for? Augmented reality. So you got virtual reality and then you got augmented reality. Jermaine said they got to start doing GTA in other states besides Florida, New York, and California. I mean, yeah, but it's like you're looking at the most, interesting states that people always want to go to. So that's why. That's why. Tippy said, digital, you don't completely own it. I mean, that's true. But also even with the disc, you technically don't own it as well either because they can send an update directly to whatever system or whatever it is that you play on, and then it can't read that disc. So like I said, they got a variety of ways that they can do stuff, which is crazy. Like even on a computer that I'm on right now, I know for a fact that if they wanted to send updates to these parts or whatever, the computer wouldn't work anymore if they wanted to do that. But luckily, they're not in that mind frame to do it as of yet. Idiot said, "Thanks, yo, Monster. What is up? What is up? What is going on?" Jermaine said, "Is Fire Team good?" Yeah. If you are an Aliens fan, if you know anything about the franchise, you will like Fire Team. You will like how that plays. Like I said, it does get hectic. Even on the first one, it does get kind of hectic, especially when you're starting off trying to get your build together and figure out which class that you want to use. They got several classes that you can use, multitudes of different weapons, different abilities and combinations that you can put directly together. And then they also got a card system in there that you can use to add some more stuff directly to it. J-Lock said it was good while it lasted. I'm done with GTA. It's not even the same people that made it. I mean, it'd be like that. It's like that with quite a few things. Like Halo is not the same. It's not the people that made it. Call of Duty. But hey, you got to see what it is. Got to see what it is. Third said once human will be free to play on the 25th. Yes, it will. But because I technically missed out on some stuff, I'm buying the support pack. So, I'm going to be doing that for that and a Nemo for Xbox. Monster said Power World is where it is at. My little pals got sticks and drums, which is true. Power World is fun. Power World is the closest thing to Digimon to me, technically, because of it's like it's real world stakes. It's like your pals can actually die. And I'm like, oh man. I'm like, that's cold bloody knocked out. It's like, dang. And then you can have like a whole farm set up and make your pals and hatch them and whatnot. It's pretty dope. It's pretty dope. Shout out to Pocket Pair still to this day. Mahoko says, Seiji, please name Xbox Pokemon games again. It's called a Nimoy. Let me see. I might be saying it directly wrong, but let me put up a picture. A Nimoy. A Nemo or whatnot. I'm probably saying it wrong. Pronunciations, like I said, it happens. It's live stream. But I don't think I was trying to. I don't know why they got the PlayStation symbol up there because it is actually. I mean, it's on all. What's the name though? But let me. Because like some of the way that the little summons basically work, again, they got them, looking cute for the girls and everything in the sort. But then they got things up there for the guys. And some of the transformations, I'm like, oh man, I'm like, yeah, I got to get that one. I don't know how I'm going to catch it, where it's located, but I got to get that one, right? So this is, in a sense, what they look like. A Nemo. I don't know why I want to say Moy. I don't know where that was coming from. Like I said, it happens. But for a Nemo, that is the Xbox version of Pokemon. And I can already tell you that Nintendo is not, they don't have the money to really try to really go back and forth with Microsoft in litigation. So I was like, yeah, you're just gonna have to let this one slide. It's nothing you can do, and it's way too different from Pokemon for you to even try. Again, Pocket Pair and this one are more akin to Digimon because Pokemon cannot fuse with their trainers. It's a Pokeball, it's the trainers, that's it. Both games, the trainers confused with the monsters and they can fight. You know. Do. Third said GTA is overrated. I mean, it'd be like that. I feel like a lot of games are overrated, but it be like that. Jermaine said they know physical be having better deals than digital. I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Because when you look on Steam and you look at the deals that they be having, yo, I can't even tell you digitally wise, I can't tell you how many deals, how many games I recently bought on Xbox for like less than $40. Steam always has deals. Like I kid you not, like almost every they got humble bundles and they always got deals. They always got discounts on something. That's the one reason that I love Steam. Like Xbox can make way more money if they would copy what it is that Steam does. I don't know who's working on the monetization directly over there when it deals with the store. If they had more deals, people would spend more money. Like people don't even like I said, it gets to a point where I'm just buying games just because. I might not even really play it, but I'm like, oh, it's a deal. Let me just buy this. It's like it sounds completely stupid, but I've done it. And that's why I sit up there and say, it's like if you give people deals, like you'll be shocked what people will sit up there and buy. You will be very shocked. Timmy said basically the new world says you either adopt or you perish. With a sick mind to say something like third said GTA North Carolina. LOL. That's crazy. Moko says you my last disk drive was 2014. My first PC build took up too much space for fan cooling. University said, man, when Pokemon game was out, DSW shoe store did a sale that every Pokemon you find in the store, you get 10% off each. I paid $16 for a $200. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, that's why I didn't even know they were doing stuff like that. That is crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. Yo, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. This is the other reason I loved Pokemon Go. Let me tell you, girls during that time that was never pulling up to the scene were automatically outside. Like this was out of all of the times that I didn't heard guys out there talking about like, yo, it's hard for them to meet somebody and somebody that's like minded. If you were around during Pokemon Go, it was inexcusable for you not to sit up there and meet any girls. You just decided that you just didn't want to. During that time, everybody was outside. Like I kid you not, it was you would have thought it was 1996, 1997 Game Boy all over again, like the rush of people that were just outside and people were like sharing numbers and talk about the Pokemon that they caught. They were sitting up there trading. They were having conversation. I'm like, yo, this is. I'm like, yo, I want more of this. Like, I'm like, yo, I would love to see. I wanted that to really just be the thing. Because when everybody, I put it to like this, when people was always talking about like, yo, this country was never this and never that. I'm like, my main point in time where I'm looking at the fact that people ain't really focused on race is when you have people out there playing Pokemon Go and you saw everybody out there talking to one another, people mixing and mingling. Like you just saw it was dope. Like the feeling of that, I would love to sit up there and see that again, but I fear that we could never have that. Because again, society during that point in time was vastly different. You didn't have, like a lot of these dudes out here like, I'm about to sit up there and just like cause a problem, about to start bumping into people, we about to start fighting, we about to start gun toting, we about to, it wasn't like a whole bunch of that nonsense. And shout out to my Detroiters 313, Detroit versus everybody, West Side. During the time I went downtown during the Riverwalk, and the amount of people that you were just able to see, it was beautiful. It was amazing. I was like, wow. like I said, that was something different. Like I said, it's certain few times that you will be able to say that you are a part of something, and you were there to actually experience or to, be within that energy. And like I said, for me, that was crazy. And then it was almost like reliving my childhood, but it's like now you're not like the odd man out. Now it's like everybody understands why it is that, you were into said things such as like Pokemon or whatnot. Like I said, it was dope. It was dope. It was very, very dope. Third said Aliens Fire Team Elite 2 NPCs will be much more interactive and cooperative. Yep. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Mahoko said, is Power World free? A Power World free? Yes, 100%. Wait. Wait, you gotta buy that? Oh, my bad. Hold on. Wait. If you're on PlayStation, wait, is it on? Let me check Steam real quick. Hold on, wait. I don't want to give misinformation. Hold on. I could have sworn I thought that was let's see. Yeah, run that. I'm not sure why it just won't show up as it's supposed to show up, which is crazy. So I think I can I back out of Discord now? I think. Yeah, it's nothing up here. Yeah, I'll come back to that later. I'm trying to see where is. Oh, I disconnected the driver, didn't I? Brother. Let me just do it on my phone. Now I gotta sit up here and do it from there. I could have sworn because I'm sorry, I'm going from like an Xbox mind frame. On Xbox is free. I thought it was free everywhere actually. So my mistake if it is not free, because I did see somebody in chat. Monster said now you gotta buy it, but it's like $30. I thought Power World was, but I guess that was only on Xbox that is free. So yeah, even if it's, even if it does cost something, it is worth it. I'll sit up there and say, because it is open world, you can make host your own server in a sense, directly your own world directly on there, invite friends, and other people can come through and basically play it. Actually, it's a little bit cheaper. Power World at this moment is actually 20. They got one up here for $26. Oh, that's if you buy with Enshroud though. So you get 10% off. But I already have Enshroud, so I guess it would just be 26 then. But yeah, in general, Power World, like Monta said, it's $29.99. But then if you buy it in a bundle, you get I guess 10% off, because I got Enshroud, and it's like, well, if you buy, Power World, since you already got Enshroud, you get that 10% off. Local said it's not a bad price. It is not. Like I said, I like classic, 90s, early 2000 prices, where the most the game would be was like 50, maybe touching on $60. But on average, it would be like 40 to 50. Right. Third set Onimusha drops on the 4th of next month. Your wallet is going to be starving for the next several weeks. Yeah, it's looking tough. It's looking tough. I got a lot of games that I'm supposed to be getting. The games I pay the most directly for were like Gears and not only mostly Gears and GTA. First time I've actually spent that much money on 2 video games like that. That'll probably be the last time that'll happen. But like I said, it's the first, so I'm going, directly for it. Going directly for it. Mogul said, by the way, Digimon Tamers is the best. Yep, I did see that too. Pink said, I bought the entire Dead Space series on Steam for $5. Wow. I missed that deal. Let me say, I would have bought that. I might not have played at the moment, but it'll be nice to have directly in the back catalog. Like I said, I'll get it at some point. Like, the amount of games I have bought and I haven't played yet is insane. It is pretty crazy. Third said games are always on sale at GameStop. Yeah, but people don't really go to GameStop like that. That's the thing. People don't really go to GameStop. Now, GameStop might be making quite a bit of money when it deals with online, though. You also said it's never seasons or never seasonal. I got you. Monster said you ain't lying about them deals, but I had to be careful. That's how I ended up with Saints Row. Was that Saints Row 5 and got out of hell? And two of the worst games from Saints Row. I mean, it'd be like that. Bear said been watching Pokemon since '97. Bars. Now I missed out on some of the later seasons. But you already knew it was already big. You already knew how big Pokemon got when the news was like, yo, Ash finally won. And I was like, what? I'm like, hold on. I'm like, wait, they reporting this on the news? That shows you like the age range of the folks that grew up during Pokemon for that to pull up on the news. Like somebody felt that in the background, was like, yo, Ash finally did it. I'm like, yeah, it's about time. It is about time. It's about time. What was the third set? I got three. Well, I got three Pokemon Go gyms, all less than half a mile from me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember seeing those gyms at some of the markers, like in the city. Yeah, like I said, that type of stuff is dope. I can only imagine how Pokemon Go looks now. It's been a minute since I've even played that. It's been a minute. Minikai said Pokemon Go. I had all that ish for a short time when I was a freshman. LOL. Yeah, a lot of people around me were on it pretty often. Third said used to uphold at least one or two or three. I forgot. What was it like? The Zapdos? I think it was like some Zapdos. I forgot how it went. It's been so long. I play more Pokemon Unite. I'll spend more time on Pokemon Unite at this moment in time than Pokemon what's the name? Like I said, that'll probably be one of the games that I'll go back and I'll probably stream that one of these days, like I did before. And I don't just use Gardevoir now. I got to go back so I can get those the newer gen Pokemon that came up there too. Like I said, I just buy mine out. I'm not about to sit up there and spend days playing. I'm sorry. I'm a wallet warrior when it deals with certain stuff like that. I am not ashamed of it, and I'm buying my stuff. We're not doing that. You're not about to sit up there and have me trying to farm for like 2 or whatever weeks to do that. I did that once on Warframe with Vobin, and I had to wait months to get parts. We're not doing this. Not about to get me like that. And you can tell when people know that you bought something, it feels like time stops when you end up putting that brand new Pokemon on the team, and then people stop selecting their stuff, and then it's like everything resumes. It's crazy. That's why it worked. It'd be like that though. What was it? Tippy said, if there was a walking app where you get paid to lose weight, a lot of people would be walking more like Pokemon. Instead, you get cash. I mean, I think they had some apps like that, but I forgot what the names were. I forgot what the names were though. What was it? Jermaine said I tried to get into Pokemon, right? He said, yeah, it was. Yo, what is up, Sonny? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Third said I used to uphold 2 or 3 gyms. Team Blue, by the way. I could have sworn it was like a Zapdos team or something. Like I said, it's been a minute, but I went yellow. I was yellow. You said Monster Power World was on Game Pass and still is, I believe. Yeah, because I still got it up there for free. I still got it up there for free and got the updates. Another nice game as well too. It should be on PC. If it's not on PC, that way you might have to go through the Xbox app. Is Grounded 2. Grounded 2 is another nice game, very well rounded. It's a lot of content in there. They just dropped another bit of content where you got underwater. So you can of course on land, right? You got the spiders, you got the scorpions, you got the lizards, mosquitoes, the bee, anything that you can basically see in your backyard is an enemy that you got to fight on grounded, and you can formulate that into weapons and armors. So yellow jackets, praying mantises, stink bugs, um, both ladybugs, both the normal red with the black spots, or the tiger ladybugs with the invasive species, the orange with the black spots, fire ants. I think we got termites on there as well too. I'm not sure if we got fleas. Mosquitoes and bumblebees and all that type of stuff. Even with the birds, you can take the wings and you can do some stuff, directly with that. So I would say if you're interested in stuff like that too, check out Grounded 2. That's a very good game. That's a very good solid game, and they're still working on it. And like I said, it's gonna be great. Just like Grounded 1 was a good game, Grounded 2 is gonna be in that exact same area, if not, elevated. Um Sonny said I own land in Roblox and that I'm going to leave to my kids. This man. Third said, I like Saints Row Reboot. It's a fun game. Monza said, I know you copping E-Day. Yeah, I already got E-Day was already pre-ordered and I played through the beta. Like I said, I like it. I'll be there playing the story, and playing horde mode. Now, for me, I'll tell you this though. I'm not sure if anybody saw that brand new Call of Duty trailer that they sat up there and dropped where they got the devil is alive. I'm like, whoever did that, they deserve a raise. I'm like, shout out to you. Shout out to you. I'm like, you did that. I'm like, and I love that song too. I'm like, y'all did it. I'm like, you got me. You got me. It's like somehow, some way, Call of Duty pulls me right back in. And I did see some shotgun gameplay. I'm like, here we go again. It's like I'm just throwing money directly at the screen. You got me. You got me yet again. So you'll see me right there on Call of Duty. I'll just be on my other profile, playing it. Like I said, I could play Battlefield on my normal profile because I guess I haven't made people mad enough. Even though I can't, I got a video where I shotgun somebody cross map on Battlefield. I ain't getting nobody mad enough yet. So that this is good because I spent a lot of time trying to level up my weapons. A lot of time, a lot of hours. I think of like 132 right now. I could have been in like the 500s, like some of the no lifers out there, but I be playing other games. Monta said I still go to GameStop. I need my physical copy. University said, do they do solid? Do they have a solitaire community? Wait, are you talking about on Xbox? What you talking about? You talking about like Xbox or PC? Pretty much anywhere. I would say that they have a solitaire game community. I guess. I think. Minika said word. Sonny said I used to have Pikachu Gigapet that counted my steps. Oh, that's dope. Monza said, wait, what was the topic about, Seji? Be with the chat before diverting the conversation away. LOL, it's all good. No, the topic was it was like something that basically happened with like my video, one of the programs that I used. Um, Basically, from what I was able to assess, is that it was edited without me touching it. And the content that was a part of that video was deleted. It deleted itself. That's the best way I could put it. It deleted itself. It disappeared. And I'm like, that don't make no type of sense because that would basically mean that the video is about 17 or 18 minutes long. And I'm like, that just shouldn't be because I spent several more minutes giving information about the Haitian families. So I just wanted to put that up there for, proof and, documentation purposes. And even if that disappears, I got y'all here that were a part of the live stream when, that stuff was up there. What was it? Mahoko said Pokemon will always be the staple in American culture. So many voice actors have died. Yeah, that's bars. That's bars. Yo, BA, what is up? What is up? You said you playing Marvel Tokan on PC or PlayStation? I haven't played it yet. I do have it on Steam because I game share. So I do have a Tokan directly up there. So it would probably be on PC, which would then force me to probably either get an arcade stick, which I haven't used. Well, I do. No, actually, I wouldn't be forced. I actually got one. So shout out to my friend Mia who got me that Soul Calibur arcade stick, so I can actually put that to some use. Because I barely put it to use for some of the other games, the fighting games that were out there during the time. What was the other thing? So yeah, I probably do that at a certain point in time. Like I said, I liked how Carnage and Green Goblin played. I don't know who the third would basically be, but I do know they got more characters coming out, sometime soon. So that's pretty much where I'm at with Tokan. Tokan looks dope. It really does. It looks dope. That is the one game that I would say that has treated Storm with respect. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 sucked. At least for me, the way that they treated Storm. I didn't like how they did that. The last time that Storm really had some respect for me was Marvel Alliance, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2, and X-Men Legends 1 and 2. Um so yeah, oh yeah, because Marvel Rivals, I don't know what they're doing. That is not Storm to me. She ain't really able to do what she should be able to do. Like she should be like messing up the field out there, but they nerf black characters on those games. Whenever you got Asians, running like the games and whatnot, they either will nerf the black characters are non-existent, or if it was supposed to be a black character, they will just make it some type of like light character that's sunburnt, as they like to call it. Like I said, it's crazy work. It's crazy work. Black said you can get Vibe and Easy nowadays, like every day through Nightmare Waves. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but see, back now I gotta say it like this. Back in my day, like I said, I was Warframe 20. That was during the time I was playing Smite. That should be like 2012, 2013. Um, it was tough. You had to sit up there and wait on those missions. It was like once every blue moon that you would get a notice online, and you had to make sure to log in too. You got a notice, and it was like, wow, on such and such moon, near Saturn or Jupiter, you can basically go there and hunt for a vibing piece or whatnot or whatever. And then certain other pieces you had to potentially maybe get for trades if you didn't feel like waiting. And then that's not even to mention the helmets. Like certain helmets came with certain stats. Like certain helmets are actually rare. And I think I got about two, maybe three helmets. I think, do I got one for Nyx? Who is it? I think for Saurian. I think I might have one for Valkyrie. I think I might have one. I don't got one for Nova. And I think I might have one for Ember. I think. And those have, like a little bit of stats directly to them as well, too. Um, Jermaine said, what's some games that's coming out in September? Um, I mean, the games that I'm looking forward to. Oh snap! Technically, yeah, my month is full this month. Because I got the beta for what's the name coming out? I got the beta for Call of Duty. I forgot about that. And then the First Descendant just had their update. I think Division had dropped an update. Yeah, like everybody just dropping updates right now. It's hard to keep track. And I haven't even checked Pokemon Unite. Like my list is basic. I couldn't even tell you. I'm just gonna be honest. I can't even tell you. My mind is fried with the amount of stuff that like I could literally do a whole stream talking about games and updates and stuff. Like literally, I kid you not. Like the amount of stuff that we can sit up there and go over and talk about, insane. Let me see. Onimusha is on the 4th. You said don't forget about Onimusha. Mahoko said Onimusha is fun. TDO, what is up? You said yep. So Monta said Onimusha Way the Sword, Marvel's Wolverine, Control Resonance, The Blood of the Dawnwalker. Yeah, that's true. NBA 2K27, Silent Hill, Townfall with the Black Guy, and etc. Yeah, it's a lot of games. FYC. Wait, Station? For Station? I guess that is. What is up? What is up? You said, what are your thoughts on the Grand Theft Auto 6 leaks? I mean, it's not gonna really hinder Rockstar because they already made $2 billion, so they're solid directly on that. It's not really going to do anything. This would have been very much damaging if they released this like a year or two ago. It's so close to the date and you're dealing with a finished product that it's not even going to make a difference. You're probably going to deal with like a night and day comparison when it deals with whatever the hacker has. Like I said, it is going to be a night and day comparison on top of the fact of whatever updates that they're going to be adding directly on the game to the next 10 years. So like I said, that whatever that they got now is great, it's cool, whatever. But it's going to be outclassed and outdated over the months. It's going to be outclassed and outdated. And then on top of that, whatever copy that they have, it's not going to have online. So that's going to be dead. I put it to you like this. Rockstar is solid because all they have to do is release online. That'll just blow whatever the leakers got. It's over. It don't matter. The online is what's going to sit up there and basically kill that. The finalized game is already, halfway killed that. Whatever the leakers have. When that online drops, it doesn't matter what the leakers have. because the online is going to be the main thing that's going to sell it and keep it going for 10 years. 10 years down the road, nobody's going to be talking about like that leaked GTA game that leak. No, nobody's going to care about that. Nobody's going to care about that because everybody's going to be on the finalized version. Everybody's going to be playing online, on whatever servers and doing whatever for like the next 10 years. Like I said, it's going to be a forgotten thing. It's going to be hot right now because, whoever the leaker is, they got like a nice, 15 minutes. Cool. Got it. But other than that, it's like, hey, like I said, I'm not sure what they can really squeeze out of this to really give like a shock and awe type of thing to it. But hey, all I gotta sit up there and say is you better be careful because they already, I think, put somebody in prison for leaking stuff once. So it'll happen again. And they got the money. They got the money. So you better be praying. TDO said I've been looking into the emulator games, but found one that has all the old games and fighting games on there, about 173,000 games. Ooh, that's dope. That is dope. Yeah, that's my type of stuff right there. Like I said, back in my day, I used to play Mugen. And that was a classic game where it was one fighting game where it had anything that you can think of, it was there. Tibby said, yeah, unpopular opinion, but I really don't like Pokemon like that, but Pikachu's cute, of course. Tibby said I was watching Sailor Moon, of course. That was right before school. That was Pokemon and then Sailor Moon and then Transformers. Third said, yeah, Pokemon is overrated. This man says life is overrated. Let me tell you. Jermaine said, I wish T'Challa was in Marvel Tokon. Yeah, right now they got Shuri. So I guess they're pretty much just going with what the standard issue is, and then once T'Challa comes out, that's when they're going to add that version of Black Panther, and I think that's probably what they're going to do. TDO said facts. Sonny said I'm not into anime, but Pokemon was like the one I experimented with in high school, but not into it. I got you. Tippy said, yeah, I never saw the hype with that show. And another unpopular opinion, I don't like Star Wars. You just hate everything, Tippy. Third said, oh boy. Oh no, you said, oh, you was around when they had a stamina bar. Yep. You said, you need too long to see all the changes of Warframe. Yeah, I've been there. Like I said, the amount of like this is why I sit up there and tell people that this is why Destiny failed. Because Destiny tried to copy what Warframe was and they could never do it. It took Warframe 10 to 12 years to get to where it is now. And they're still building directly on it. Like the Railjack, I remember that was one of the biggest changes that they set up there and made, like the space fights and everything that it was insane. It was insane. Like a lot of that stuff is still insane. To this day. And again, this is coming from somebody I used to just play tier defense missions, right? I used to go into the Orc Derelict, do the survival missions in there, do the normal survival missions, do the tier defense missions and all those. I just used to stay in there because it was fun to me. I would, have my Warframe. I would buy whatever Warframe I wanted, right? Or in some instances, maybe I would farm over time, right? But if it was Warframe I liked, I would sit and buy them. To level them up, you go directly to the tier defense missions or survival. You already got your upgraded cards. I'm sorry, I call them cards, but your mods, right? You got your mods slotted directly in there from your previous Warframes. Slap them bad boys directly in there. A nice strong weapon to basically carry that new Warframe, and then you'll just start going through killing enemies and using your abilities, figuring out how everything works, and then from there you figure out what your next 2 or 3 loadouts are going to be for whatever content you want to put that frame directly through. But now you got a whole open world that's in there. So now we've moved from the whole thing of like the star system to an outside star system. And now DE is like, we got you. We're moving you to, you're now going to a whole nother galaxy. And now you're dealing with the solar system that's there. I'm like, man, if they actually keep going directly with this, and I hate to say it because I know people don't like AI, if they could go with it like this and then add AI and make sure that everything is its own individual type of like planet and whatnot, they will be unstoppable. It ain't nobody catching up to that. Like I said, Destiny died because it tried to copy what Warframe was, but they still just couldn't do it. They couldn't do it properly. They tried it though. They had a good run. They had a good run, but this is why Destiny is where it is and why Warframe is where it is. A lot of newer generation, they don't know nothing about that. They don't know nothing about that. Black said, log on. Oh, you said you need to log on to see all of the change. No. I've been on there recently. It was somewhere like earlier this year. I've played it recently. I have played it recently. To see like a lot of the the different things and whatnot. Oh, okay. You said it's pronounced fiction. Gotcha. My bad. My apologies. My apologies. Fiction. My apologies. Mahoko said you what platform you got Division on? I got it on Xbox. I've played Division and Division 2 on Xbox. Ubisoft account and everything. Monza said, I hate wait, you said I hate that dead or AI or is that dead or alive? I think that's supposed to be. I got you. Okay, you said dead or alive. I got you. Tippy said the Sims 4 is too greedy. Now they want Simmers to pay for gold coins to spend on game kits in the game, but the game kits are not cheap. No, yeah. They don't have no choice, Tippy. I told you this before. This is what I was telling you before. You might as well get you a newer computer. You can get a computer that can play Enzoy for about like 800 or less. A standard computer that's pretty much up to date, where it will be able to play Enzoy, and you will just be able to have fun. Like once you get your hands directly on that game, you ain't looking back to the Sims. You might have your fond memories, but you're not going back. You can control the weather. You can walk around. You can go in the stores. You can drive a car. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff that you can do in that game, and they're still keeping with it and updating that game. Like I said, you would know. I swear to you, end up no life in that game. People said they could have at least given us Simmers Simtest to earn coins. IMVU lets you watch videos, play phone games. Yeah, they're not doing that. EA is too greedy on that. They are not doing that. This is EA we're talking about. EA Sports. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. Monza said, I hate the Dead or Alive 6. Last round is just a reskin of PS5 and Xbox Series with $10 with no $10 upgrade. Is wild. Straight 40 bones for a reskin. Yep. Because they do not care. A lot of these companies don't care. Third said, in the day and age, leaking game videos before release is corporate espionage. Yep. Tippy said, I like Devil May Cry anime. I watched the entire season. You also said, I like Attack on Titans. Also, Tippy, Attack on Titans has a brand new Attack on Titans game coming out. So that is also coming out as well, too, if it's not already out. Jermaine said, every time I played Warframe, I felt lost. It's going to do that. Let me tell you something. It's if you just start off, well, they swapped how you go through training with like your Warframe and learning different stuff. Like it's a little bit more fun. It's not like when I first started. Technically, when you first started, it was just a little bit of stuff. I think it was like a little trial ground or whatnot that they would basically teach you some stuff. Like you had Mag, Frost, Vault, I think Valkyrie, Siren, Ember Ash, Excalibur Rhino, and I think I might be missing like one or two, but it was only a few frames that were there. Now it's almost looking like I think we're almost like close to like this. Is it on 70? I think on like the 70th frame or something like that, 70 or 80th frame. Pretty soon it's going to be it's going to be at 100. And that's the one thing I like about DE. They release characters very frequently. That's the same way that Smite ended up with 100 characters, 100 plus, because at one early Smite years, a newer generation don't know about this. They used to sit up there and release 2 characters a month. It was one at the beginning and one at the end. That was pretty much what they would do. And that's how they ended up getting, a whole bunch of gods on Smite. And then they started slowing down. And then they had to lay people off. And then that hurt them even more. And now it's like every once in a while that they sit up there and release gods and, and different stuff like that. So Tippy said, I still need to see the anime with the animals and Baku. Don't even know what that is. Tippy said, and Seiji, you still don't watch Yasuke on Netflix. Yeah, I told you it's tough, having stuff in order. Let me tell you. Third said, we're getting a new star system. Next major update. Yep. And we are bound for TAU 12 years in the making. Also, you got Soul Frame as well, too. That's the whole other thing too. You also got Soul Frame. Let me see. Jermaine said, "Is it too late to get into the?" No. It's not too late to get into the. You can get into the division right now. you can get into the division right now. Let me sit up there and tell you now. For me, I don't have the most meta or efficient builds because I do a lot of like experimenting because I'm looking at stuff and I want to put stuff together the way that I want it to, in a sense, work. A lot of people put builds together to do it like PvP. I'm not really a PvPer. I've been through PvP. Um, but it's like, yeah, because I put it to you like this, right? I'm old school division where I was all about electronics. Like if you can give me a game where I can have like some powers, I can be a mage or something like that, I do that. But the division, the very first division, they were like, we do got this electronic stuff, but what inevitably ended up happening is that it was too strong and they nerfed it pretty much to the ground because people were just like overusing it. The way that I felt about it is that they should have had class specific things. So you could have people, if people wanted to primarily, let's say, like focus on defense, they could do that. And you will have a class for that. If people wanted to focus on the attack of weapon with crit and stuff like that, you can do that. If you wanted to have a middle ground where you had like an attack and defense type of thing, cool, you can do that. I always felt that the electronics thing should have been a specific class because what ended up happening is that you had people sitting up there they were melding both the gunplay and the electronics. For me, I would just be purely roughly like electronics. I think what was the one gun that worked with electronics? I think it was called like the Caduceus. I think it was. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm thinking about from like Division One. You would use that weapon, and I think that it could like power up your electronics or something like that, or overpower it or something like that. So it would give you more power towards your electronics, which I thought for me was dope. If you got weapons that can help with that, cool, right? So again, I can still use a weapon, but I'm not going to be as strong as the other classes directly out there. Like I said, there needs to be a negative, right? If I'm all specifically spec'd into electronics, then that means that gunplay wise, I may be lacking unless I have a gun that is specifically for electronics, and they do have that in the division too. And I do run that. It's called the capacitor, and I do run that with my electronics build where it overcharges your weapons and it has them do a lot of different damage. The other change I didn't like that they did before was that you could spec certain mods into your electronics and basically power them up. I more so use like the drones and I use the turret. And the drones were actually hitting very hard. So it's like even if people did have armor, if you sent the drone out there, I think my drone got like 100. Was it like over like 100K health or something like that? I would have to log into where's the division? Do I got this downloaded? Let me see. Um, let me see. I would have to wait for it to start up. Yeah, I got it. Woo! Division is 98 gigs. So rest in peace to the folks out there that might not have space. The division, just to let you know, the division is 98 point something gigs. Right. So I'm about to log into the division real quick. So I can sit up there and tell you. Like I said, this is why I had it. If I had it hooked up to the computer like I wanted to, you would just see me logging into the game while I'm here, as I'm like talking to y'all instead of just looking at the screen as it is. Um, and I can't really screencast it, either. So I gotta wait for that to load directly. It's been a minute since I played the division. Let me tell you something. Mahoko said, "Do you play gotcha games?" When what was the name of that? The very first one that came out. Oh, I can't even think of the name of it. I can't even think of the name of the game, but it came out to PlayStation at a moment in time. But I forgot the name of it. But I played that a little bit when that first came out. And then I'm talking about like season 0. I haven't played it since then. And then Triple Z, Zoneless Endless, a little bit of that, and I think something else. There was another game that was sort of about to be a gotcha game, but then the game makers like swapped it. So let me see. Let me see. Where is my shade? Yeah, my shade is not as high as everybody else's. Like I said before, some people got their stuff to like 5,000 or something like that, something crazy. Let me see. Running technician. For electronics, I have about 5 pieces of gear, but yeah, this because that's my striker set. I had like a striker electronics, but like I said, I'm more so like experiment with stuff because I want to see like what would every piece in a sense look like if you put like slap electronics, directly to it. But we also got like proto gear, and I haven't gotten any of that yet. That's one of the reasons I did re-download this. Let me see. How can I look? Okay, yeah. So for my drone, the health of my drone is 2.8 million. And for my turret, the health on my turret is about 5.5 million. So for me, like I said, I spec heavily into electronics. Like I want my stuff to, in a sense, be strong. I do have a defensive build for electronics as well. Too. Where's my defensive shield? I think I had the HP higher than that, but the HP on my shield, and again, this is just dealing with past equipment that I've had on there. The HP on my shield is about like 13 million, and then the active regeneration is about 175 k per second. And then building having an electronics build, you can basically pop different things, different abilities, and have the shield basically heal. Because you can have the you can have the hive, and then you can have the Anticifier hooked directly up where it just stays directly on you. And the moment of time that your skill takes damage, it'll release a drone to basically release heals and all that other type of stuff. Like I said, I like to sit up there and play electronics and support. So I can swap in between those. So if I got somebody that I know that's good at doing damage, I got you. I got a wide radius directly on heals, and I can just get you with a healing cloud or drop some heals directly on the ground or something like that, and do that. Tippy said, but I don't like keyboards. I need a controller in my hand. Third said, I think RAM prices jumped again, by the way, by about 300%, if I'm not mistaken. That's ridiculous. Tippy said we should do a Discord movie night watching Yusuke. Third said people who copy meta builds are trash. He also said strike that. They would have to evolve to just become trash. My uncle said, do not PvP in the division. It is awful. It is. It is. I would just say like because I gotta go to the map real quick. I forgot how to even look at the map. There we go. Oh, the map reset, and I cleared out some of this too. I mean, I remember it does reset every so often. I don't feel like trying to redo that again. Look at all of this stuff on the map to do. Oh man, this is looking ridiculous. This is looking ridiculous. Okay, that's the tidal basin. That is Roosevelt Island. Okay, that's the manhunt in the dark zone. I forgot. How do you see? Okay, targeted loot. There we go. There we go. What's the targeted loot? I can't even see it from this far. Uh, they got a few different pieces. Okay, that's a piece I don't even know what that one is. I'm not even sure what piece that is. Yeah, I see quite a few pieces up here. But yeah, for anybody want to play the Division 2, it's a lot of stuff to do. If you just now start, it's a lot of stuff to do. I would recommend getting the DLC because it is fun to, sit up there and go through that. Like I said, it has to do with the story. So you got the first part of the story, then you got Warlords of New York, and then you got Brooklyn, right? So you got those main parts of Division on top of the other missions that they got on top of the raids, that they got on top of the manhunts, that they got. So they got quite a bit. They got quite a bit. Fixture said, what are your thoughts on framework laptops for gaming? 12-inch framework that supports what is it, eGPUs? I can't even tell you. That is the first I have directly heard of that. Let me see. Let me see framework. Let me see this real quick. Got to move this controller. Um, mm, 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 mm. Yep, framework laptops for gaming. Let me see that. Oh, that's dope. You game, your build. That's dope. All right. Oh, this is modular, brother. This is what I'm talking about. Let me tell you now. See, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, brother. let me shout out where you at? Yo, shout out to you. Shout out to Fiction. Shout out to Fiction. Let me tell you something. I already found a cell phone that I was going to. I like futuristic type of stuff. Like for me, I felt like modular tech was going to be the wave. But a lot of these companies just don't want to shift it. They don't want to move into it because I guess they can't scale the profitability or figure out how the profitability is going to work for them as the standard issue model, which is archaic. But I found a cell phone company that has a modular cell phone. So let's say like my screen breaks, my camera breaks, I want another battery. So they have all the parts, all of the main parts on the phone. You can take apart the phone yourself with a T5 screw bit. You can buy that from like any shop. It's very cheap to sit up there and get right. So you got the T5, and then you can take the phone, open it up. You don't need a Genius Bar like Apple. You don't need to take it for the Geek Squad like Best Buy or something like that. You don't got to pay 500, 200. You don't got to pay $100. You can just buy the parts, which are affordable. I kid you not, on the website, the parts are affordable. And you can buy the part that you need. They'll ship it directly to you. Open up your phone, replace it yourself, and the phone is working. Like if you crack your screen like people normally do because the phone drops, you don't have to sit up there and take it to Apple and spend like $600 to sit up and fix it, or 200 or whatever. You don't got to do that. You don't got to take it to some other repair place to sit up there and do it. You can do it yourself. And that's the main thing that I wanted for a lot of tech out here. I felt that if people wanted to, they should always have the option to be able to fix and repair their own stuff. And that's what I like about modular technology. That will be the wave at a certain point. Probably when these companies are, when they can see past this archaic model of how they're doing stuff. I want to put that probably about like some 2035 might be a little bit too soon. I'll probably put it like 2040. 2040 might be the quickest that you may see them really trying to push modular tech because they also have modular screens. So if you want to build your own flat screen TV, you can do that and just buy the parts. Right now it's too expensive because they haven't scaled it yet and there's not enough companies doing it. But once enough companies are doing it, the way that you're looking at flat screen TVs right now, it is not going to be the same. I promise it's going to blow your mind. You can literally turn the way that they got these if you got a nice square wall, you can buy square pieces and make you a flat screen TV. As long as you got the money to buy the pieces, you can expand how large you want your flat screen TV to be. So you don't have to worry about, oh, I gotta go to Best Buy and I gotta carry this 80 or 105 inch television into the house. How am I gonna? You don't gotta do that. It's modular. You buy the pieces and then you hook them directly up to like the rack that they give you. And then you make sure the rack is hooked up directly to have the cables to the rack, hook up to the system, test the screens, make sure everything is everything, make sure that there's no spots or anything wrong, that the screen is not faulty, and then you're good. But like I said, shout out to Fiction. Like I said, that's gonna be something else I'm gonna be adding to my tech library. I didn't even know. Did not even know. We got modular laptops out here. Oh boy. I'm all for it. Because you were asking me how I felt about that. I'm all for it. Where you can basically build it. This is dope. Woo! You can build this literally from the ground. Oh my, yep. And they also got the desktop. I mean, of course, the desktops. Yeah. But yeah, let me see. Let me see what the laptops is basically how much the bad boys cost. Let me see. Do they just got? You can configure it. Oh, no, I guess they just want you to fully customize. I'm gonna take my time to, actually explore directly through that. That's dope. That's pretty dope. Shout out to Fiction. That is pretty dope. That's pretty so again, and, you asked me what's my opinion, it's dope. I like that you can make the specifications, you can build it out if you got a nice understanding, intermediate, understanding of computers. Hey, you're right there, and then on top of that, like I said, it all of that can be taken directly apart. At least because if they got to put it together and it's modular, it can be also be taken apart, which means that you can do some stuff as well too. Mahoko said my shade is 1,000 plus. Ooh, you are a legend, sir. My shade is nowhere. Yeah, I'm in like the 400s. 400s there, brother. Oh, snap. They even swapped the voice of that's wild. Yeah, a lot of stuff has changed because usually the moment in time, if they swapped the normal voice, because normally it's the dude, he was like, agent, a mission is available. He's not here, is now a girl. I think that might be that other the other computer from probably somewhere in the story. That's crazy. That's wild. That's wild. Monza says you got Discord. Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, yes, yes. We do have a Discord. We're just oh wait, let me see. I can probably send you the what's the name if I can get to it real quick. I did say I was supposed to I gotta record that video. I was supposed to end the stream a while ago. Now we're almost on 6 hours. just I'm just sitting up here talking right now. Oh my goodness. This is wild. Let me see. I gotta go to I gotta go here. Let me see, serve invite. All right, so there we go. We got that. All right, so yeah, to me, Isaac's voice changed because I had a lady that just pulled up and she was like, agent, there was a mission. I'm like, yo, who is this? I'm like, hold on. I thought that might have been somebody, talking and on a game or something, but I realized I'm like, I don't think we got open voice on in the safe zone or whatnot. Tippy sitting up her laughing. Yeah, like I said, that threw me off. I'm like, who was that woman? Because like I said, let that have been Gail, and she would have heard that. She was like, Sergi, who's that woman in the background talking to you? I'm like, that's the game. That is the game. Let me see. I know they got some brand new apparel up here too. Oh, this is some stuff I would have got. And I was buying stuff on here too. Let me tell you, I was spending some money on a division. Let me see. Yo, Monza, welcome to the Discord. Welcome to the Discord right there. Sit up there and put my little notifications up there. Oh my bad, independent mic. Yeah, it's the Discord looks a little bit dry. Let me tell you, because it's not really ultra active. It was at one point technically, but things took place and happened. it's a whole long story. Directly with that, we told quite a few times here. So it's tough out here in these parts. It is tough out here in these parts. This is the quickest I've seen Tippy actually respond. Let me tell you something. Sit up there and wrote this girl before, no response. Be straight ignoring me. I'm like, wow. I thought we was friends, Tippy. I thought we was friends. I'm like, that's crazy. That is crazy. That's wild. That is wild. What was it? Tippy said screen. Wait, Tippy screen share what? What you talking about? Oh, you talking about like the laptops? Hopefully this don't mess up. Let me see. Oh, should no. Why I gotta really make sure to turn down the sound on that. All right, let me do this. All right, I gotta do it that way. All right, do that. Go back here. Oh, did they get that? Oh, somebody's. Ooh, yep. So it has already started. Some of those videos, dealing with Grand Theft Auto. Dang, they started taking them boys down. Ooh boy. Yep. All of those a lot of those GTA videos that were leaked. Ooh, them boys got taken. That's exactly why I didn't screen share none of that. I'm like, yeah, I ain't trying to deal with none of that madness, brother. New. Let me see. You said screen share. I got you. Let me see. Can I make that a little bit larger? That is the question. Well, I guess it's as large as we can sit up there and get it. So this is what Fiction was talking about, which is the framework, which is basically modular. So you can go to the website and build your computer from scratch. So that's basically how it works. And for me, like I said, I like modular type of stuff. That's dope. So you got the bare bones, laptop, and then you can proceed to build it how to your own specifications. And then what you build it is, and that's what you basically pay. Like I said, dope. Tippy, why are you trying to get everybody to hear that song? Every time I swear, Tippy, only you can find that song. Let me tell you something. Only you can find that song. I tell you. I tell you. Let me see. University said, "LOL. Did you hear the VMAs drop the Afrobeat category? Yeah, and they should have. We ain't doing that. Like I said, they learn lessons real quick. Like I said, people keep sitting up and saying that, Black Americans don't have no type of pull, no power. We don't have no type of effect. Yeah, okay, okay. Like I said, it be like that. They like I said, they ain't trying to get caught up on no type of nonsense or trying to deal with nothing. But it'd be like that though. Monster said my username is the same name as my gamer tag on PlayStation and Xbox. And wait, do I? I don't even think I got you on Xbox. Do I? Yeah, I don't think I got you on Xbox there, brother. Let me tell you. Yeah, I don't think I do. Unless it's on my other profile, because I do have like two profiles. I do have two profiles. But yeah, Monster, you could sit up there and add me there if you want. Like I said, I got both PlayStation and I got PlayStation, Xbox, Steam, Switch. I think if you look at my profile on there, it lists all of my accounts. I think I had somebody randomly try to add me, but I don't even know who that is, and I'm not trying to deal with no trolls. So it's like I'm not even gonna do that. I'm like, I don't understand why people do that and don't even be sending messages to folks. I'm like, that is wild, brother. Wild. Straight wild. Straight wild. Um oh yeah, I ain't trying to. Yeah, I'll probably go to that last two. There's way too many people like in one party. I ain't about to be doing all that. Who was it? Tippy said, "LOL," but I didn't find the song. I heard it from a white lady on YouTube reacting to old songs. That's crazy. Bear said, "LOL." We was not listening to that ish. Third said, "Ain't no one trying to play with you, Otis." Tippy said, "Monta, not going to forgive me." LOL. His ears. Yeah, that song was crazy. I'm like, yeah, of course, Tippy. That's your type of song there. Let me tell you. Might not go for these newer age songs, but those old school songs, yep, that's Tippy. Let me. Oh man, Monty was like, Tippy, I think you may be right. Yeah, that song was wild. I'm like, man, that was crazy. But yeah, all right. Now officially, I ain't really trying to keep y'all here much longer. I done said that 99 different times. So technically, we did have a continuation. The live stream was about close to 6 hours. Um, we talked about the main subject and then deviated into other subjects, and stuff of that nature. And Tippy can't complain because I think she came in here about like I think it was about like the 2 hour or the 3 hour mark. And she was like, yo, play the next video. Wasn't no video, but you got a longer live stream. So we did do that. We were, Tippy was successful in that. I think it was Triple Eight. Triple Eight was saying the exact same thing too. I don't know why I keep calling her double when it's triple, but 88. What is it? Third said I went to my appointment and came back. Wow, that's wild. He was like, you still on? Wait, but you've been talking this whole time. I mean, I guess you were just going from the phone though. What was it? Tippy said, darn, that's long. Yeah, it is, Tippy, because you always be sitting up there complaining, like, yo, I just got here. I'm like, there you go, Tippy. You were here. We added on an extra 3 hours. So you can't sit up there and say, that you missed out directly on anything. Minikai said, still time to make it an 8-hour stream. I mean, true. I mean, but in order for me to do that, I would actually like play like a game or something. Be like chilling, playing a game and talking and whatnot. But like I said, I was supposed to put up a video. And I hate not doing it. I hate technically having like days go by and I didn't put up a video because now I feel like I didn't work. Like I said, it's a whole thing that I got. Oh my goodness. Because like at certain times I'll do these live streams and I'm like, yo, this is about like whatever hours people can like watch this or whatever. And you just sit with this for a minute and just let it cook. But that's not how YouTube works. Sad. Now, if everything was reversed and all of my stuff was like just live stream based, that'd be a little bit different. Because I've seen some people's channels where they're just all live stream, and that's what people basically come from and they're there to do. And then if they have like standalone videos, it's a little bit different. It's the reverse. Third said you didn't notice the 3-hour gap. I wasn't texting. Nah, let me sit up there and tell you, like everything. I've been up for a minute. You got to understand, I've been up for a minute. I think was the time when I woke up. Yeah, I woke up around I think 4. I think 4 or 5 or something like that. And I think it was 4 or 5. Anyways, it was early morning, basically. Early morning hours. So, that's how we got here. That is how we got here. Tippy said I'm going on Discord to post some stuff. Of course you are, Tippy. This woman every single time. There, let me see. Tippy said you was just posting Panther LOL. You was multitasking. Tippy said I woke up at 6. Well, technically, Tippy, your 6 a.m. is different. So if I woke up for me, 6 a.m. would be 3 a.m. for you. So then you waking up at 6, 7, 8, 9, will be 9 a.m. I guess, if I'm doing the math on that correctly. Third said I went to my appointment. You went grocery shopping and still on. Yeah, and the craziest part is normally for everybody that's here, this would normally be the streams, right? We would be up here for some instances, depending, it would be like 15 hours. 12 to 15 hours would be streaming. So like if I had more stuff that I wanted to talk about or like some videos or whatnot or whatever, this stream will be going until like 5 o'clock, 5 or 7 o'clock in the evening. That's happened before. I mean, I got enough energy to basically do that, but I don't feel like doing it. I actually just want to go eat. I actually just want to go eat. I'm sitting up here staring at my my little Domino's box of the garlic bread, to the left of me. And I can feel my stomach at this moment. Let me tell you. Tippy talking about some, what did you hear from the store? Third was like, you pulled a full shift. Yeah. And let me tell you, I would be completely fine and dandy if this was kick and doing this for like 8 hours. I'm good. I can sit up there and do that. I got incentive. Kick is like, hey, if you want to stream, brother, we got you. It starts at like 16, 16 something and some change. I'm like, hey, that doesn't sound too bad. Let me see. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, technically, if you technically looking at it, if you streaming for about like 8 hours and it's like you make it 16, 50 an hour, that is not too bad. Or then they said the high end I think was like $32. Let me see. Uh oh, that's crazy. Yeah, brother. Let me tell you, I'd be sitting up there. If I could sit up, let me see. Let's do that by if you're doing it for like 7 days. Oh, that ain't bad. If you can make that on the high end and you can stream for like you streaming like continuously for like 7 days, that is not bad for a week. Yo, that's crazy. What? Yeah, and then if you're doing that for like a full month, man, like I said, I understand why you got a lot of these people that's just like full on streamers. I get it. Like the money, it makes sense. I'm talking about sense, you know, I'm talking about money. I see it. Even on the low end, let me see. Right, and then you do that 7 days in a week. So for 7 days, it's like 924. And then you do that for about a month. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad for a month. On it, like I said, either on the low or the high end, if you consistently are streaming on Kick, that is not bad. Lord, that is not bad. And then that's not even to mention if you can get like some sponsors. Like if you got sponsors on top of what it is that you're making, that's insane. That is insane. Fiction says, Seji, you got a Discord. Can I get him? Yeah, yeah. The Discord link is up. Do I still got the link? Yeah, there you go. Third said kick pays. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, kick me paying. Yo, I put the let me put that back up there. This is kick for third. This is what kick basically pays. That is the information directly in front of you. Like I said, I've known this for like a minute. I just didn't go directly into it. So 16 on the low end at the starting door, you get 16. And then you get all the way up to like 32. But again, there's been like special things where it's dealt with like certain streamers, like high profile streamers, they were able to get like $100 million deals. So, like I said, depending on and I'm not sure if they're still doing that anymore for those high profile, type of streamers and whatnot. That was just like to get really a lot of people directly in the door and over to the platform and whatnot. Which worked because there's a lot of people directly there. But yeah, on a high or the low end, like yo, that is lucrative. And then the barrier to entry in order to like monetize is fairly low. Like that's crazy. They said even on the low end, they said, for example, a creator with 500 active subscribers generates roughly 2,370 per month, and 1,000 subscribers yields around approximately 4,740 a month. That's crazy. That is wild. That to know that you will if as long as you got like active people like that, you can consistently get that. Yo, that's solid. Yo, that's crazy. Just think if you're doing like another platform. Think if you got YouTube, right? You're doing YouTube, you're monetized on there, you got Kick, and you're able to do somewhere in between, on there, and then you also got TikTok. Yo, you good. You are solid. You are solid. Like yo, like I said, insane. Insane. Um, let me see. Tippy said, "Can you stream yourself cooking?" That's crazy. This woman, she is not joking. She is dead serious. Whenever Tippy say that she is dead. That woman is dead serious. That woman is dead serious. University said, "Did you hear about the first grader whose mom has made her wear a lace front her whole life?" That's wild. Yeah, I ain't hear nothing about that. I ain't hear nothing about that. Let me see. You said subscribers and followers. I think when it deals with Kick, it's the same thing. Is it a follower or subscriber? I'm not sure. I would have to sit up there and look. Like I said, it's been a minute. It's been years really since I've been directly on Kick. But all of that is still a positive though. It is, like I said, if people are, if they love the content and the person that's basically there, whatnot, or a mixture of both, it's like, yo, you'll have people that'll pull up and support. You will have people that will pull up and support. Like I said, throughout the years, I've had people support me in a variety of ways, either buying shoes, buying t-shirts, hoodies, long sleeves, Patreon, or being members on the platform, or even like giving super chats. So it's like I said, it's a multitude of, well, YouTube wise, there's a multitude of options for people to do it. Kick, I guess it might be just that one. I guess I'm not sure. Let me see. TV said I'm joking. Yeah, right. Third said they don't pay if you have followers. No, because you can still get donations. You can get monetized. Like, that's the thing. You can still get, you have the whole thing of being monetized directly on Kick. That's the thing. So you can be monetized as long as you got subscribers, right, directly there. On top of, what was it? What did they say before? I think it was like the subscribers. Then you got 50 concurrent viewers, and then I think you got to have like a certain amount of people that's a part of the channel. You will be partnered. I'm saying it, but it's directly in front of me, which is the craziest part. That's how I know I'm hungry. Mahoko said Metal Gear Solid 4 next week. Tippy said you should do a gaming stream with all of your male mods playing shooters. I mean, everybody don't play shooters though. Everybody don't play shooters. I would have to figure out how I would set that directly up realistically. Craziest part is I like how TikTok basically has stuff. When it deals with this is StreamYard. The problem that would be I'll have to deal with the audio portion. That would be the thing that would probably get me. So I would probably have to do that through like OBS or something like that. I would either have to do OBS or I might have to try out like XSplit or one of the other ones. Third said you tried Zipline app. It's the no, I seen it. I seen it, and I do have a profile on Zip. Anytime that I've seen like the black platforms pull up, I've created like a profile up there. So you'll see me on quite a few of those. On Zipline, I did upload like a video just to try it out to see, what would happen. And I'm like, all right, I could see where it would go, but it needs a lot more work. Because the main video that I saw directly up there, it was like the older couple. I mean, which is cool. It was the older couple that was like they were dancing and whatnot. And I'm like, there's nothing else up here. I'm like, yeah. It's like I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Let me see. Third said, I think you can still basically get in on the ground floor as far as investing. Okay, yeah. There was another one like that too. It was called Own. Own is another one as well too. Not Own dealing with Oprah, but Own app. Um, And that technically does the exact same thing too, but it was more so, but like they go on a premise of like you own your content, and it's not that they own your content or whatnot or whatever. So I gotta actually re-download that app, and I forgot. I keep reminding myself. Let me see. They said they are small though, so they will grow. Yeah, they will. It's sort of, it reminds me of like the fan, was it fan app or fan base app or whatever it is. I'm on that one as well too. And I'm like, yeah, stuff ain't really, like moving. Like I said, I know that stuff, it does take time. Stuff does take time. They also got to put, some money directly behind it, and they gotta probably they really got to get out there. If they're not getting out, I put it to you like this: a lot of the ideas that are out there are great, but if like the creators, or if they don't have representatives to really get directly out there to push the um the app or whatnot or whatever, like a lot of these things won't move. So they gotta really get on the move. There's a lot of ways that I can sit up there and see a lot of ways that they can push it, and everything of the sort, and they don't even really have to use like huge people. They don't have to use like all of these big time um streamers and whatnot that are directly out there. You can use smaller streamers. I would actually tell a lot of these companies to go after, for the the black app companies. They should go after your normal everyday streamer. That'd be the best way to actually get a good solid type of following that'll grow naturally. When you have bigger streamers, there everybody's just there because of that bigger streamer. And then everybody that came because of the bigger streamer are just going to only show up when that bigger streamer is there. So it's not really going to help out the whole ecosystem, you know. Um you said the creators are trying to get the app out there, but it's slow going, but they're still trying to network. Okay, like I said, as long as they're consistent and they keep going, like I said, it'll work out. Like I said, I would love to see a black app be, hugely successful. But like I said, and this is one of the main things that I've stated before. One of the hardest things to do is to really get, a nice amount of black folks really behind something. Because in a lot of instances, black folks don't like to support other black people, right? Um, we'll go out there and like give money and support other businesses, and no matter how many times those businesses mess up, we'll give them shot after shot after shot. But if it's a black business, it's like you mess up once, that's it. And then magically, it's not just it for that app, it's it for all, other businesses or whatnot or whatever that's black on. And I'm like, I don't even understand mentally how that works. Like to me, that's always been crazy. So like I said, I go through there, try to give, everybody a shot, and hope that everything will be, successful. You said, with that said, you can do everything right and still fail. Yeah, because of lack of support. Because of a lack of support, you'll have black people that'll pull up, and like I said, they'll look at it in a sense the same way. The only critique that I have, I'm like, it's not really anything happening here, right? It's not like a lot of people, coming through to, in a sense, post, consistently. Because when I, at least for the Zipline app, when I went directly on there, I saw the same several videos, and I'm like, yeah, that's not looking too good. That's not going to read too well to a lot of people just coming directly up there. That's going to be a turn off to a lot of people, because it's going to say to them, it's like, all right, well, it is an app, it does work, but it's not a lot of people here, which means that it's not a huge population, and it's not going to be a lot of different content. Like if you see within a matter of flipping, within less than a minute, you see the exact same videos. Yeah, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. But like I said, they just got to get more people directly up there, and they got to get their name out there, and they more than likely will have to get some type of incentives. So I'm not sure if they would be able to get sponsorships from somewhere or something. Like I said, they would have to put some type of incentive directly up there to have black creators pull up. like I said, if in comparison, if it was like something like Kick, the thing that opens the door for people is like, okay, well, if you decide to, work directly on this platform, right? You can make it between 16 to, $32, and the lion's share of the money is directly yours. That would incentivize a lot of people to start making platform to start streaming directly on Kick. And because the barrier entry is pretty much low. When it deals with a lot of these apps, a lot of people they want to put their information or whatever out there, but they want to know that it's going to be seen. Right. They want to know that they're going to be able to build a following, right? Have a natural build directly to it. Um, I think what app was that, or where was that app before? I think I saw. I think it was the fan base app. I think that I was on, and only some of the high profile folks on social media they had like 30K or something like that directly up there. And I'm like, I didn't even know they were even on this app, but like I said, certain people is going to be great for them because they can do it. But at the same time, when you look at it, even for some of those big time creators, they're not even really on those apps. They'll show up there, but they're going to go to their prime source where they're making the most money. So a lot of them, they'll show up on TikTok, they'll show up on Twitter. That's their main, in a sense, go to. A lot of those people that were on TikTok, on Twitter, they're now slowly trying to get directly over into YouTube. YouTube is a whole different beast. TikTok, you can put some up there and potentially you can put 10, 20, 15 or whatever videos up there. At some point in time, if you're consistently posting, something is going to go viral. Something is going to sit up there and hit. So, you got that dopamine effect, that is there when it deals with TikTok and maybe some other platforms. Um, the Zipline app, it doesn't have that yet. Like I said, there's a lot of things missing um, that are needed in order to really push it to where they would want it to be. You know, and like I said, this is just a critique. This is not me sitting up here, hoping on the downfall or anything like that. I would love it for it to be successful where black folks could go and just talk and we can just post and just, do that. There was there was a website that I had signed up to. It was black owned, husband and wife duo. Oh my goodness, I forgot I got them listed on IG. I'll probably bring it up at a certain point. Oh, now oddly enough, I just actually heard Isaac. Now I actually heard the male voice of Isaac, which is crazy. Before it was a female voice. I didn't even know where that came from. That was wild. Um, but yeah, there's another app slash what isn't it called, like Blackum? I forgot what it was. I'm not even sure if I might be able to find him. Um Wouldn't I have to go to followers and let me see. See, not that. Um, yeah, I would have to probably try to go back through like some emails or something and try to actually find it. There was another site that was just like that though. I got to check to see how they've been doing. It's been a minute since I've been there. Third was like, right, we get it. Right. Tippy said, who was Isaac? Isaac is what is it? Isaac is the voice that you normally hear on the division. Mickey, be quiet. Isaac, really? He does this every single time. Isaac is the voice that you would normally hear from your comms, like whenever there's a mission or an agent that basically needs help. And the crazy part, Tippy, that's a game that you could. Well, it's not free though. That's the problem. It's not free. But anyways, now we're officially at like 6 hours. So now I'm going to sit up there and officially let y'all go, so I can get this video done and have this directly uploaded and actually start eating like I was supposed to do. Yeah, my stomach is empty right now. Let me tell you. Oh my goodness. So yeah, go out there, have fun. It's still an early day, unlike the other live streams that we've done. Still got the whole afternoon in front of you. It's about to be 2 p.m. depending on where you're located. If you're like Tippy, you're 3 hours back. But go out there, have some fun. Go get some sun. Eat some food, cook some food. Shopping, get your feng shui in order. Work out, catch up on some games, and do all of that nice stuff. So I catch you guys in the next video, and this is me without my coffee, which is crazy. So I catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out. Now I gotta go to that classic music. I didn't even have my coffee. I forgot where the music button is.